Greetings, chess fan from the capital of Germany, where for this Bundesliga weekend, we're gathering all the top players from throughout the whole world. Today, the round 14 of the Bundesliga, and we're having a special guest with us. Grandmaster Peter Leko is joining, and of course, Grandmaster Ilja Zaragatski, as always, is alongside me. Peter, it's a pleasure to have you here for us commentating. You're usually the player at the Bundesliga. This time, you're commentating with us. What are your impressions from the round so far?
Yeah, thank you, Angelika. Thank you, Ilja, for the invitation. I'm so happy to be here because I really want to also talk about from my heart about the Bundesliga. Yeah, that this is something very special. And we will see the lineups, the matchups, and so on. It's just incredible to be part of it.
Definitely. Ilya, what would you take from today? Because we have a top match clashing Baden-Baden versus Viernheim. Baden-Baden, which still theoretically having a chance to catch up with Viernheim team.
Yeah, it's a special round today. Of course, it's not the last round. Tomorrow is going to be round 15. Today is the penultimate round. And it, of course, is no coincidence that the two strongest teams are playing against each other at the pinnacle of the campaign, almost in round 14. And yeah, theoretically, this could have been the clash that decides over who becomes champion. It still could be potentially, but Viernheim is a bit in the lead, of course, still. This is the clash of giants. And I think the average rating on 8 boards should be well north of 2600, maybe 2650, I would guess. So it's definitely going to be some high-class chess, some exciting games, and I'm looking forward to analyzing them with you guys together.
And what a top board we have.
Yes. Okay, El Clasico, yeah. Shakhriyama Major against Vichy Anand. Also a very classical opening. Yeah, it's a Cambridge Springs kind of classical Carlsbad structure, slow play. We have to, I think, mention also that there's a 15 minutes delay with the broadcast, and I have been in the playing hall and I have already seen Vichy play G6. So I think something like H3, G6 moves had been already played when I was in the playing hall 10 minutes ago.
So you already know the future, so to say, of the position.
Yes, but even if I would not know, I would have guessed, yeah, because this idea of going knight b7, rook e8, knight f8 quickly without h6 means that black wants g6, knight e6, knight g7, and bishop f5, potentially trading the so-called bad bishop, the light square bishop from c8 for white's brilliant bishop on d3. That's a strategical idea. But yeah, we will be talking about all the finesses later on.
Absolutely. Well, great. We can start going through the games, beginning maybe with board 1. But let me just throw up the other matches and also the lineup of the match today. We understand, Peter, that you have to leave us for a few minutes, starting in a few minutes. So feel free to bounce whenever you want to, but let me just pull up whenever I can the pairings. Well, they're not there, of course, now.
Refresh.
That's a nice trick.
Always F5, refresh if you don't know what's going on.
There it is,
and here
and
we
it's
have
on top of the website, so everyone can see. This is the clash of the day, Viernheim versus Baden-Baden. We will also go into the other matches, especially the ones pertaining the relegation downward and who else is playing for the upper spots in the table. But this is going to be something that will lead us through most of the commentary today. Great lineup, all grandmasters, but one player who's very young and quite talented, so high-class chess. And yeah. And Peter is just, Peter is just leaving us. He's actually going to receive a prize from the Emanuel Lasker Society, and he'll be back with us.
With a prize.
With a prize. Hopefully he can share the prize with us and the camera. I mean, not share the prize, but share the picture of the prize later with us.
What a pleasure to have Peter here with us today, and also as a surprise, or I don't know, was it actually a surprise? Since Peter is joining us here in the studio, we have extra player from Baden-Baden who is joining today's match, which is Vincent Keimer. Because yesterday Vincent have not been playing in the Friday round, but today he is, and this is happening on the board too. Would you like to go through the first game from the beginning? I mean, kind of we discussed what is going on in the position, but Would you like to start?
Yeah, absolutely. So Peter will be back in some 10 minutes or so. We're not going to change the names. You
Yeah.
can stay with me
I'll
here
just stay a bit
next to me.
closer.
Yeah. I took a shower later, so it shouldn't be too earlier, so it shouldn't be too bad. That's an exception. So yeah, this is the transposition from the Cambridge strings here, going into the exchange variation, the typical Carlsbad structure, as we mentioned before. And yeah, that's how the position was reached. Nothing out of the ordinary, nothing new for the players. Now, g6 is a preparatory move for knight e6, because if Black played it too early, his pawn would disappear, so g6. And another idea is to put the knight to g7, which is not entirely forced, but recommended often. There's another move here. However, you don't combine this move with the knight
Maneuver.
route to knight maneuver to f8, and that's just to play knight e4. It looks like it's impossible, but it's not. It's an illusion. The knight is not going to drop, nor the pawn, because this actually loses a pawn. A piece. Now that there's a threefold attack, and you can't resolve it. Even there's probably e takes d3, but the simple move is just to reinforce the pawn, and Black will be up a piece. Typically, White just takes here, and then they make up their mind what to do here. A normal move would be rook b1, preparing the well-known minority attack, where Black's idea would often be to get the bishop out to f5, then to take on c3, make sure that the rook would be attacked, so bishop takes f5 is not an unpleasant surprise, and then trade the bishops. In this way, as we've already learned from before, Black wants to trade the light square bishops. But to my knowledge, it's uncommon to play this plan in this particular move order. Maybe the thing is that this version of this position is a little bit worse than usually. Yeah, it seems to be this way. 92, maybe 95, not sure. Now there is f5 or bishop f5. It seems to be slightly better for White. I know this position with the knight on b8 still, and I think White has this, doesn't have this and this, or maybe this and this.
That's what I've been wondering also. If you want to go for this line, probably to do it instead of knight f8, so basically one move earlier, so in this position.
Even two moves earlier,
or
maybe.
Or 2 moves earlier. But no, here, right? Rook
Here?
e8 is necessary for this.
Yeah, rook e8 is necessary.
Castle, and here knight e4. So instead of knight f8.
Yeah, but here the problem is there's bishop takes e4, and bishop g5, bishop h7, and otherwise the knight is now defending the bishop. So you need the knight on f8 to defend h7. Or what you could do is you can push h6 first, and then the bishop will often change its diagonal, because bishop h4, then knight e4 is a move, and now it's okay. The other thing is, though, you still can't get your bishop to f5 early. You need to move your knight somewhere else, but maybe it can go to f6. But often White will just change the diagonal now, because there's a concrete necessity to put the bishop to g5 in the beginning, because otherwise Black can get bishop f5 in other circumstances, and you need to have some pressure on this knight. Not going to show it now. And now knight e4 is of course impossible. Neither is bishop d6, which is a common move. You want to trade these bishops. That makes Black's development much easier. And if they do this, then knight g6 is not possible, because h6 is a minor weakness. So yeah,
that's why I recommend in my chessable course to start the Queen's Gambit declined with, okay, actually here knight f6, that's correct, but after knight c3, h6. So basically if third move knight c3, then h6, or in case knight f3, knight f6, and then after knight c3 we go g6, h6. And the idea is of course that never will be bishop g5, and now White has to accommodate for Black's opening. Just I thought it would be a good moment for the short advertisement.
Absolutely.
There are still 2 more days of the big sale introductory offer, because I published like 1 week ago, last Friday, and it's like for 10 days going on Chessable 1d4 Black repertoire for ambitious chess improvers, and people loved it so far, so it's going really good, and it closes the whole repertoire of the ambitious chess improvers.
I am an ambitious chess improver.
Exactly.
So
you should
I
get
should
the
probably
code.
get it.
Maybe with some discount, some extra discount from me.
If you can make it happen.
Yay.
At the same time, I think Hikaru also must have been a purchaser of said course, because he's been playing h6 consistently in the candidates on the third move here, but also on the second move. But we're straying a little bit from this game. Now they are actually on this position, bishop f4. It's a bit of a surprising move, maybe, to some degree, but the bishop just wants to hide on h2. And then probably white strategy is that is to hope that black forgets that it's lying there on h2. It's waiting for some
Queen
move,
coming out.
some unexpected move, and then it'll be there.
I think it makes perfect sense for Shahryar, who wants to keep the position with more pieces on the board, a bit more complicated, not to trade the bishop just yet. So definitely, yeah, preparing against this 96 and knight g7 idea. Because if bishop is on g5 after knight e6, you have to go bishop h4, bishop g3, and here you kind of spare time, if you can tell this way.
Yeah, for sure. There's a few more considerations. White wants to escape the bishop trade, which is a little bit illogical because this is the so-called good bishop of blacks, and this is the slightly worse bishop. Now it's not boxed in inside the pawn chain, but even so, all of these pieces are covering the same color complex. All are covering dark squares, and so on. Well, you know how the bishop moves and how the pawn moves, how they capture, most importantly.
That would be a good question for the press conference at the candidates. Yeah, how the bishop moves. There was already how the knight moves.
Yeah. And still, black is interested in the trade in general, because as long as the bishop is moving around here a little bit, the heavy pieces have also the king. They don't have an easy way to find safe spots for good. But once the bishops disappear, so first of all, the queen develops, the rooks will be connected, and black will be super safe on the dark squares. So often, if you have the choice, you don't exchange these bishops. So one of the natural moves is bishop d6. And another thing, let's say rook a b8, right? This would have been the position. Let's say rook a b8. There might be knight e6 or no knight e6, bishop h4, knight h5, forcing the bishop trade. That sometimes can help black start something active, like knight g5 maybe, or the recommended bishop trade. Apparently not here necessarily, but often that's an idea, just to trade the knight. Like sometimes you would see black play knight e4 if possible, but also knight h5 and knight e8 are, well, now knight e8 is too late, but the knight orientates towards this important square, it's the best square for the knights in this structure, and the trade is quite useful in general. So I think he's trying to escape this trade, and so one of the obvious moves here is bishop d6, but then I'm wondering if white can avoid the trade. And h3 clearly goes in this direction. You want to open some loop for your bishop and your king. You want to open the garage door so the bishop can park in backwards. How good are your
window.
How good are your parking backward skills?
Pretty good. Usually I'm parking without any problems.
Very good. Well, good to know.
Actually,
I would have guessed.
For me, it was at the beginning the problem to park forward because I couldn't understand how, like, will my car touch, especially if the car doesn't have sensors in front. Like, it was a little bit difficult to understand, but of course, okay, parking backwards never a problem, and for this bishop especially of Shahryar.
Exactly.
Schach knows how to do it.
Chess players probably they're better than average people in rotating objects in their head, and that's what parking backwards is, right? Like you're imagining three-dimensional space to move somehow, and anticipating your position relative to other objects. Okay, very interesting. Yes, much off topic, so we should move on to the next game.
Someone who just arrived today, as Peter arrived to our studio to commentate with us, also Vincent came to Berlin to play in this round and to strengthen the team of Baden-Baden. And we see he's facing Aravind with the black pieces. Yesterday Aravind had a solid draw. I mean, there was some
more or less solid, yes.
More or less, yeah.
He was somewhat worse with white, but the respect is big.
Of course, playing world champion, ex-world champion is always tough a bit. But okay, today is facing Vincent, and we have Rui Lopez and d6,
it's an improved Steinitz. So this is called the Steinitz defense, and this is the improved Steinitz defense. Include a6, then go d6. Famously, these days everything is playable against the Rui Lopez. The engines have repaired quite a few lines where it was considered that white is better in the Rui Lopez. But there are many ideas these days with d6, early d6, g6, knight goes not to f6 but to e7 sometimes. So many things are playable, and the engine will say, maybe it's 0.3, then 0.2. If you analyze far enough, it's going to be equal. So that's what Aravind is making use of, and he's a player who's got something up his sleeve. He has some new fresh idea, and he's not afraid of mixing things up a little bit, playing more double-edged position. To be honest, I think this is one of the biggest chances for Baden-Baden to score a victory. Vincent famously is a very strong player, and Aravind's form has been not showing upward lately. And Vincent is white, and Aravind, he plays openings which you probably wouldn't play in a World Championship match. So they're more double-edged, they're more in order to fight, in order to get an interesting game, get a complicated position.
But I think in the last couple of World Championship matches, there has been a lot of stuff played, like from London to French defense and other interesting things.
True, but this is still a little bit of another level.
Yes, definitely. So
yeah,
C3 was played.
This is a general development that the engine revives some lines where it was considered that white is better, but then there's also the surprise effect, and he's making use of it. Now, so far he seems to be better prepared, or at least know this position a little bit better. Vincent has spent some time. Where exactly? We don't know. Why don't we know? Why don't we see the times?
I think he has spent the time after bishop d7 or d6.
Why are the times not showing?
Let me see if I can... No, not here, yeah?
Maybe some...
Refresh?
Sure.
Let's try.
Always risky, but...
Maybe...
there it is. Yeah.
Okay, so he spent
C3.
after bishop d7, yeah.
Now, he's not new to this position. He knows this position. C3 is an obvious candidate move. There's also d4. I think knight c3 ideas exist. You can also start with rook e1. So I'm curious why he's thinking for such a long time. He's choosing. He's not like he's kind of remembering and choosing. Also trying to anticipate what his opponent concretely could have prepared. Maybe there's a game or two in the database, and just strategic thinking, not so much trying to reinvent this position.
What about some bluffing?
Now,
there are some...
Too expensive at this level.
Yeah.
At this
15
level,
minutes.
You can't bluff your opponent. The higher the level is, the less bluffing you will see. In children's tournament, there is some bluffing going on. Oh no, my queen! But I don't think so. Also, this is a positional strategic line. This is not a super sharp dynamic line where you could act like you don't know in order to suggest to your opponent that you're a noob and maybe they will play different moves, but here I wouldn't recommend. Also, Aravind knows that Vincent is not out of book in a main opening system on move 6. If I was Vincent's coach, which of course I'm not yet, but I know someone who is, or are they still? Or
I guess so, yeah.
So we'll ask Peter. I think this is not good time management. It's 17 minutes on move 6 for c3.
We'll ask what he will do in the evening tonight while talking to Vincent, if they're still training together.
So. Yeah, I would just be curious to hear Peter's opinion as a former world-class player. Still very, 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 very strong player.
And now very fast. They're blitzing out the moves. Look at this.
Yeah. Maybe transmission error, but I don't think so. Yeah.
Usually when we have transmission errors, like at the first move, I think like that everyone is thinking, but let's see a bit later. Do we have actually some other camera? Maybe we can try to get...
Good point. We do, I think. So...
And by the way, dear viewers, while you see this camera below us, there are so many people standing on the left side. So that's where the match is being played. So left side closer to us. And when I was there at the start of the round, like all the cameras, all the phones, like all the press was standing at the first board. They were trying to capture the first move. There has been actually the first move, like official ceremonial first move, which was made.
By whom?
I actually didn't
Peter, probably.
quite catch up the name. No, it was a lady. I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch the name, and I was like
probably
also
some
running
SPD
around.
politician.
Hopefully not. But who knows? Who knows?
Who knows?
Yeah, and that's why it was really nice to see such a big attention. And also, of course, yesterday's match, there was huge attention to Viernheim boards. And there was a chance that Viernheim even could lose the match. And at the end, okay, it could be, is it a draw? Is it a victory? But of course, Barham saved everyone. And and today, yeah, huge attention. Everyone is watching the games. Everyone is making photos. Okay, definitely because we have such a top clashes here today. At board 1, Shahryar Mamedyarov against Vishwanathan Anand. Board 2, the younger generation, Vincent Keimer against Aravind Chidambaram. So it's like, yeah, super interesting to follow. And a bit lower on the board, we have this nice clash. I think board 4, right? We have Yais against Rustam Kasimjan. And here it is. Here is our board 1. Very nice.
And also, no, the board is from board 2, the digital board. Yeah, but I can actually fix it. Boom! Look at this.
This is the current
Never,
position.
never known before quality of stream.
Actually, we know we have probably to go with a.
Maybe we can put it here
Yes.
somewhere. Where do we put it? Let's put it. Oh,
Here,
let's not hide
yeah.
Parham.
Yes, let's not hide Aravind.
Let's hope.
Yeah,
Let's
like
hope
this.
Aravind is not going
Yeah, this
to
looks good.
closer in on his opponent.
And also, I think we need to scroll camera a bit because 96 is already on the board here. So maybe we need to get closer to the real time.
Oopsie.
Oi.
Exactly. So, traveling through time. Yeah.
Okay,
and
now
we
this
can
is the
see
current
Vincent too.
position.
We can see Vincent, except he's hiding behind the board.
So now we can move to Aravind.
I'm gonna move a lot, I'm afraid. Let's put it here.
Yes.
And
Okay,
hope
looks
that-
nice.
yeah.
Looks nice, looks very nice. Okay, some moves are made. Vincent is playing. By the way, here we could potentially try to see if there is a move made. Sorry, if the time is correct of Vincent. But I would suggest that if time is correct on the first board, the time should be correct on the second board. I mean, like, it would be tough that everything somehow is not correct. Okay, let's.
Yeah, let's stay with the camera for now and then move on to the other boards whenever the camera switches. We have 3 cameras on site here that we brought all the way from Viernheim. And they're changing. We don't have any influence over what camera is being shown to us at any moment. But yeah, they're just flipping around a little bit.
Yeah, but I would suggest to check the game of Parham because it was very interesting opening. Maybe we could we could check the game. I mean, we can still have the cameras lower and because something I wanted to ask you. That's why, like, I saw a few moves and I saw that something like reversed Benoni. Oh, sorry, I'm so sorry, Benko, reverse Benko or Volga Gambit. When I saw the position from far, and okay, now I see this this pawn structure. Well, okay, so knight f3, d5, and now c4. Okay, so it was different move order. I saw that he played before after c5 somehow. Okay.
This is also possible. Yeah, so it's Banco with an extra tempo. And it's not a gambit if you're not sacrificing a pawn. But the ideas are from the Banco, and now bishop b2. In Banco theory, this position is well known with black to move, with colors reversed. But here, of course, black is down a tempo, but sometimes it can be useful to have f6 and to play e5. And actually, as I'm saying it, I'm seeing that Nikita, the Englishman, has played exactly that move, and now e3. That's a funky move.
This was the position I saw and I was like, what is happening? There is c5, d4. Looks like some Benko, and also f6 was played. So yeah, really, really fun position. Could you take on c5? So what would happen if you take?
So the thing is, white wants to keep the tension. Of course, they could have taken here. They could have also advanced the pawn. This is more possible than people thought that it's possible to just advance for many years, because the engine should say, yeah, grab the space. It's also a good move. But what Parham wants to keep the tension and to disallow knight c6. After knight c6, now he plays b5. The knight moves somewhere. I think a5 should be the best square. And now he forces black to either sacrifice a pawn or to take on e3 which of course would be a great structure for white. It's like a Blumenfeld without a gambit. It's like-
Oh,
And the Blumenfeld without the gambit is like Banco without the gambit.
yeah.
Just
That's actually okay. Getting like sharp position. It's-
So what black is trying now is to prepare e5 without playing knight c6. Another move is queen c7. That also has a downside because the queen is sometimes instrumental to defending the d4 pawn, and also sometimes a knight could appear on b5, so that would lose a tempo. And there's knight d7, but then after takes e5, there's even the idea to change the structure, which is not a big problem. But the knight on d7 is a bit misplaced, even if I just go b5 or keep the tension for now. So f6 is
Very
the
nice
best move.
move. Yeah,
Yeah.
looks very nice.
And now black's idea is now that they can go e5 and then knight c6, and they will collect the pawn eventually. White should not try to save it now at all costs. That will come back and bite him in
And
the
also,
butt.
yeah, and also probably the problem is that the bishop is already on b2. So if you take on c5, opening the b file, then you will also need to spend the tempo to remove the bishop from the b file if you want like rook b1 or something. So
Yeah.
it doesn't really, it doesn't fit to the strategy which Parham has chosen in this position.
Yeah, and it's that's a good point you're making. And the bishop doesn't want to be on this diagonal because unless you have sustainable pressure against the pawn, it's just biting granite. So now the question is, will you get enough pressure? And the answer is probably no, because black just naturally is going to defend the pawn. Of course, you need to break with e3. Otherwise, if the bishop, like if you just play the closed position, I'm just talking about the bishop now. It's not like it's impossible for white to play the normal setup. Then the bishop will be dead on b2 and will have to reroute and ideally even trade on c5 eventually.
Yeah, would not really have such a big value, but e3 was played immediately, so keeping the pressure on the c5 before and targeting now the pawn chain from another side. Now e3, and I guess e5 is a must in the position.
Black could win a pawn now. They could take here and take here.
But
And this is now the Blumenfeld gambit, but in an unacceptable version for black. Well, this color is reversed and white is up a tempo and f6 is on the board. So this is an idea from the Blumenfeld gambit, but in this case on steroids. You really shouldn't grab this pawn. You're up a pawn and you're going to remain up a pawn, but white's development and their attack later on here somewhere on the queen side with a half open file, the center is very strong.
also queen a4 is possible at some moment to recover the pawn. So...
Maybe at some moment, yeah. Not immediately because there is simply knight c6, but now this could be a threat. I don't even think, yeah, exactly. That's why it's a threat.
Yeah.
I don't think white should be too keen on doing that because they will lose some time and black will finish development. No, you just checkmate the guy.
Yeah.
Like you could even go d5, knight d4 and claim the light squares, like here, and so on. So therefore, as you're saying absolutely correctly, I think e5 is necessary. Exclamation mark for both you and Vityugov. Well done.
Probably also
now
for
he's playing d3. That's a bit of a concession, like sign of a concession, but I'm sure he has some ideas.
And also look at this. Parham spent quite some time, 11 minutes on the move e3, fifth move, and then
Freestyling it a bit, winging it. 11 minutes, yeah. Okay, so I mean that shouldn't work, but you have to consider every time some queen h5 thingies. Like now imagine somehow the bishop ends up here. Wait, isn't that a thing?
Wait.
No, but the problem is that after b takes c5, not bishop takes c5 comes
Knight d7.
because of this. And just knight c6 first.
Knight c6.
Just switch up the move order, and then you can capture with a knight later here.
It's a pity, actually. It would have been so nice.
Yeah,
wow.
it's a nice resource, yeah. Yeah, the point is this, of course, and otherwise if you have to start taking with the bishop, then you have lost this very important bishop, and then maybe you'll never castle. You'll have to play king f7. Also, the pawn is weak. Now, clearly, you just don't want to give away this bishop.
Very sharp. I cannot even touch you. So sharp today. Finding these moves. Wow. Okay.
You know, I spent the better part of my chess career suffering in the Benko.
Oh.
This was the first opening I learned against d4, and my second opening I learned at all. First the French, then the Benko. And I suffered through my whole career until I think I stopped playing it just a few years ago. I have not stopped playing it, but I have pivoted to other openings. But when I became Grandmaster, this was still my main weapon. And even sometime after that. Now I know that I have to mix it up because there's games in the database. I love the opening, but it's hard to play against a strong preparation, or these days everybody knows the theory anyway.
I'm not playing Benko, but I played it in only one game because I just prepared. So
It's fun.
it was
Don't you agree?
it was very fun, definitely to play, because usually when I play Benko, I play against, but when I play against it, I mean, I think you know already, I play Queen C2. This so basically I don't accept Benko. Maybe not so much fun, not such a fun line for you to play because you want me to take all the time.
No, I don't. No, actually, as a Benko player, make no mistake. The only way to refute the Benko gambit is to accept the gambit. I don't mind if they don't accept the gambit, then I know that I have a good position and still some Benko ideas. No problem for me. You can play Queen C2 next Viernheim Blitz tournament.
Definitely. I mean, actually, we never played in the Blitz tournament. As I remember, we played already 2 or 3, and we didn't play a single one. So, yeah, hopefully next
someday.
one.
I promise I'll play the Banco against you.
Okay, and then
Yes.
I promise I play Queen C2, so we
Perfect.
can
We have a deal.
prepare. We can prepare the lines.
Yeah. So I think Angelika is
So
referring to this line here, Queen C2.
yeah.
Yeah, and here sometimes also there's a problem that you don't have enough firepower to defend the pawn. Like, so E4 is the idea, clearly. There is taking, for example,
D6.
and then E6.
Yeah, okay.
E6 is also possible
E6
for
is
sure.
sharp, yeah.
And then, yeah, there
There are some sharp lines.
like this.
Take E5 or something like this.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken. I'm not
It's like
really sure.
almost. Yeah, there are some
Take
lines.
E5
Like,
even, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know.
there is E5 also sometimes. Sometimes black can just sacrifice
Yeah, and
the
then
knight.
Yeah,
Okay, anyway.
I know this position because I something like this. Something like this. Yeah.
Sometimes you get
Yes.
pawns like that, but here it's a little bit over the top.
Yeah.
Yeah, and yeah, you must know that in this line, for example, knight a6 is a tricky attempt.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah, I believe here is a tricky attempt to force you to go a3, and then for example in these lines, I'll have an extra attacker. Okay, let's say something like this. I'll have an extra attacker on the d5 square, and then you can't really defend it. You have to sacrifice it, but the sacrifice, unfortunately, is kind of dangerous. Okay, anyway, so go back to our game.
Yeah. We just reversed colors, for a few
exactly.
moments. And okay, knight h6.
Whoa, yeah. Okay, so now they're both freestyling, I'm sure, although Vitugo is still playing quickly. Wow, how he could not have expected this in today's game. I think that just as overall theoretical preparation. Yeah, d3, I don't know, is kind of, sometimes you can even have ideas like this to try and exploit the weakened light squares in this diagonal. Now, I'm not suggesting bishop d3 exactly, but d3 is a bit underwhelming maybe, but okay, probably it's just the best move.
Yeah, I mean, it looks also logical because then you're not allowing any kind of d3 from black as well, like e4, d3 maybe.
Yeah, this could be a threat simply. Okay, then knight h6. So the biggest downside of the pawn on f6 is that the knight doesn't have its most natural square, so it has to go to e7
or h6.
or h6. Now that the bishop is not on c1, there's no danger of having the knight captured. Oh, nice. Congratulations.
Okay.
Wow. So Peter has just entered the room and is going to proudly present the prize, probably.
Yay.
Yes, hi guys, I'm back. This is the prize, special prize from last year, 2026. And this is a European Union chess pawn.
It's like Hungarian flag or
Yes,
Italian,
exactly.
depends how you hold.
Yes, E2, 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 D2. Yeah, I almost wanted to say E2, E4, but no, it's E2, D2. Yes, so it was a wonderful ceremony.
Nice, congratulations. So what did you get the prize for? For special achievements in the world of chess, I'm sure.
Yeah, quite a lot. Yeah, it was some very special prize. Well, they actually announced it. They were saying so many nice things that basically I stopped understanding already what's happening. I was emotionally too touched. But yes, then I also had a nice speech, and I thanked really Germany for all their support that I received throughout my chess career, because basically without German support I would have never become youngest grandmaster in the world, and I would have also not been the world championship challenger, because I received really so much from Germany, so it was a very emotional moment.
Oh, wow.
We're
Fantastic.
so happy for you.
Yeah, thanks a lot, but let's get to business. So
Yes,
what
show
happened?
must go on.
Exactly, this is the Parham game against Nikita Vityugova, I guess.
Yeah, some crazy position like reverse Benko style.
Yes.
We were leading up to the position over the board, explained some transpositions, some logics of the Benko, Blumenfeld, and Benoni structures. And now this is the position on the board. Okay, some intermediate d-take c3, probably not forced, but chosen. That's the position. What's your first impression, Peter?
Well, first impression is I like to look at the clock situation. It's 1:28 on Nikita Vityugov, so it means that this is still part of his preparation. I already suspected this because I told you guys that I have seen the Vishian and Mamedov game, how it started, and I have also been at this board, of course, with great attention, exactly at the moment when on move 4, Bishop b2 f6 had happened. And I remember that Nikita was walking towards the restroom. When I exited the door here, and when I got into the playing hall, I saw Parham was sitting there and sweating, like, okay, what is this? Because I believe that this is a line that if you play with black and you intend to play, you work out in great detail. But with white, when you play this knight fc, d5, c4 kind of move order, you are probably trying to avoid so many different things, and you want to catch your opponent by surprise with this move order, and you have some special aim, but you might not be very specifically move per move prepared in every single detail. And I think that this is exactly what we are witnessing here. On the other hand, Parham is someone who loves chess so much. I'm such a big fan of him that if you ask him, you got surprised, he will tell you, yes, but it's a very interesting position. I'm really loving it.
Yeah, I can anticipate that Parham is not entirely unlikely to get into time trouble in this position. Also, in the same vein, I'm trying to work out what's wrong with d4, just to hang on to the pawn, but I'm sure black has something up their sleeve, some ideas maybe to pressure these pawns. Not sure. At first sight, I'm not sure.
Yeah, well, d4 is the critical move.
Yeah.
And it was played, by the way. d4 just played, and knight f5 was instantly played by Nikita Vityugov, still in the book in this position.
Of course, well, actually, I think it's the starting position of his analyze, because, okay, the point is that with white, you can land in this position and then you will take it from there. But black has sacrificed the center pawn. If he doesn't know the justification, he might just lose the game without any fight. Yeah, so it's something that you really have to very carefully analyze.
I would be surprised if there's games in this, although maybe there's a few.
We
And
could try
this seems
to-
to be the critical attempt, after which maybe black is sacrificing some material. I don't know. It's hard to say. Yeah, let's check it out.
If you click on
Explore,
e4.
yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the new position.
game.
At
And
least.
if we
No
go a
problem,
bit
no position,
a bit
yes.
backwards.
That's
Okay, this position,
unfortunate.
Alexandra Kostyniuk played.
Against Krikor,
Sevak.
the Brazilian guy.
Mkhitaryan.
Yes.
Yes, the Brazilian Armenian.
Actually, this year, 2026.
Exactly. I wanted
Oh.
to say that this is something very fresh. But I would not be surprised if this is still something from the World Championship match preparation 2023 Dingliren against Jan Nepomniachtchi, because Nikita Vityugov was the main second of Jan Nepomniachtchi at that
And
match.
he's allowed to spill those secrets on the
Well,
board?
3 years later, 3 years later.
I don't know what the customs are.
And I anyway don't know. I'm just speculating that it could be, because it looks like a very deep kind of preparation. Well, after all, we are talking about Viernheim versus Baden-Baden.
Absolutely.
Yes, so
Maybe there's the clause. Maybe there's the clause. You can't use it unless it's for this match.
unless it's for something very
Bundesliga
special.
clause.
And I want to say just a few words about the tournament situation and everything. Of course, I know, Ilya, you are part of the Define team, Viernheim. And as a team member, I perfectly understand that as long as there is any theoretical chance that Viernheim will not win the championship, you have no right to say it, because this is how I would also react. But I'm a neutral spectator who is just enjoying the show. I believe that already Baden-Baden has given up himself.
Yeah.
And what they are trying to do is to make a statement. It's a prestige duel. And yes, you guys, Viernheim, deserves the title because you had such an incredible season, just incredible season. And I'm so happy for the team, for the players, because actually I love so many individually the players who are playing in Viernheim. I have tremendous respect for them. I think everybody is rooting for your team to really get this fantastic title because you deserve it. But Baden-Baden thinks like, at least we want to make life as difficult as possible. And maybe we can spoil a little bit of the celebration, the fun. And that's why I believe we're going to witness an incredible match, regardless that it basically does not really mean anything for the title.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's hope so. With maybe the luckier end for Viernheim, we now have a second objective, not only to get the title, but maybe also not lose any matches and maybe not even draw any matches, have a white vest, as they say, at the end of the season. So we'll see.
But
This
we
game
also
is
would
good.
like to have intrigue. It would be great.
Of course, yes. Yeah,
As the
let's...
spectators, it's always, because I think situation right now is the same like at the candidates tournament where Sindaro was 2 rounds before. He just needed a draw to claim a title, and okay, that's what happened. And
Yes,
here we are.
but you remember also, I think everybody who followed the candidates has already way earlier given him the title, and he was the one who, of course, professionally wanted to, not talk about potentially winning. Let me focus on on my thing. And yesterday we have still witnessed, that there was this very tough match against Wolfhagen, and that was clear that that match will be very tough. And finally, you guys succeeded with a 4.5, 3.5 victory. Parham Maksodlu saved that difficult game against Samunyankov, this Ukrainian youngster who has already showed his tremendous potential at the European Team Championship when he got the gold medal on the last board. So yeah, this is Bundesliga. There are fights everywhere, and very often you can even lose points against teams who you would think like you are the clear favorite, but there are no easy games, no easy matches. This is what Baden-Baden has actually experienced this season, right? They did not lose a match, but they made 4 draws, including yesterday. So there's just never any guarantee for success.
Just from the news, what happened so far, there has been a first game finished, and it was a draw. Zugzwang against Solingen on the board 1, Pavel Yanov against Max Warmerdam. Just wanted to update that we have already started some games have started to finish, but of course still a bit early in the round, but no decisive result. That's the most important. Okay.
Not yet. Yeah, so in this position, actually, there's 2 games of Krikor Mkhitaryan against 2 ladies. Alexandra Kostenyuk and Anna Shukman, the shooting star from the star from Russia. This looks like a Title Tuesday game. Their ratings are very high. So
I'm kind of sure that also Alexandra's game is Title Tuesday.
But then why are their ratings low? I don't know.
Actually.
Yeah, a question, yes.
So this could be a speciality of Krikor Mkhitaryan, and Queen D2 was featured in both those games. One was lost by Black, and the other one was drawn. But this is not the same position.
Yeah, because Black started knight c6 in this game.
So small difference. Yeah, and this is going to be a tough one. This is not going to be an easy one for Parham, but he likes these challenges. He likes to dig deeply into those positions. They are fascinating to him. That's one of the reasons I'm sure that he's such a strong chess player. He enjoys these moments. But what's the move here? Queen d2?
Yeah, Queen d2 is the move that I would like to calculate first if I'm white, because it maintains tension, it keeps the center, and also when I know that my opponent is still in book, then if I play d4, d5 and I invite all these sacrifices, and I'm sure that this is the first thing that Black checks, then automatically my heart says no, don't. I'm not even interested figuring it out, because I might burn half an hour for absolutely nothing. And that's why it's much more practical to try to look for a sensible alternative which avoids any direct confrontation and maybe somehow stabilizes the position.
Yeah, absolutely. He still will have to check this move just in case it's the only good move. But let's stick to Queen d2. Where's Black's compensation coming from? There is e4, of course, forcing the knight to go back to g1, most likely. d4 is supported just enough for now. Probably e4, right?
Well, but if e4, then you release the tension in the center, yeah,
Absolutely.
and then where is the break? The question will be that black has to justify, black has to open up something, and that's why the move Queen d2 is humanly such a critical move, yeah, because we maintain our assets in the center, and let's not let that bishop from f8 come to life, because if that bishop comes to life, then our king on e1 will not find any safe shelter anywhere in the board. So I'm actually a little bit puzzled to understand how
there-
black some b6.
World in which b6 is a move, just trying to get the bishop out and grab this pawn and disregard, like stop counting pawns at this point, sacrifice one.
Yes, but
In
this
for a
position,
penny.
I think it's typically the b6 move is that you mentioned that this is for you natural. I also think like it's natural, but when you are at the board and you have to think without a computer, one could say that okay, you can just think for 2 hours, and how do you come to a final conclusion of the position? This is the difficult stuff for us now commentators. It's very easy that black can play b6 now. Parham of course has to look at all the consequences. Nikita for sure knows actually his stuff. Something very similar but even more radical was yesterday's Anand against Livaich game, right? With
Yeah.
all these crazy complications.
And full preparation from Levi.
Yes.
And basically there was like only one line which was like including the g4, the same move what he played, but including the g4 move was winning, but not much giving it much better position. But in this position, is Parham thinking also about something which black can do on the king side, like g5, g4 or something like
Or
this?
G6.
G5.
Or G6, bishop H6 also suddenly.
Very nice.
Oops.
The bishop
Also.
is getting activated.
It's not even clear that d5 is a threat. I don't know. Maybe these positions are still kind of dangerous for white sometimes.
Positional
know.
compensation. Yeah, the pawn on E3 is very vulnerable. White will have trouble castling.
Yeah, something like this. I could imagine easily.
The bar does not
maybe
like
just
it.
take. Yeah,
Maybe
take.
just take, yeah, and then somehow it's low. I don't believe in
the
this
same,
G pawn moving. No, I think B6 should be the move, yeah? Or even B6 is not the move.
Whoa.
Wow.
What is then? I was thinking take, give a check, and land on e3, but there's king f2 also.
There is king f2, yes. That was the move that I also...
Oh wait, but then knight takes d4 and some...
No, because queen is on...
Queen is on e7.
Queen is on e7, yeah.
The
But that
computer
seems to
likes
be
it.
it.
Wow.
Yeah, takes,
Maybe
takes.
now g something, g6, huh?
Yeah, but then also bishop d3 and then queen e2 check.
What about now b6?
Yeah, that's a big question that maybe this ed b6 inclusion, no, but b6 we have to kind of dismiss according to the computer. It's
The
crazy.
check is pointless, right? Unless there's some tactic.
But this is what Parham is faced with, that actually he first has to even understand that what is the idea of black, yeah, because
What
it's
is
not...
a threat?
Yes, what is he supposed to be afraid of or should somehow avoid?
Nope.
No, you cannot weaken.
But g6 here.
You need a brilliant move.
g6.
Brilliant enough.
Take g6.
Okay.
And then
so-
bishop d3, bishop h6, queen e2
But-
check.
Can't take on d4 still.
Can't take, yes. So bishop h6, but and then just king f7,
King
yeah.
f7.
And
Then castles and still continues. Oh my god.
continues, but
Okay.
not for the computer, yeah.
Nope.
Wow, not
King of
King this.
he lands
no,
something on e3. No,
Ah,
but he
yeah,
puts
probably.
knight e3. But
Oh yeah,
crazy.
this allows castling.
Oh, and there is no.
You shall not
castle.
pass.
there is no castles, yeah, but that you are unable to kick this knight away, and black's
And
king is
bishop
still
c1, queen d4.
knight d4,
knight
and
d4,
then
yes.
and then yeah, takes
That's
queen
right.
d4, yes,
Interesting.
yeah.
Wow.
Wow.
It took us it took some doing to get even to this line, but he has to go much deeper, of course. And at some point, it becomes a betting game, right? You can't know; you have to bet.
And also you have to calculate all the moves, including take on d4, without take on d4,
Exactly.
and then evaluate every position, which is
Yes.
incredibly tough.
And you don't have a bar who tells you that, guys, yeah, now the turn.
Dig
This
deeper,
is,
yeah.
this is not the direction. Yes, and that's why always whenever I'm doing the comment, I like not to see the computer moves, and I like to make mistakes, because if I make mistakes, it means that how difficult it is for the players there, and then we can somehow envision ourselves in the shoes of the players that, okay, how difficult, how complex it is. And you are fighting for your team also, yeah. There is this additional pressure that you certainly with white want to make pressure. On the other hand, you know exactly that if suddenly something goes wrong and you lose for your team with the white pieces, you are causing a lot of harm to your team. So it's never easy to find the balance, yeah.
But then, okay, in this position, we couldn't quite find the way to go with white. Oh, d5.
This is a mess.
And what about bishop
apparently.
c5? Sacrifice?
Even the
Yeah.
engine changes its opinion.
Yeah, we will.
I mean,
sacrifice.
one of the objectives here for Parham will be to kick Nikita out of prep as soon as possible
Yes.
without hurting his position. That's going to be quite a challenge.
But the problem right now is that Parham spent already half of his time. He has 45 minutes on the clock in this position. So, yeah, it will be really tough.
And he hasn't even found out the problem yet. Yes, this is
And
the
move?
trick.
The move is not even 10th move. Move number 9.
Oh, number 9.
But that's classic Parham. He's used to that. He knows how to deal with it. Speaking of time management, Peter, I really wanted to ask you.
We have some
Vincent's game.
questions. Yeah.
So, I don't know, maybe it's a broadcast error, but he thought for 17 minutes before he played c3. Is that possible?
It is possible.
I understand he's choosing, remembering, anticipating what the opponent knows, what could be the preparation. But how is it justified in a competitive setting to spend 17 minutes here? And then he starts blitzing. Okay, so he clearly chose some line that he knew. But these 17 minutes, they will come back eventually and potentially haunt him a little bit, bite him in the butt.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
What would you tell him as a coach?
Yeah, don't spend those 70 minutes. But okay, I think here we also have to come back to this, that first of all, Vincent played 1e4. It's something that he started playing, but it's not his childhood opening. Yeah, he just recently started playing against Aravind. Is basically meaning that you have zero idea to guess what he will do, because he can play any kind of stuff. They do have quite some history. Last year in Prague, Aravind shocked Vincent with some crazy line in the Queen's Gambit accepted and crushed Vincent in like 20 moves. And then Vincent took revenge in Vaikanzi this year inside d4 in some very sharp line similar to Sindarov against Pragnananda from the candidate, this completely crazy kind of Carlsbad, Cambridge Springs, Lagozin kind of mix. And then Vincent also played 1e4 in Prague against Aravind, and Aravind played the Philidor. Yeah, so
Battle.
yes, there are different battles. Yesterday and the day before, Vincent was still playing the online event, yeah, which was very unfortunate that these two brilliant events clashed. This actually hurt my heart very much, because I have respect for both events, and I have respect for all the organizers, I have respect for all the players, and it is just not right, yeah, that this definitely has to be avoided in the future, because, for example, then we would still have had Abdusatolov and Duda also playing here for Viernheim. Vincent would have not been playing yesterday against MVL instead of playing together in Baden-Baden. Yeah,
They could play here.
it's like crazy. Yeah, and the good thing that finally I find that destiny somehow equalized things, that the championship was anyway decided. Yeah, so it was not like one of the teams fell victim of this situation, and then because of this, something influences. So, you know, as a sports fan and always who thinks about fair play and the best should win, this is that healed my wounds. That okay, this is okay. This is the season of Viernheim, but for the future, yes, let's just do everything in our power to make sure that this will not happen, because it's just very unfortunate for everyone. So
And there is another issue, yeah, which is coming in summer. We have a clash. So there is this calendar clashes. So we will have Grandchester clashing together with the Esports World Cup, which of course it's kind of another organization. It includes chess as one of the sports that they're being taking as an esport at that moment, and also some of the players have to make their choice. Peter, what do you think? How could it be resolved? How like communication? What is the issue in this?
Well, you know that I was always famous for making many draws in my life, yeah, and that has also actually it had a connection to that. I'm always liking harmony. I don't like confrontation. I want that for each side things are good, yeah, and I basically all my life played chess with the intention to improve my position. I had never any intention of beating my opponent or having any aggressive thoughts about, I have to win because of this or that. I just want to play my game. So if I play my game and I can outplay my opponent, I'm perfectly happy with. Yeah, then it's great because I managed to win a game because it's not even clear where my opponent made a mistake, for example. That was like the true art in my mind, that if he plays well, then okay, draw because I have tremendous respect. Chess, in my mind, it's firstly and mostly is respect of your opponent. Yeah, because finally we're in the same shoes. We are both sacrificing our lives for chess. And that's why I wish only the very best for my opponents always. So knowing this, then it's clear that I want this problem to be solved in the best possible way for all the people involved. But I don't know if it's still possible. Yeah, that's the big question. But I do hope that for the future things like this will be avoided, because it's a big loss for the chess world, for the chess fans, for the players, for everybody.
Hopefully it will get resolved in some way, and also for the future, this Bundesliga weekend, that somehow either Bundesliga will be considered, or Bundesliga team will consider also such events as chess.com, which I think it was, of course, much later announced, because Bundesliga usually is not like 1 year ahead.
Yeah, well, more than 1 year ahead. But there is also a little bit the problem, I think, with Schachbundesliga, that Schachbundesliga is very well known in Germany. Yeah, it has the main priority, but many of the news are known in Germany, inside Germany, but the outside world has very little knowledge of what's really happening.
Luckily, we're here to change that now.
Exactly.
Yes,
that was the main goal. I was feeling like I want to come here. I heard about this clash. Let's just tell everyone, that there is this conflict of interest, and because of lack of communication, lack of information. Yeah? And once already both sides schedule their event, then it is very unpleasant, very difficult to move. Yeah, because already you kind of thought like everything is taken care of. And then you end up in a situation like this. So if there is communication from the very beginning, then I think this situation can be avoided in the future, and I'm very positive about this.
Looking forward
We'll
to
see.
that.
Sometimes it might not be avoidable, because the chess calendar is filling more and more and more and more throughout the last years, which is, of course, something that we embrace. It's great that the players have these opportunities. I have one question for you regarding your need for harmony. So first of all, I was thinking, you're like the polar opposite to Viktor Korchnoi.
Yes.
So together you would be the perfect player. Is that something that you would like to change? You would have liked to change maybe earlier or now, just to get, more killer instinct? I believe the character trait associated with that is disagreeableness. Magnus describes himself as quite disagreeable. I remember in one interview, he was asked, what's your biggest weakness, or what's something that your wife has problems with? I don't know. I don't remember the question. He said, I think I consider myself quite disagreeable. And I think that's the quality of many world champions, that they want to fight. They want to beat the opponent. They have this killer instinct. That's something that you would like to change in hindsight, or not so much?
Well, yeah, it's also about character in life. And I think I have also benefited a lot about thanks to this belief that I had. So I don't really have any regrets. One thing I made sure, but actually Vincent already had a very good direction when I started working with him, just 1 week before he turned 13, that forget about draws. That draws are fine if it's very hard fought, but if a stronger player offers you a draw and you feel like you have the better chances, and that's the reason why your opponent offers a draw, then okay, just forget about it, just dismiss it, refuse it, and continue playing. But Vincent, even at one point, overdone it. It was completely crazy. He was leading the Politiken Cup in Copenhagen, and together with the legendary Simon Agdestein. And it was in 2018. Vincent was just 13 years old. They are leading. After like 7 rounds or 8 rounds.
It was the same year that he won Grank.
Yeah, exactly. In the summer. And Vincent plays a very solid opening that I taught him the semi-tarash with black. He plays the absolute main variation. So basically, in every variation there, black is playing very precisely to neutralize white's initiative. And the starting position, I understand, because probably he was already a little bit tired in the tournament, and he was like thinking like, okay, I will guarantee a shared first prize with Vincent together. And he offered him a draw in the main position with white by playing the best move in the position, and Vincent refused with black, and then had to play some 20 good moves to actually hold the game to a draw. Yes,
but he learned the skill necessary to find the 20 next best moves.
Exactly.
Right? So long term and short term can be at a contrast, like at a contradiction with each other. Short term, get the prize, get the money, do something good with it, maybe get a good coach, hire Peter for 24/7 instead of just a few training classes. But long term is going to be good for him to play out, even like, who cares? He lost the game with 13, but now he's practiced things. He had the opportunity of practicing more positions, more openings, and now he's switching to 1e4, I understand. Not switching so much as taking it up into his repertoire to become even more universal, which I think his style is already very universal.
Yes, it is very universal. We can see it in freestyle events, that he's actually so happy playing different type of positions. And one thing that I was very not upset is not the word, but feeling sorry for Vincent, that he had to go to school. In Germany it's obligatory to go to school. And as a coach, I felt like, when Vincent was like 13, 14, that I would already so much like to bring him into E4. That I felt my heart was, screaming for it. But I simply understood that there is just no time, because whenever we went to a tournament like Vakanze together, it was absolutely crazy that one day before he's still writing exams in school, then we go to Vakanze, almost like 3 weeks of full attention in chess, everything. Then after the 3 weeks of training, playing the tournament and doing the preparation, the training during the tournament, you suddenly have millions of questions that, this we should be working on, we have to analyze the games, everything. And what happens to poor Vincent? The next day he comes back, he has to go to school, forget about chess, forget about everything that we would like to do, and even to catch up the material that he missed out in school I was going crazy. I was absolutely going out crazy, because I remember that compared to my childhood, when it was all about chess, it's a complete handicap.
I totally agree. I have the same problem right now. I'm working as a coach, and one of my students is 10 years old, Vizemeister, quite strong, and he also has to attain school while his competitors don't. But I still force him to play all kinds of openings. E4, D4, doesn't matter, even if that comes at the expense of force. I advise, recommend. Even if that comes at the expense of short-term results, what's going to be important is long-term, that he needs to have the foundation as early as possible. Then he will feel like a fish in the sea in old structures. It is a competitive disadvantage for sure. But now Vincent has caught up. Like, while in the earlier days, when he was young and he was competing with like all the Indians and some other strong players of his age cohort, they were a little bit ahead of him. But he has caught up for what he seems to have missed out. And he was world number 4 for some times. So do you think it's caught upable? It's possible to catch up on having to go to school? Or do you think this potential can, to some degree, never be restored?
Well, I was actually very much hoping that by working with Vincent, I'm the one who is making sure that all this lost time with school will be compensated. I actually felt very much. That's why I also had this tremendous responsibility towards Vincent all the time, and he became like a family member, that I'm thinking basically 24/7 about this, that what is good for Vincent, how things. That's why I also stopped playing chess myself, because I don't have any time and energy to think about what is good for myself. I always think, like since 2018, that what should happen and things like this, in order that Vincent progresses. And one thing I have to say, that I already, when I started, I was saying that I'm not signing up to help Vincent become grandmaster or grandmaster as quickly as possible. I'm absolutely not interested about this. I want to create him the chance to become a world-class player. Open him the way. Finally, the player himself has to go this way. No coach, nobody can guarantee anything. You give all what you can, but it comes down to the player, that how much energy, how much talent, how much willingness he has to really sacrifice into this road,
Yeah.
to live like a samurai, basically, because you really have to forget about everything and just channel all
Just
your
focus,
energy
yeah.
on chess. And Vincent has done tremendously well, and we always spoke about this, that the result of one game or one event or whatever should never distract the attention from the overall picture. And for example, now also think about Pragnananda, one of the main competitors of Vincent. He had a rough candidate tournament, and but I'm very much rooting that this was just like a one tournament, and this is how I think like this, that already now, for example, in Grand Chess Tour starts, maybe he will be again playing fantastically, because all these boys are just amazing personalities. I'm really liking it, and also I love the fact that they come along together. There is rivalry because they are so strong and they are trying to outclass each other and to show that I'm one step ahead or like this. But they are so much rooting for each other, and actually they are getting the energy, the motivation that, for example, look at this, what's happening between Sindov and Abdusatulov. That Abdusatulov lost all his ratings suddenly because of a bad period, and then he got knocked out in the World Cup. Sindov started to win the World Cup, and then Abdusatulov started to win everything. Everything, it just, and the same happened between Prague and Gukesh, that Prague was ahead, then suddenly Gukesh qualified for the candidates as well in the very last minute, then he won the candidates, became world champion, and so-called Pragnananda was having a rough time in 2024, and then 25 he won everything in the first half, Vajkanzi, Bucharest, Grand Chess Tour, and so many things. It's just, for me, really, it's a pleasure to be part of this era and to see all of them develop like this.
And I think quite an issue that you're raising with this, school issue, because I've had some interviews with the players from like different continents, for example, from India, from some players from Turkey, the younger generation like Edis and Yas and so on. And I feel like there is, in Europe, there is this must of attending schools, something that maybe could be changed for the people who are like athletes and who have the special accomplishment in the field. Because I was talking, for example, to Alina Roberts, and it was very tough for her to improve as much as her same age players, because she had to attend schools all the time. She had classes, she had this, I don't know how many percent, like 90% attendance rate. She had to do like all the exams. At the same time, the Indian chess players, they had a huge support. You have like to pass some program throughout like one semester, you pass exam, and then you continue, and then you're playing, and then you're free. How do you see it can be changed in Europe, in Germany, or other countries?
Well, this is exactly what happened to me. That basically what was it? 89. 89. I was like 9 years old, and I was missing like over 150 days in school. And the director invited my mother that he would like to talk to my mother. And then my mother went to the director, and then the director said, I see that your son Peter, we know that he's very talented. Also in school, I was so-called one of the very best. But this is not sustainable, that we have to find a solution. And he suggests that why don't we try that I will only start to make exams every half a year. We said, thank you very much. Thank you, perfect. We absolutely agree. And then from that this year we already finished like it is, no problem, because I'm actually, whenever I'm coming, I'm writing perfect exams and so on. But then from next year we start like this. So my school was that basically like Christmas holidays, I was learning for school till like 4th or 5th of January. Then I made my exams in the next couple of days. And then from 12th of January, I was heading to Vajkanzi to play the tournament. So those 2 weeks spent in the Christmas holidays was my studying in that half year. And then in June, we also had this like 2 weeks of very intensive, then like 15, 16 hours of work on school subjects, and then finish. So basically 11 months of my life was devoted to chess, and just 1 month, not even 1 month was really spent on school per year.
Yeah, what a great
Perfect.
support. Maybe.
And this was possible, just sorry to add, thanks to the Polgars. That if you
Or
have
the
watched
Trailblazers.
exactly, if you have watched the Queen of Chess, yeah, the Netflix documentary, then the father Laszlo Polgár describes and explains how difficult it was for them back then to start this thing, and then suddenly it was already established in Hungary thanks to the Polgár family, that if your son is exceptionally talented in some field, then we are ready to support this way.
Hopefully Vincent can start this trend also in Germany.
Exactly, this is what I'm hoping, but actually he did finish school, yeah, so he showed that it's possible to combine things, but I believe that it is more of an exception than the rule, and really I remember that, but that's why I was also saying that don't feel any pressure that Ali Reza is running ahead, all the Indian boys are, because you should not be comparing yourself to them. You have to think about your situation, and if you feel like you are giving everything what you can, then finally the results will come.
And they have come. I guess he was top 4 in the world. Got to the.
Yeah, number 4. But actually, I don't like this number 4,
Okay,
number
yeah,
5,
fine.
whatever. What I like is that he established himself among top 10. Yeah, this is what for me matters, because like after every half a point in a tournament, you are 4th, 5th, or 6th, or 7th. It also depends on the other players. You have brilliant players. Now, Sindelov had an incredible run. Giri played fantastically. So it is not a problem. Important that he's part of it and keeps on working very hard. The Grand Chess Tour is coming up in Bucharest. One thing is crazy, that just one day between Bucharest and Norway chess. So it is like absolutely crazy schedule for many players. And but here we are back to the game. So Vincent actually opted for bishop g5. This is a very typical kind of way of the bishop will not go to g5, and after h6 white will not play bishop h4. The bishop will head back to e3, and then later you want to get that extra tempo hitting on h6 exactly as you describe, and the white knight from f1 probably will land on g3 sooner or later. Anyway, and you try to combine all the elements of the position.
You guys are still working together, right? Vincent and you.
Of course, we just finished the training camp
okay.
5 days ago.
So maybe he
something,
can come and show his game, and you guys can discuss it live on the
Yes.
on the show.
Yeah, if he's ready to do that, then for sure. But okay, let him first play the game.
Yes,
No, no,
yes.
of course.
But
Yes.
it's so interesting. We have these clashes. In the first board, it's like the legend clashes, Shahryar Mamedyanov against Vishwananand. On second board, we have the younger generation, Aravind against Vincent. What I'm interested in is the fourth board, because there we have this Rustam Kasimjanov against Yoris Khan, who is now become the youngest 2700 rating player, like putting the record of VE on like more than 1 year. So like with only 14 years, and now he's risking this rating, because he could have had for the 1st of May official rating over 2700, but he's playing the Bundesliga for the team of Viernheim and trying to fight. And also yesterday he was trying to push all the time with this crazy position blowing on the clock. Today he's facing Rustam.
Yeah, well, I would like to say a few words about Edomus. Incredible talented, incredible hardworking, very dedicated. I'm super impressed. Whenever I read about all these new records and like this, I'm shaking my head that I'm not impressed. This because you cannot compare things with each other. Yeah, that what happened 15 years ago, the ratings were different, everything. But what Edomus is achieving, regardless of rating, what is his status, is something incredible. Yeah, because he has not only skyrocketed with the rating, but he played Vaikanze tournament. The way he played, the result that he showed, just shows that he's already like a world-class player. Yeah, and we are talking about someone who is just 14 years old. Yeah, this actually also means that how much it means to have the support. Yeah, that he got from the very beginning, and that he got such a fantastic coach as Shahryar Mamedyanov, who has basically also given up his own ambitions in order to try to get the maximum benefit for Edomus. It's just a fantastic kind of story. And forget about rating. If he draws, wins, or loses, it will simply not change the fact that he is something extraordinarily special, and he will have his rating If not today, then tomorrow or after tomorrow. Just let him play and enjoy chess.
Yeah, and very nicely said. Definitely. I mean, of course, whenever you get something, one game will not change what you have established. But what a position we have here! All the pieces are hanging. Knight on d7 is hanging for white. Knight on c3. Rook on f1. What is going on?
So that's quite typical stuff. Black often sacrifices the pawn on b5 in these closed Catalan positions, and then, yeah, normally if white. Okay, wait. He has
Yeah,
already
this is
played
very
d4.
special.
Yeah, this
Yes,
is the concrete stuff.
exactly.
Some concrete stuff. Oh, queen a5 here. All right. Yeah. So the idea is, well, usually the pawn is on e2, and then you can get the pawn back under some circumstances with black by exploiting the pin. But here there is some tension in center, which makes everything very concrete. And Jais is clearly not in book here, but he's finding the most critical and the best moves. Maybe Rustam has seen something like this before. Definitely a clash of generations. The former world champion again. So many ex-world champions. And this beast of calculation. Always a little bit behind on the clock, but trying to play it precisely as possible. A lot of imbalances here, material imbalances. Probably white will end up down the exchange, but with the bishop pair, one pawn or two. Yeah, we'll see. But now it's just calculation.
Yeah, it looks very dangerous for black. In
Yeah, I
general,
agree.
intuitively it says
Yeah.
that please take my exchange,
Take
I
it,
don't care, the
whatever.
light squares
Yeah,
and
it's-
everything. I'm worried for him. But yeah, it also shows courage. Yeah, he's so young and he was caught by surprise in the opening. He spends time, and then just to come up with all these b5 and then queen a5 kind of things, it's quite impressive. Let's just go back to that position after e4, bishop a6, b3, move 10. Because usually I think the typical reaction, because white has already achieved after b3, is something like d takes c4, b takes c4, e5, d takes e5, knight g4, and some crazy bishop f4, g5, crazy mess. Yeah. Somehow I even have the feeling that when I, as a secret helper, helped out Team Vichy during a training camp in 2012, prior to the Gelfand match, Rustam was of course the main member. Then we discussed this position. Actually, we discussed this position, and I'm already now kind of feeling the big interest after the game. I will run to Rustam and ask him, Rustam, wasn't this what we discussed, together? Because it looks very familiar, but it's like 14 years ago. Absolutely crazy. Just to say that I believe that was one of the best teams ever that happened in the chess history, that team of Vichy. With Peter Heine Nielsen, Kasim Janov, Ganguly, Radek Wojtaszek, just amazing. And I was very good friends of many of the players, and of course with Vichy, and it was so much fun discussing and analyzing together so many things.
Super team.
Yeah, it was fantastic. Yeah. So, but this is a completely different. We could analyze for 1 week this without computer, but we don't have the luxury. I just wanted to highlight that. Yeah, this actually has this story and potential of going very wild. But if you don't know, then you cannot enter. And then Adomus had to look for an alternative. And I don't know if it will work or not work, but that he came up with this b5 and then CD, ED, queen a5 at all. This already shows some incredible imagination, because, okay, it can simply be losing. Yes, because if some amateur player plays this, you just tell him that no, you cannot do this kind of things. But then
this and these rules,
yes, but then we also know that it was played randomly. Yeah, and of course it's a mistake. But here it was done on purpose. Yeah, so I'm not a believer in Black's play, but I'm impressed nevertheless that he was reacting the way he did.
Okay, now 35 minutes for Jais against 1 hour and 15 minutes, so over half time that Jais has Rustam in this position.
We're used to that too. Jais is usually down on the clock, but luckily for him, he's an excellent blitz player, so it's not a big difference to him whether he has to spot the moves immediately or has some time to think. That being said, of course, time management will be a topic he will have to address in his career. But right now, let's try to understand what's actually going on. So many sensible forcing moves in this position. So as Black, you would have to start checking, of course. These two, maybe knight g4.
Checks,
Not
capture
sure.
threats. Let's take
Exactly.
something.
Chess is so simple. At least that's how you start, but where you'll end up, that's a different story.
Yes.
So,
So what
I
do
don't know,
we
let's
take?
try bishop f1. It's the most material you can gain in one move in this position.
Yeah, then probably we take bishop takes f1. Yeah. That's...
Oh, you want to take with a bishop?
Yes, because this c4 square is somehow smiling on me.
Yeah. Let's see.
Oh,
Yeah, because I'm already looking forward this e8 takes f7, bishop c4 or whatever it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so let's say b takes c3.
Yes, so I
Guess
have
we'll
to take on
here.
d7.
Wait, is there bishop c4 after rook g7?
Maybe,
Probably not. Yeah.
maybe, but
Or knight g5.
but you have some
Not
knight
likely.
d5s, yeah.
Yeah.
So let's
probably
take on
here.
d7, and then we will support it with knight e5.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know how is black surviving this, because the bar says it's not so bad. And this is one of the advantage of the younger generation, that for us older guys, we always want to have everything under control. Yeah, we are used to this. This was the way how we were thinking. But they have been analyzing so much with the computer that they know that for the computer, actually every chaos is everyday business.
Yeah.
And if you work this way, yeah, and you develop your brain in the childhood accordingly, then you don't mind chaos. Yeah, so this is one of the reasons why I feel like the younger generation plays a completely different type of chess, because their first and automatic reaction is not stability, but something else as well.
When we used to improve in chess, we were adhering to rules and strategies and concepts, and we're trying to make sense of chess in this way. Right now, there's no rules. There's just concrete stuff. Of course, eventually they need to learn like the classic strategic approaches to certain types of positions and structures. But what's the first priority is, well, what does it mean, like move by move? Does it work or does it not work? So guys probably is not moralizing the position. This should be good, should be bad, but just is calculating.
Yes,
I was
and
trying-
he captured on c3 first, and I like this more. I don't want to give out that light square bishop so easily. Computer doesn't like it, but humanly I think this is so much more natural, because look at that bishop on a6. Whenever black plays then knight d5, for example, then the queen on e3 will be very unfortunate piece. Once you give up that light square bishop, then always white will have the comfort.
and now, for example, if white is taking,
d5 probably here now, I'm just realizing.
But
probably not,
it's
yeah.
nothing is
maybe
happening.
bishop c4.
I don't know. I
Well,
was
queen e4 and then bishop c4 is coming, everything.
struggling to find a move here. But okay.
Maybe you
I
just
wanted
move
to
the bishop to d6. You know, you might be just a computer and play bishop. Can you just try bishop d6? I thought like maybe bishop d6 is the
Yeah,
this,
this, take, now take on d7, bishop
and
d6.
bishop d6.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the typical computer move. You know, if I would be playing there, I wouldn't know, I don't like it. I'm sitting here, I can immediately guess that, for sure, it's what computer means.
At least try to swap the bishop here or something. It's something that makes sense. You want to do something more than just a defensive
Yeah,
move, right?
because
But-
I want to get the d7 pawn. And after bishop d6, if knight e5, then bishop takes e5, and we take on d7. And we eliminate that pawn, yeah? So this is kind of the justification of computer.
yeah.
So
okay.
bc3 happened on the board, and now the question is, what can white do? Will white
Has to
take on
take
d7?
here.
But after,
Calculate this.
but
Wait,
after-
there might be a point here because this one is hanging.
Ooh,
Yeah, but still,
but you can even play king.
You have to check it.
h8.
you have to
But
check it.
e7 is hanging.
But then you have look a to f8. You will
Yeah.
you will defend everything. Knight g5, look a f8,
Yeah, just right.
and say thank you very much.
Yeah, no
Doesn't
follow up
really
here.
matter.
Goes
Yeah,
to-
nice.
No.
Okay, so we have to take here.
He has to take on d7.
And maybe again bishop b6, so maybe something else. Yeah. Maybe now the queen is running short on squares, as I think you mentioned.
Well, but knight d5 is queen e4. It's not the end of the world.
Yeah, but still have a light square bishop.
Yeah, you have the light square bishop. Yeah.
What's the difference here? Well, maybe just rook e1 or rook d1 at least.
Yeah, apparently there is a huge difference. Yeah. Yeah, interesting and very confusing. Yeah.
The bishop has not committed to recapturing, so maybe sometimes the king can take and the bishop can wreak some havoc on this diagonal.
Yeah, difficult to say, but
But he can still throw in captures here, right? So he can still do that.
I'm not sure if you can.
This is the position, we're expecting this. You're not sure if he can take?
Yeah, I'm not sure now. Okay, computer confuses me
yeah,
completely.
yeah.
Because
Well, I think we can expect this,
yes,
and then put.
bishop
but-
What's
f1.
the idea? This?
But
or-
here, basically, if white takes with the bishop on f1, that would be transposition to the
Exactly,
same position. So it means
exactly.
there is some other move, like queen
This
e7.
is slightly better version apparently.
Yeah, no, this is
That's
fine
not
for
it.
black because
That's
then we
not it.
change the. No,
then
what I
king
wanted
takes
to
over.
say that if we would be not.
King f1.
Yeah, crazy, absolutely crazy to step into check and so on. That if we don't have the evil bar, then I would automatically think that against bishop f1, always automatically take back bishop f1, and I'm kind of happy. I don't know how much of an advantage I have, but I'm so-called happy. But that here,
But that's the difference. The rook is hit
yeah.
to some degree, like
But-
in a.
Do you
But
want
okay.
to take, for example, I'm giving it. If you take the rook, I take bishop e5, d, knight d7, and please take the rook, and I'm super happy.
Yeah, let's check.
Yeah.
So like in a normal world,
Yes. Please
you would
take my
expect
rook.
that that's the
Yes.
thing.
And I'm happy with black. Why should I not be happy? I'm very active. The bishop on c1 is bad. I have this good c3 pawn. I have the d5
Okay, one
square.
is also still
Yes.
standing there. It's not.
This is a very sharp kind of position.
Maybe I can even throw in some e6.
For sure, against the computer, we would be in a lot of trouble. That's
Where would you be?
guaranteed. Yes, but in a practical game, this is all.
Well, this seems to be one of the better lines. Interesting. So maybe here it's also better. Would have been better, or at least an interesting alternative to capture with the king. Oh, apparently it's very similar in eval, at least. Two different paths.
No, but the evil bar somehow changes so much because of this move order. But I don't think that the players will actually understand. Or I would be very impressed by Rustam if he
Wait, but if I
really navigates
if I
this.
just move the rook somewhere.
But you
No,
lost the
that's
piece
right.
already
Yeah,
in
yeah,
knight b6.
Yeah, I want to take on f7, grab
look
e7 or knight g5 or something.
No, but
so-
I play always look f7 and
I
also then
understand.
look f8, and
I
I will
understand, but-
protect e7.
But I'm expecting there's some resource that the engine will see. So,
No.
I don't know. Probably not.
Okay, put it. Rook e1, knight b6. I'm a believer for black. Takes rook f7 because knight
Yeah.
g5, rook
No, no,
e8.
there's-
I think this is the only simple thing that we can more or less understand that this works for black.
We shouldn't be worried about our.
They
rook
shouldn't
one.
be. Exactly.
Okay, I suggest that we let the players think. Did they play the move or not? Because there's something. No.
What else?
I
Knight
suggest
g5?
to
Let
move
me
to the
also
other
put,
game.
yeah, let's put it on the side and
Yeah.
you also have better access.
So I suggest to move to the next game because something crazy is going on. Jordan against Etienne Bacro. So we were talking earlier about the Italian and Hungarian flag. Here we have the Netherlands flag and French. So also,
You don't have any simple, solid chess today for some reason, apparently. Nobody's trying to draw and kill the game with black. It's
This
just
is a
exciting
prestige.
stuff.
It's a prestige duel. Yeah, this Viernheim, Baden-Baden. This is how I kind of expected and envisioned. In one way, there would be probably much more suspense in a tournament situation if there would have been still much more practical chances for Baden-Baden. But I think the reason why we are getting this incredible fight is exactly that it is about prestige. It is about prestige. There is no pressure on the players that who will be champion. Viernheim will be champion. Finish. That's it. But let's try to show that.
We have honor.
Yes, that we can.
We can,
And also, I think one of the things that Viernheim did in the last couple of years that they started to dominate Baden-Baden in their direct encounter. Yeah, and these kind of things are sitting in the players. Yeah, who knows that if, for example, now Viernheim with this fantastic season, they even win this match, or if they suddenly Baden-Baden wins this match, then maybe the players will feel that, wait a second, okay, Viernheim became champion, but we are so much looking forward to next season because we feel like we turned the tides. Yeah, so there are so many different kind of intrigues in this match. So I think we are thrilled.
and also the truth is that last night we just at the dinner we told that you will be commentating. So please, players, show us some action in the game. So they're doing it, of course, for you because you're here with us. But okay,
But-
what position? What happened? How the queen got to h2?
Yes, let's go to the very beginning. I think just to go through the moves. I've been in the playing hall. I have also witnessed this all the way till g4, move 7, g4, and Etienne was thinking.
That's the new fashion here, 94. idea being could be rather a checkmate here.
Yes.
If
Yes.
White doesn't play their cards right.
Don't try this, but yeah, bishop g2. I think that okay, everybody knows that Jordan is one of the most creative players in the elite circle, and I'm so happy for him that he started moving forward. Yeah, because I already sense for a very long time that he has tremendous potential, but he was somehow stuck there. Yeah, that he could. Yeah, he reached 2700, but then he fell back, or he was a little bit above, but he managed to break out of this. And I think that gives him tremendous amount of energy, motivation. Also, we'll get more and more invitations and so on. He's a very
He got
hot
one
player.
already a couple days ago for the Grand Chess Tour.
Yes, he in Bucharest because Aronyan withdraw something.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
I just heard. Yeah, I'm very happy. I'm a very huge Jordan fan. I just find it really incredible that in this today's modern chess, when it is so difficult to find ideas.
I'm extremely sorry to interrupt. We have to go back to the board where we just been because there was an update and the line which Ilya suggested was played on the board,
Wow.
which according to our evaluation bar was not so clear.
Wow, well,
Wow.
basically Rustam goes for the wrong direction. You know, we talked about that. Rook takes f7 and rook ef8. This is what I think Yagis had foreseen maybe 1 hour ago. Yeah,
Wow.
because this is knight g5 rook ef8. It's working in black's favor.
But what has Rustam seen here? He wanted to go for this line.
Okay, what about this?
No, I don't mind.
Grabbing a piece, but okay.
I'm not a believer, but also after knight e5 I could have
There's
also captured on e5.
There's
I
also
think
knight d5 maybe.
There must be something that he's seeing. Clearly, it's possible for him to see rook f7, and he's looking at these moves. And
Yeah,
he's-
but after knight e5 I think I can just take on e5. Very simple, no?
Simple
And
chess.
it's game over. It's game over. There is nothing to
There's
be
knight
knight
g4.
d5, knight g4. Yeah, everything comes with the
Okay, so
tempo.
it has to be
So
knight
he
g5.
probably relies on knight g5, but this is basically he is giving up all his good pieces, and black has 2 pieces for the rook. The rooks are not part of the game. This is a typical position where the pieces, the minor pieces, are so much more superior.
But what is he? He's just misevaluating something, or is he missing something? I don't. There's not much to miss. These moves are natural. So okay, let's say rook e1. What is he planning to do?
I don't know. I'm in a state
It's
of
fun.
shock.
So annoying. Also,
Because Rustam is such a good friend of mine, and I'm quite happy for his season that actually he keeps on winning games and very important games for Baden-Baden. I felt like what it could mean for him if, for example, he's successful today against Yagis, and then to throw it away like this with more than 1 hour on the clock
Only one loss in the round 3.
and many wins.
And win, for example, against Rustem Davutov, in the counter against Daitsau, Luke McShane, and yesterday against Martin
Yes, he
Kremer.
saved the match. Yeah,
And he
yesterday.
played every single game of the, or not. Actually, one is missing, if I'm not mistaken. One weekend is missing, yeah.
No, but what is this?
yeah. The question is, where does his thinking deviate from ours? So that's the
Yes.
question. Somewhere it must be.
Some hallucination.
Some
something.
hallucination, exactly. Some
Or
hallucination.
maybe he thought the other line is completely unplayable. That's also a possibility. Not seeing anything here. But how much time did he spend? Actually?
Well, some 8 minutes only,
8
because
minutes,
it was like
9 minutes only.
8:14.
Yeah, here 8:38.
Yes. No, this is a total shock. This is a total shock. I don't, but you know, there is also this other thing that we have to mention. I always like to share my expertise and experience that when there is a player like Erdomus who is having such a fantastic run, yeah, he has just now beaten Topalov 5-1 in their match, and then you might have this feeling that this player is on fire and okay, he's having this great run, and then suddenly you enter in complications. Then you remember that this is exactly the way how Erdomus actually outsmarted Topalov, who was always famous for all these complications and like this. And Rustam is very much Topalov generation, yes. So kind of he might not have been comfortable at all playing a crazy position like this. He would have relied on his class and okay, I know where the pieces are going. Like yesterday, he won a very nice strategical game, and he got under the influence of the youngster, because not spending time, this is why I'm most critical. Of course, we can always make mistakes, but please make sure that you spend 20-25 minutes, especially when you're ahead so much on the clock.
And there are so many critical continuations you have to
Critical.
count, and also all kind of move orders in the position. Okay, but let's try to
Maybe
go
you
through
think
maybe.
there's some psychological influence in the sense that you see this boy rising through the ranks like a rocket. And you think in order to beat him, I have to do something outstanding, something incredible. So he's looking for unexpected possibilities because he might unconsciously believe that that's the only way he can outcalculate, outsmart him. And now then he's taking too big of a risk because he's trying to play too critically, too extraordinarily.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm way too much under shock, because I just cannot. I felt like, yeah, this is such a chaotic position that as a commentator, it's very difficult to navigate. Yes, and I was expecting that both players will be thinking a lot and then back and forth.
But maybe it's the time management of Erdős too. He's playing Queen A5 after 2.5 minutes of thought. Then, okay, it's kind of clear that you have to take. B4 is playing also very quickly. No, not really. And then 7 minutes at least for B takes C3.
But I told you guys that B takes C is very strong. If he would have taken bishop takes F1, which was the computer's good move, Rustam would have never collapsed. Because humanly, this bishop A6, look F1, this tension, these light squares and everything creates this feeling like why probably Rustam felt that he should take on F7. Otherwise, he would have taken on D7. This is how the humans differ from computers. That we have these feelings, and the computer laughs at you that, okay, and who cares what's the difference? But for us, it makes a world of a difference.
Yeah, just to stay cold-blooded and like calculate all these lines.
He's trying to refute the inaccurate move order that he didn't expect. I don't know. I mean, it's hard to surmise what psychological dynamics are going on.
So
I was
let's
thinking
try.
that maybe he was under pressure because the eyes played this so quickly, but he didn't actually. He spent 7 minutes. So yeah, I don't know.
I just really would like to try to see what
Sorry,
was he
go ahead.
thinking. So, for example, yeah, rook F7. Let's do knight G5.
Yes.
Okay, what was his thought here? That what will, maybe he was not expecting, but okay, rook A to F8 is something you have to.
There's also knight D5.
Yeah, but then it's very loose. Queen is, I don't know,
Queen
there are
E4
just too
still.
many things.
No,
Yeah.
Queen E6, Queen E6.
Queen E6, yeah, Queen E6, bishop takes G5, bishop G5, bishop takes D5.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
this is looking, bishop takes D5.
That's the
looks-
light squares.
Yeah. No,
So
but
then-
that's why rook A8, it's a move that you cannot miss, yeah, because it's
No,
the
yeah.
stabilizer, cemento move.
Okay, maybe something here. What has he thought? Queen E6?
No, but now everything is
There's
protected.
nothing.
There is no threat. Everything protects everything. That's the big problem.
No, there's just nothing you can.
Well, you will have to finally settle in a bad position and then fight, but basically...
Yeah, maybe he thought his position's not that bad. But how? He can't even move the rook without being worried of this, and then you need to calculate even further. It's not like you can play this and expect to have a good position.
But what really surprises me that now Enosh is thinking for so long that,
Yes.
that there is just no reason for him to think, yeah, because he already played so many this Queen A5 idea was like a genius idea, yeah, because
Yeah, so genius.
it was so unexpected, yeah, and this is the point that maybe actually Rustam got under the influence of this, that who am I playing against, yeah, that this has this Kasparov kind of effect, yeah, that this Queen A, I mean, we played chess for so long.
And he played the move just now, just this moment. Did he take with the rook?
Of course, he took
Yeah.
with the
Yeah,
rook.
what else, right? I mean,
Yes.
can't take with the king. King H8, why? Yeah, okay.
But he thought, of course, like if it's so good for me, I can invest
Exactly.
time and think and like just not to miss anything, because also he I think also trusts in some way Rustam. Okay, he's for some reason went so quickly for the CF7. There should have been something. Okay, he didn't find, and now he plays rook F7.
And do we have access to the players' cameras or only on Vichy against
No,
Mammadov?
we can't change the
We
camera
can't
that we
change.
are getting shown. So
But at some moment they will be switching.
it will
throughout.
switch.
Yeah, because the
automatically.
body language would be so meaningful at this
Absolutely.
moment. Yeah, that
When we can see the back of Yai's head.
so he's sitting at the board.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because believe me, if it would be Mammadov playing with the black pieces,
Yeah.
after the move EF7, he would capture rook F7 and go for a walk. immediately, very happily.
We can
But
see his the back of his head, so you need some.
and we
some-
can already read that he's happy. Look at this.
Yes, look
Yeah,
at this.
he's not leaning forward. He's like he does not understand what has happened.
Oh, he could
Oh,
have even
we have more even.
Yeah, and look at
More
the
evidence.
relaxed way of his playing with the pawn.
and he's drinking,
Yeah.
looking around,
Yes.
everything relaxed.
That's it. He actually cannot believe that how quickly things turned. Yeah, he was hoping to cause practical problems to Rustam and that he might lose the direction, but that it happened so quickly. Yeah, knight g5 was played.
But you're always kind of skeptical, especially if you think that your position is really good. You're always like you have some paranoia. What could I have missed? Why is he playing this quickly and confidently? So you always have some second guesses. At least for me, that's the case.
Yeah, for everyone.
Yeah.
But the good thing is, look at Adam Akopian is there. He's checking out what is happening. But the good news is that look, AF8 is the move that you want to play. Yeah, you bring that rook which is hanging, protect the other rook that is hanging, and you suddenly protect everything.
Everything is so logical, and yeah, it's tough to see what actually Rustam have missed here. Meanwhile, the rook is missing from Etienne. Let's take a look at that game. I mean, we started looking at it, we started discussing it, and yeah, something just happened. There was a queen on h2, but it was
Okay,
treated
so-
by two rooks.
We stopped actually here,
Yes.
which is a position that Shak had in one of the previous rounds with white, I remember. I don't remember against whom. And he continued normally, I think just castled or queen c2, I don't remember exactly. But here, Jordan is unwrapping g4. I mean, not totally logical,
But
but
wait a second, just interrupting you. Look at Adamus, how he's playing. He's
Uh-huh.
about to play rook AF8.
Oh,
oh, okay, perfect. Yeah, maybe you can chime in, Shak, and tell us what you think about your student's position.
Hi, nice to meet you. Yeah, look at this. What happened in Adamus' position? Yeah, he's now maybe winning.
Who?
Adamus is
Yeah.
suddenly winning. Kasim Janov made a blunder, and now Adamus will play. I mean, a
and it's
mistake.
also 15 minutes ago. So maybe
Yeah,
there's
and
some
he's about
update.
to make the move. Yeah, rook AF8 and total
Yeah, he
defense.
just
and
miss rook AF8.
rook AF8, and now he's
But
about
how
to
can
play.
you miss that?
I just miss it. I easily can see from
You can
face
see
of
the
Yagas,
face, yeah.
yeah.
Yes.
Because he absolutely
Yeah,
missed it.
look at how happy he is. Yeah, that he will play
Yeah,
now
yeah.
rook AF8.
Of course, after rook AF, everything is
Protected.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you very much.
It's
So nice to see you.
Yeah,
Shakira,
yeah, same,
yes.
yeah, same.
And congratulations for this leading Viernheim on the first board to the championship title.
Thank you.
It's a wonderful season. Amazing. Yeah, winning all the matches so far and now having this prestige duel that basically already you can play quietly because I think
Yeah,
it's
4
clear
points
that
different. Yeah, a little bit.
Okay, so how many percentages that Yais will win this? What do you think?
I mean, normally if he goes to this adventure, I think he will win. But
So 100.
no.
yeah, it's never 100, but yes.
I think yeah, because okay, he missed something. Yeah, he misses. He take it 6 maybe. I don't know. I mean, it looks very bad. I mean,
Yeah, it looks bad, but I was saying that actually this Queen A5 was incredible that he came up with this idea.
yeah. But
Because-
when he played this, I think B5. I mean, this B5. I think he already calculated. He want to play Queen A5.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes. I was praising it that it was fantastic that he thinks about it. I don't think it's the best, but I'm very impressed.
Yeah, yeah, Queen E5, and maybe he don't understand what's the problems for black is just Queen.
Queen E3 after B
Yeah.
takes C3 that okay, take this knight on D7 and
Yeah,
then
yeah,
bishop on E7 is hanging.
and bishop F1 just
Yes, I wanted to
what
take
is
this
possible?
bishop according to computer. King takes is very strong, but it's very
because
crazy
bishop is in
to.
G2 is very good, yeah, because
Yes.
anyway 95 with knight, yeah, it's 95, knight C6, knight C5, that are many things, yeah, just
No huge difference, but a bit of a difference. Yeah.
Yes, because here after bishop F1 there is bishop D6 and it's not so bad.
not so.
But after king F1 it's big problem.
Yeah, yeah.
But I said that this b takes c3 was the correct move because if he takes bishop takes f1, then practically it's so much more easier for white without the light square bishops.
Yeah, yeah. Also for white, it's easy to play.
Yes, no pressure.
Yeah, no pressure. Yeah,
No pressure.
and I think he just missed rook f8. After rook f8 is.
And I think he played rook f8 because look at this. He play and he's so happy. Yeah, he's leaning backwards and poor Rustam is not thinking, what have I done? But it's too late. It's too late.
Yeah.
Shakriyan, please tell us about your game. It was the El Clasico against Vishy Anand.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a classical game, you know. It's like, I don't know. Of course, I need to bit forget my.
You want the mouse?
Okay,
This is the wrong laptop.
Yeah. I need to bit forget about this knight f8 idea because normally, you know, the h6 bishop h4, not here because here h6 bishop f4 move. But normally before rook e8, everyone play h6 bishop h4 rook e8.
But this was the old one.
Old one.
Yes.
Yeah. This old one, you know, in this modern chess we will
Forget the old one. Yes. But you know, I knew exactly because I had this against Saran and after h3, g6, I think bishop h6 is the move.
Yeah, bishop h6 or just play take f6 after knight e6, play like again b4 a4 like this. Bishop h6, knight g7, knight. Okay, I want to play something new. I think if knight e6, I can play also bishop b5. But after I don't. I see. Okay, if I play bishop b5 and after.
What next?
Yeah, I mean, maybe in future is knight e5 is need to go. I mean, this position is very solid. I play bishop f4 after I say why. Yeah, I mean normally I think okay if I play this, I think I can play this move and take g4. First, this was my idea, yes, and knight d6, knight e5, yes. And first, my idea was play like this because normally, okay, I mean, but okay, I don't understand because if pawn in h6, maybe it's good.
Yes.
Yeah, but pawn in g6 is absolutely easy to play because I am not sure it's a good idea to play 4 because knight e4 is every time.
Yes.
Without f4, I need to play some rook c8. I need to play some this f3, wait, and little bit improve king g2, queen d3. But without f4 is I don't know how to play this position. I mean equal position.
Trade the bishop on f6 if you can.
Yeah, I mean
Then
my idea was like this, but after he played this, okay, you know, if not, it is not an open tournament. It's
It's a team event.
Yeah, team event. If I
bishop.
play like this, I don't know. I see maybe it's not good idea to let's to play very solid. But when I play this bishop h2, it was my idea was play this line.
Yes.
I think it's okay. I absolutely sure black is good. Okay, no problem. But I think maybe king g2, bishop g3. If
More tension.
Yeah, if you play somebody c5, also some counterplay. I mean bishop f8, maybe knight d7 back. I don't know. I'm sure, absolutely sure black is okay. But it was my idea to play like this. But when
In the prep or no? During the game?
No, during the game because I've said to forget. I mean, normally everyone play this h6. And after g6, I understand. Okay, of course, I remember this bishop h6 move, but I don't know the idea. I forget. I mean,
Yeah, the idea was that bishop h6, knight e6, knight e5, knight g7, g4.
Yeah, this one.
Yeah, this g4 with the bishops on c8 and
because
bishop
no
on
h5
d3.
move. Yeah.
Exactly, yeah.
No
And
h5
suddenly
move.
it's very good for white.
Of course. But of course.
Of course, he had some preparation.
Yeah,
yes, but
because he played very fast, and of course not this move. Yeah, I mean, maybe have some another.
but not so easy.
Not so easy, yeah.
Not so easy, yes.
Because I forgot. I mean, he played very fast. This g6, knight f8. I think, of course, the whole preparation.
You believe him,
yeah,
yes?
I believe
You
too
believe
much.
him, yes.
How to not believe to Anand?
Yes, exactly.
What does black play? Bishop d7, rook c8 or what?
But okay, knight e5 is coming.
Yeah,
Nice,
exactly.
yeah,
But
a
what
little
else?
bit different. Of course, bishop h6.
King h8, knight g8? Well, there's 95. King h8, 95.
No, this position, of course, I don't know. I want to play something new. I understand this bishop f4 is like new thing, yeah. I play back. Maybe I can play some different chess. But when he played this knight g7, I think, okay, man, come on, play. Now you're 40. Let's play your normal moves, rook b1, b4, a4, like old masters. Yeah,
Yeah, now your student will make all the sharp stuff. Yeah, I mean,
no, it's different, man. Play sharp chess. Yeah, I mean, he played bishop f5. Of course, we understand this not thing because normally he just take and play this knight e6 very solid because b5 c5 is also he want to play if I play here b5, he take c5. It's ready for everything. I mean, and okay, I think it's one more solid. I mean, it's good move. I mean, it's just very easy. I mean, yeah, one of the boring game in my life. I think.
Systematic.
Yes, I don't understand. Okay, in this position, I don't understand what to do.
Back to the 80s. Yeah, this in 80s they were playing this, I think.
Yeah. I mean, this. I don't know. I just play. I don't know why I play rook b6 anyway. I don't know. I just want to. I mean, if he plays c5, it's immediately finish. I mean, the directly is draw. I think rook b6, maybe some try, but it's, of course it's easy queen a3, and not. I mean, no more. Just.
And then it finished with some repetition, or how?
No. We played this queen e1. He played knights. I played rook b3. He played just queen a6. Nice. Rook b8 coming, and I just played queen c2, and he played this. And I take offer draw.
So in Bundesliga you can offer draw.
Yeah,
There
after
is no-
20 move. Yeah.
After 20 move.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
I played this, which one? But it's not important. Yeah, he played this rook, and I just because no idea, absolutely no idea. I don't know what.
Old man chess.
I didn't get
Perfect game. Yeah, we had mistake.
100% engine accuracy.
No, even if I am, I mean, like a little bit old, but I mean, I don't want to play like this.
Of
Yeah, I mean,
course.
normally, but I don't know. He just played this g6, everything, and I say, okay, draw is okay.
Did he accept immediately?
Yeah, of course.
He was waiting for the draw.
Yeah, he checked many times.
He didn't check
showed
the
me-
other games or anything. He
No,
just
man,
accepted.
okay, if
Well,
you check or not check is
Of course.
what I
No
do,
difference, yeah.
Yes,
I mean,
No, that's why I'm asking.
Yeah.
If he still feels like he needs to act like
No.
the team and everything, but in
this
this position you
position
can't
is
do it.
the only white can maybe some
Exactly.
yeah, I mean h4, I don't know, some strange moves, but I can also, if I will take some risk, I can also very easily can with some problems. I mean, if I place attack g4, h4, I don't know, but it's very strange because anyway he can play rook b4, queen e3. I don't know.
Yeah, I have the
We don't-
feeling that with offering a draw, you show respect for your opponent. If
Yeah.
Anand says no by playing, you will never agree. Then you will play. It will become
course,
a
of
matter of principle that, oh, I'm tiny bit better. I offer draw because I know that it's very drawish and everything. And you say no, then it becomes a matter of principle. Yeah, it's
No, but this look is 99.5. Maybe we should play best game with Sky.
Yesterday he played 25 moves, 100%.
Yeah, it's because I think it was some line, yeah.
Yes,
I mean,
yeah.
but after
it was some crazy line. Yes.
go.
This
also
was
old-
popular
old-
20 years ago,
Yeah,
this
old
Antoine
line,
variation.
I
Yeah.
remember.
But
Yeah,
They revived it.
Nisipiano. I think Nisipiano was playing it with black.
No, once I played also against this, I think Grishuk once this line
okay.
with black, yeah. This sacrifice. Okay. And
any other exciting games that you noticed while you were walking
I
through?
think 1/4 game. Was
Yeah,
good.
let's go to that game because it will be so interesting to hear your.
Yeah.
We're trying to get to this game 2 or 3 times, but every time something exciting happened elsewhere.
Yes.
We had to stop looking at this game.
It's
So,
already finished, no?
Shak, you had this position in the league
Of course,
before,
I know
yeah?
this move g4. Yeah, I mean,
You know?
Yeah, of course.
But you played something else?
Yeah,
Castle?
but
Or Queen
this move I know g4. I
But
played
what did
this,
you play in your game?
It's just normal castle.
Castle, yeah.
But after the game, I checked it g4. Of course, it normal is if you want to play.
It's known, or is it the
Yeah,
engine
of course,
recommendation?
Of course.
Are there games?
I mean, it's about zeros, but
Interesting.
engine, yeah, but it's good engine 0, but it's very nice line to play for win.
Etienne is out of book, I think.
Yeah,
for
he
a
was
minute.
out of book.
Yeah, out of book, and I think it's good, very bad position. Yeah, I mean, this he play Queen h4 somebody. He play very take.
Still in book, I think. Jordan.
Yeah, because he play in very
It
fast.
will be good for him to come
Yeah.
back today after yesterday. If it happens. Okay, so far so
Yeah,
good.
this is your chess.
Yeah, I
Yes,
like this.
this is your chess, of course.
I want to change board.
Okay, now things became complicated. Well, they were before. Yeah, I don't know. We don't
Okay,
have to.
here everything will be complicated. Yeah, computer can only play perfect. With humanly, you play the good moves. Yeah.
So apparently some chance was missed. Not sure
Yeah,
what
this looks
exactly.
very bad. Yeah, I mean, for black.
Yeah, but it was a logical way how they played. Yeah, now white is winning
absolutely.
basically. So maybe computer had some other idea, but let's see the game. What happened?
How do you solve this?
Bishop c7 and long castle. This was the plan.
And queen, yeah.
Yes.
Not just with this king is two rooks is.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he just hits two rooks. No, this with this king is
This looks
just
horrible.
pawns is going on. This position is very bad.
Total domination.
Also, I mean, there may be
Yeah,
reason.
I think
Reason.
Jordan likes his chances here. Also on the clock, he's way ahead, and he understands this position
Of course,
very, very
even I
exactly.
think even if I think it's just it looks a little bit stupid, but change this bishop in e5, yeah, put your knight in d6, queen to f2. Maybe I mean this looks
Yeah,
very very bad.
Yes.
yeah. The king is.
Yeah, this position.
It needs to somehow castle here quickly, without losing any material. So, why
This
to move?
position is very bad. Yes.
Actually, it looks
the
like a
queen-
freestyle position that went bad.
Yeah, but yeah, I think it's like queen d2 or I don't know, queen d2 or queen somewhere d3 is just play knight d6. No, it's a really very bad position. I
Yeah.
don't know. Black need one extra piece.
F5 kind of pointless, yes, maybe.
Maybe queen d2 or queen d3, no?
Yeah,
It's just, knight d6 jumping, I don't know. Yeah. Knight d6 is jumping, maybe some queen d3 because
Yeah.
queen h7 maybe.
You might be leading soon with two boards.
And yeah, Yaz is now better and but here is still play, yeah? I mean, because two beasts and two
And now he's thinking.
Yeah, no, but it's too late. It's too late. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
just
what
And
else
okay,
playing?
Parham was crazy.
Oh.
Yeah, what do you think about the Parham's game? Or
Parham is, I think he was looking very happy.
He likes the
always
position.
happy, yes?
Yeah, I mean, this position was
Queen
looking
e2. Wow, he must have anticipated the g6 idea.
Yes, probably.
That's a smart move. Well, engine doesn't like it that much.
Well, but let's see what happened. Yes, so takes king f7, and then bishop
I
takes
think some
c5.
g5, no? It's also no, g5 is very, very bad, no? After his move, queen d3, g5 is, no, I mean, take, yeah, he played
Take on
king
d4?
f7, queen d3, yes. Yes, g5 is no, yeah, because it's some d5s will become take d5. I don't. I think maybe some g4, but it's very bad, yeah. It's sacrifice, yes. g5, bishop e2.
We haven't analyzed it, but yeah, the bar
I
is
mean,
saying no.
Yeah, I mean, this because take bishop e2, maybe, I don't know, d5.
You want to analyze this?
No, I mean, I don't know. I think some sacrifice and it's bad.
Because he sacrificed on c5, yeah, so
Yeah,
he
yeah.
played a brilliant move. Let's see if this
Yes,
is...
Wow.
d5.
Yeah.
This was not prep for sure.
Yes.
Well, but he knows the spirit of the position, yes?
Yeah.
So,
You have to hit
and
hard
rook
here.
d8.
Okay, wow.
Wow, what a game.
Yeah.
And
I
so
think it's
many
very,
games.
very hard to play with white, yes, this position. I mean, here his defense is very hard. I don't know. But maybe queen a3, maybe stupid.
Hide.
But
Run away
C5
from the knights.
C5
yeah.
pawn maybe is saying, but it's very
But knight e3?
That's always coming.
Knight C, but we queen were
Where would
c3,
you go?
c3 only. Yeah?
Maybe
Queen
queen
C3.
d5 check.
Queen c3. Yeah.
Positional
No,
sacrifice.
c2 is square as well. Queen c3, yes. Queen c3, I think. Yes.
I had to
No,
cover
but
this.
then knight...
But it was
Oh, wow.
knight d.
No, but then we take, yeah. I don't understand.
Just knight d4?
No, then we take everything. We sacrifice the king.
Then you
But
want to
then
sacrifice?
queen
Of course.
e4 and last move. No, take queen e4.
Oof.
Last move.
What's
Queen e4 and g2
yeah.
is
And bishop g4 is coming.
yeah, this one is finished. Yeah. No, but I think yeah, not queen c, but where did queen need to go? But this position, well, but not c2 for sure, not a3, b3, yeah, only queen b3 or
telling
queen
you it's
c2.
Queen d5?
No,
No, not serious.
No, queen b3 is also looks strange. Queen c2 because knight e3, queen h2, bishop f5. Queen b3 is only one. Yeah. But it's not easy to understand. Yeah,
Not easy to...
because okay, but one of the knight c3s you want to play.
These guys can't
No,
join
knight
at least.
e3. I think also it's not knight c3, it's knight d5.
Okay, so knight e3, what do you do?
Okay, but now knight e3 doesn't do so much harm. At least I don't feel this very big pressure. Also, there is some
Rook
knight
F1
e5 check
maybe.
somewhere, but not now. Then you can take with the knight
I'm
and knight
thinking if
d3.
rook f1 maybe a move. Okay, maybe not.
Yeah, 95, 93, 95. I think it's good move.
No,
Oh,
but you
no,
can
no,
take
no,
with the
take,
knight,
yeah,
and
yeah.
there is knight d3 check. Yeah, this is the problem. I was also
okay,
like,
okay.
wow, maybe I can, but no.
Is that
Yeah, maybe just
why
develop, yeah,
93? Yes,
knight c3.
93. But then take G2.
Oh my
yes.
god.
No,
The engine's
95,
making fun.
95, 95. Yeah, maybe. Just 95. Yes.
Maybe
and-
bishop f5 also.
yeah, bishop
Yeah,
f5.
something. Like
Okay,
that.
the king is cut on e1. Yeah, it's
Not 95. Yeah, bishop f5.
Not even
No,
that.
take G2 and 94 is. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it looks so dangerous.
Maybe not 94, but it's a bishop. Yeah, 94 maybe. Yes.
Here, knight f4,
This looks like 94 or some. I don't know. Some moves.
page 3,
Queen e3 or
e3 coming.
maybe Queen e3.
What
Queen
the
e3.
hell?
yeah, but knight d5.
No, Queen e3, King g2, knight d4. It's bishop h3 maybe. No.
Wow, but this
Bishop
is too
h3, but
much.
it's too much.
Oh my god.
It's too much.
Why
Wait,
is too much?
rook d2. No.
No, why is knight d4 is too much?
Okay,
Let's check.
I will somehow slowly. I can sacrifice everything, no?
Maybe only move bishop c1. You know, if not bishop c1. Okay, but which move? Because
Yeah,
you
bishop
take e2.
c1 looks good. Yeah,
Only bishop, maybe bishop c1. Yes.
great defense. Yeah.
Yeah, this
Bishop
only
c1.
bishop. If not bishop c1, maybe it's possible.
It's trying to lure the knight away.
Yes. But yeah,
Just-
just
Now he
Good
playing
rook
with
to-
another rook and
Oh my God.
h1 square.
yeah, rook h.
Yeah, and
three,
it's
one.
somewhere and it's
Mm.
just king h1.
Yeah, it's a
which
lot of
move
fun
is-
calculating.
Yeah, it's very nice for analysis.
So this. No, wait,
No.
what did we say? No. 94.
But white is no move, yeah? I mean, still knight c3, knight d4 is move.
Yes.
Maybe I can improve like king g8, but stupid, eh? King g8, I don't know, it's just back king.
King g8, you think?
No, I mean, just, I don't know, I mean, it's
Maybe
also very
this.
slowly, but
It's
yeah,
very
This?
slow.
I don't know.
or a5, yeah, maybe some, I don't know. a5, a4.
Okay, let's try. Oh my god.
First time, yeah? a5, a4, yeah?
Wow, a5.
a5, yeah.
Oh, this might happen. Rook d8.
No, but it's so difficult for white to find the square.
Right.
Where do you put this
Yeah,
queen?
yeah. Normally you want to put it c3,
On
but
c3, yeah.
because you equate queen c3, queen, I don't know.
Yes, but somehow, and also this knight d4 that you can sacrifice the queen and its rook and two pieces. Plus, there are no more attacking pieces. Yeah, so it's very tempting that this queen e4 will be so strong. I think let's just show for our audience one more time. Yeah, because even for us it's very difficult to understand that. Let's just appreciate. So takes. At the moment, white has a rook and two pieces, and white needs only knight c3 to win the game. And
No, but
it's
here
finished.
is also bishop g4. Yeah, knight c3 take rook e8. Yes,
the
because
simple
yeah,
chess.
yeah, simple. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, bishop g4,
it's
knight
not very
c3,
risky,
take,
yeah,
and
take
yeah.
rook e8. Just very risky.
Just one tempo, not enough
Yeah.
to stabilize. Yeah, this is the simple chess.
Yeah.
So wow,
He'll
okay,
figure
but
that
it's-
out, and maybe he'll figure out that you
Yeah,
don't
problem
wanna...
is if you don't play.
He'll play this, I'm sure.
He play. I mean, if you play one bad move and it's finished already.
It's finished, yeah.
Because. But after queen b3, you think c5 is only move. Maybe if you play some. I mean, slow move like king g8. Maybe. I mean, it's very slow. Yeah. It was also good.
Oh
Better.
my god.
Yeah.
You're a monster.
No, king g8 is also good. Yeah. I mean, king.
We had king h8 next move, yeah.
No, I mean normally if bishop go b7 no checks and kings, you know, if it's the king in g8 now you can play g5 also. Yeah, I mean normally your king is also very bad. Yeah, a5 or king, but this I think it's a5 is I don't know.
Yeah, crazy.
Also rook e8.
Yeah, it's same. Yes, a5 rook king g8 and rook e8. Rook e8 is for and rook e8. If knight c3. Knight d4 is looks
Yeah,
very-
putting queen to b3 is also so unfortunate.
How do you
yeah.
defend here? Queen.
It looks really weird. But here is
Castle
castle,
maybe,
castle
yeah.
queen e2 rook e1. Again, you need to sacrifice queen again. You know not. Knight d4 maybe, eh? Knight d4 rook
Oh my
e2.
god.
No, knight d4 rook e2. No, take e1 maybe, eh? Because it's and
But here
oh my
white is
God.
white is
and rook e2 check. Knight d4 is coming. Knight d4 is coming.
But endgame is
King
good,
takes
no?
d2 and let's enjoy the endgame, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, man, what is very happy.
I don't know.
Yes, white is happy.
Yeah, this
Yeah.
position.
No,
Maybe
I
king
mean,
goes
we
somewhere
put the
else.
king somewhere else, yes.
But where?
And
I
another
mean,
question, if we take on
Attack.
d4, maybe we can also take on d4 to get rid of this knight on c6. If bishop d4 takes, king e3, and then we played good structure and
Yeah.
knight against the bishop.
Yeah. It's 3 against
Then
2
it's
is nice.
rook e2 is bad move, no? Or then
Yes.
or maybe knight d4 immediately. Knight d2, rook e2. Castle?
And
But
Castle's
okay,
bad.
then you take the
But
bishop.
why is bad?
Because the engine says.
No, but not.
No, I mean, castles you play queen takes c5 check, no?
First,
You
of
can
course,
take
of course.
with
Queen
queen
c5.
c5.
I see why is queen e2 if not.
Yes,
Queen c5 after take e2.
queen c5. But okay, the problem is that white first have to find the move, and the clock is ticking down to 19 minutes on move 15.
No, but after rook, I think rook e8 is what he will play for sure.
It's much more natural, like king
I
g8
mean,
or
for-
a5.
Also human move. I mean, you just
Yeah.
attack e2, yeah. And after rook e8, white's move is knight c3 maybe, yeah. But knight d4 is coming. No, another knight, yeah. Because knight e3 is next. Maybe queen d1, knight e3. Yes, if queen d1, knight e3 maybe. And but if take knight d4, knight d4, queen d1, I don't know. It looks very, very, very.
Or
No, not
take
bishop
first.
g4 because it's queen d4, king f2. Is very good. Knight e2 maybe or queen c4, knight e2. Yeah, and bishop
Yeah, this is.
bishop g4 now and do castle and finally I do castle maybe. Yeah, queen d5 castle or immediately castle. Yeah, queen d5 and castle. Finally I do castle. Even after queen d5, black can play queen e6 if you wanna save chess. Queen e6 to change queens. Yeah, I think it's black upset to play without any risk. Yeah. Zero risk.
But this was the best line, I think, right?
Yeah, but I think is if Parham will calculate this one, he will not happy
Yeah.
about this.
Still this the position. Yeah, maybe he sees the problems, but
Yeah, he
no
sees.
alternative.
Yeah, he sees the problems, but yeah, he's in a state of shock. Clock is ticking. And by the way, we see Vincent there against Aravin. What has happened in that game? Because I told everyone after bishop g5, white will retreat with the bishop to e3, and Vincent retreated to h4. I'm in a state of shock. I couldn't have expected this move at all. I don't think it's a good move. I don't know.
Some light
But
squares.
this is absolutely good and rare, no? Bishop g6, h6, bishop h4, queen c8, this line, old line, bishop g5, rare. Bishop g5, h6, bishop h4.
Yes,
I think
but
rare.
there it's a
queen C8,
different
yeah,
story.
little bit different, not
Little
too much.
different, yes.
Yeah, knight in d7, bishop, b7. Yeah, it's a little bit different. Yeah.
Wow,
But yeah, it's a very,
what's going on?
very special kind of
Quite
stuff.
concrete.
Yeah, d4. What happened? Look, a d1. g5.
Engine's not complaining anywhere, apparently. So, quite correct so far. And that's the position on the board.
Position, yeah, very complex, strategically complex.
Yeah, good accuracy
Very good. Very wrong,
in a
very
complex position.
Yeah, but fundamentally, I'm still not happy with this bishop h4 decision. I don't know. It's, for example, now black of course has to decide:
go
does
knight
he
e7.
go knight e7, knight g6, or knight e5, knight b7, knight c5? Yeah, there are two different routes. Yeah, the knight can head to c5 and also to f4.
Bishop e3, yes, was bishop
Is
g4.
the net, yeah, I was expecting. Actually, I like knight e5 more for black because it's top c4. I'm also fighting for the c4 square, and the knight is heading to c5 potentially. Yeah, knight e3, I can play knight b7, and knight lands on c5, and I'm playing black. I'm happy with black. It's just a playable normal position, eh? And that's why I'm very worried with this bishop on g3 stuck. And black will decide. Black does not
He's
want
not
to
gonna
take.
too early.
Exactly, because then fg would help white in many cases. Yes. So we keep the tension, and that knight might jump to f4 later. So knight a5 is the move I'm kind of. What is your feeling?
No, I mean, it's black is I like black position. because how you say knight c5, and I mean f5 score is not very important. I mean it's okay, it looks weak, but black is good position. No?
Yes, I think practically over the board it's more easy somehow to understand with black what you want. So the body language, both players are leaning forward, and both players are giving their energy, but I'm a little bit surprised that Alavind has not made up his mind yet.
Let's see how long he's pondering. See that actually?
I'm not sure.
Maybe not. We'll find out soon enough. Angelika, you wanna substitute? Yeah? Okay. Come.
Who? You?
Yeah, me. Obviously, the most redundant person here. Most expendable.
And Shakri, we are already here. Let me ask you about your team, because I'm only seeing the photographs after the matches with incredible atmosphere during dinner, and then please share your feelings. What makes this Viernheim team so special? Because seeing from the pictures, I see that you have some very good chemistry in the team.
Yeah, okay. Let's say I start to play from second league. I mean, as for
Yeah, we played together there in
yeah.
2016. Yes.
Yeah, we played. Of course, I mean, about 10 years I played for this beautiful club, and of course we go to step by step because it was not easy first years, and now we are good team. Actually, we are very good team. Maybe still not dream team, but we have
Very close.
Yeah, every year we close, and last 2 years, last 3 years we play. I mean, we have very good chance to win this year also, of course. I mean, we play very good. Season 3 years ago, I think. 3 years we won. And last year it was not very easy, but this year again we play good. I mean, we're very good, very friendly. We're very good captains, sponsors. Of course, everyone is very happy to play. Very friendly team, and I think you see results. I think just everyone happy to play here.
Yes, because when I'm thinking about Viernheim, exactly that at that moment in 2016, I was playing the concurrent team of that, so we had this fight, and I have tremendous respect for the sponsors, for the team captain, and for the whole team, that after this terrible loss that you guys received there, not to say, no, finish, we don't do this anymore, but to keep the patience. I have tremendous, and I'm so happy to see that step by step, year after year, the team has been growing, and finally now we are there to talk that this will be the second title already of the team.
Yeah. Of course, now it's our club, our team is of course one of the best in Bundesliga. But normally, it was not easy. First years was not easy because it was bad luck first year, and not only. I mean, but we back again second year. I mean, next year's first years in Bundesliga, and this coronavirus time, we start to play well. I mean, our team start to improve after coronavirus time. I mean, of course, not very long. 10 years is for one team is normal years, but we hope our team will continue to play in, of course, in Bundesliga, and try to win many trophies, and we will try to, of course, win again this Bundesliga.
Yes. Yeah, if we just go through the list, the name of the players, it's tremendously impressive because you get all these fighters, and when I saw that how step by step your team got Duda, they got Maxodlu, they already had Korobov, Kovalenko, incredible fighters. Amin Bassem from the very beginning, winning almost all his games, very solid performance. David Antongiharo, it's lovely. The whole structure is great, and then of course you got even Abdul Satulov, Aravind, and you are playing.
Very good, very interesting team, and many fighting players, and every game, of course, our team try to win. Even today, I mean, it's every day. I mean, every day we just try to win team, and we are support each player. We watching board if we need to play or draw. It's very good. I mean, now we have really very good team, But it's not easy, you know. This you play all season good. If you lose one very important match, you can lose your trophy. Title. But okay, we're very happy. Very good. I mean, atmosphere is very good. Sponsors and team captains, everyone. It's in team. Very happy to be here.
And I think at the team dinners always there is a special time together with Farham. Yeah, it's,
Yeah. Everyone. I mean, just a happy team and good atmosphere.
Yes, yes.
Okay, I'm going to just switch back to the position. So, not sure what you discussed last, where you would like
Yeah,
to
well,
dive
actually, yeah, we have covered now Vincent game. It's a big strategical battle. I would like to check out because I just realized that Sadna plays against Shirov. Okay,
Oh,
come
yeah.
on, we have to talk about this. And it's some crazy fireworks on the board. I have no idea what's going on. We haven't had a chance to look at it.
Sacrifice, yeah. Comes to queen.
in? There is no queen.
Yeah.
On two boards there are no queens.
Yeah, but this is strategical no queen, no? Is the
Shall we start from the beginning?
Yeah, just
See?
very quickly, yeah, to understand which opening was it. It's some Bogo Indian.
Yeah, I played this line a few times with black.
And now
But
it's some
probably
kind
also
of...
with white, no? You,
I
you
think
like
with
this?
black now because
Only, yeah?
normally I in Olympiad I remember I played this. No, I normally with black I play many games.
Now it's some kind of Ragozin with a knight on D2.
Yes, on D2 instead of on C3. Yeah, what A3?
Yeah,
Take
this I play
addition.
with Wesley Sol, so with this B4. I say, yeah, Wesley Sol I played in Wesley. Also Mustafa Yılmaz I played with black 2 times. I say.
And to DC?
Yeah, some difference because he takes C4, yes, B5, yes. Also some lines, some moves like knight. If you take knight C4, you can play B5. Yeah, you can-
Ah, wow, instead of if white plays
Yes,
not
yes,
B5.
yes.
yeah, knight B5, queen B5, bishop D7. And
You like this?
Ooh,
Yeah, this-
and there
this-
is no way to step with the queen
yeah,
back.
and I think I remember this line, something like this. Analyze very interesting.
Yes, your game against
Yes,
Wesley
so
Sol.
yeah. My games against West. I won this game. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, I mean this is a very tricky position, but yeah, but Shirov play very. I mean, normally looks okay. Yes, but
Okay, B5.
how he loses his queen? Yes.
Yes, okay.
Oh, he
C3.
sacrificed probably.
Okay, let's see. So
Let's
now
see, yeah.
B1 goes back, and now knight A7, recapturing the pawn.
Yeah, it looks good for white. Yeah, it's a very solid
Yeah, it's
position.
very solid, but how we can?
So C6,
Oh,
now rook B1.
just. He missed just 95. Yes.
6,
95 because now knight b5, knight c7 is coming also.
Too
Knight
many
C3?
knight
It's
C6,
the
knight
knight
C7, too many pins.
oi.
Knight c7.
So he played queen C2, but maybe he has foreseen something. Maybe he was relying on this queen C2, but nothing got out of control.
And he had to sacrifice a queen.
Yes.
But
Oi,
it's,
oi, oi. Yeah, because the problem is like if there is no,
yeah, I mean here is
Where?
not
Nowhere to put
nowhere
the
to
queen.
put, and then G6 or
h7 is
Well, the b5 knight is hanging also because
also
the bishop on e8 is attacking the
and
knight.
queen G3, yeah,
No,
because
just
it will be
take
just
D5.
taken.
Yes.
Oh my god.
So he had to take. He had to give up the queen and hope for some compensation because strategically long term white has compensation. The problem is that black is too active with the knight.
And it's rook and the piece, and the minor piece, right? Rook and the knight for the queen,
Bishop a4.
apparently.
no rook c2 move, yeah? But because why you don't play b5? No? Just b4, no? It's like human.
And if
Yeah.
I take on b5,
I mean just take and this I mean piece is very bad, no? I mean take bishop a3 is maybe it's possible.
the
But-
bishop b5,
And
bishop
bishop
a3,
A3,
yeah.
yeah.
Mhm. This is a problem now.
No, but b5 it looks.
It's a very natural move.
Yeah, I mean
Yeah.
before if you play before it's finished.
It's
yeah,
finishing.
And also so much time on the clock, 54 minutes for Alexei, only 3 minutes for
Yeah, I mean he's
another Alexei.
Yeah, but maybe he's in bishop a4 and next maybe I don't know. No move, yeah. Bishop a4 with no rook c2 and bishop a3 is coming.
So you mean in this line?
No, I mean
and,
he play,
and bishop
why-
A4.
no,
ah,
he's
so-
Bishop
moving,
a4,
yeah.
yeah.
Maybe he just think it's okay, easy. I mean bishop a3 is next move. But he's miss, yeah, something.
I'm just so sorry for Alex Shilov also. Yeah, Shilov, such a brilliant player. Yesterday he lost, and he has now 2 whites. If he loses this, it means that he loses both games with the white pieces. And I see that how much he wants to help the team.
Yeah, of course.
It's a horrible feeling. Yeah, we all know this.
Brilliant. How many times he helped many teams to win cups? I don't know. But years is changing. I mean,
The years is changing.
Yeah, I mean,
There has always been some game where he lost pretty quickly. Like
Yes.
when-
yeah, I mean, last weekend, he lost with one, but his problem is really. I mean, I remember when he played when he was young. I mean, not let's say 15 years ago, not 25. Yeah, 15. He played very well. I mean, many club cups, teams. But maybe only this year he played a little bit strange in Bundesliga. But normally he's of course a very fighting chess player. You remember just 2 years ago he played very good in Grand Swiss. Everything.
Yes.
Yeah. He improved his rating about 60, 70 points. He was very close to 27. But sometimes it's happened after, I don't know, after 50s, everything's different.
Let's try to figure out why b5 was so much stronger than bishop a4. So what's the continuation now from white?
Maybe bishop d2, no? Bishop d2, bishop a3, bishop c3 is just.
But maybe bishop
Rook
a4 is
b7.
also very strong because
Rook
look at
b7.
the clocks. It's only 1 minute 40 seconds for Shilov. He doesn't know what to do. And
No, but bishop d2, I think bishop c3, rook b7. Just both bishop c3. And rook b7 is next. I will
queen
take.
takes c3. rook
Yeah,
b7.
and if you take bishop b2, queen b6, bishop a3 is move.
Okay, so if you take here, bishop a2.
The queen b6, bishop a3.
But it shows how much to calculate, and the clock is ticking.
Yeah.
1 minute on the clock.
And
maybe-
still it's
And
moved
maybe it's
22.
also maybe it's not easy because rook a8. Yeah, continue this
It
line.
continues.
So-
Yeah?
Kind of knight b5 is only rook a8, knight b5. Maybe I don't know. Maybe bishop c5.
Ooh.
Maybe it's rook b1 is coming. Bishop b5, rook b1.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe it's, but okay. So I think he just missed bishop d2 and bishop d. After bishop d2 is not easy. Yeah, after if you play bishop d2, it's not
Okay.
easy. I want to take c3.
Also, then b7 is hanging.
I don't know. I am not sure it's a very good advantage because I take bishop c3 next.
Okay. Is there some b5 here? It's already
Yeah,
one
b5
too
it
late.
looks logical move. Yeah, b5 of course it looks. But if I will take now b5, maybe bishop. Bishop is no because a7 is.
Knight takes.
Yeah, and
Wait.
no, bishop take because bishop take a3 pawn. Yeah, bishop b5, bishop a3.
Again, this intermezzo, but
Yeah.
without bishop on c1 already.
Yeah,
It's
now
still-
extra pawn and take a4 pawn is coming. Yeah, it's of course it's very bad.
Yeah,
position.
very bad. Yeah.
And
Yeah,
the
I-
move been played, knight b5.
Knight b5.
It's
No, okay, it's panic move already. It's normal. But one thing I also wanted to add that, okay, I'm a little bit surprised that if I would be the coach of Alexei, for example, I would tell him that stop playing d4 at this moment because he's so much more an e4 player.
Yeah.
That he feels e4. Yeah, and I think when the age is going, then feeling familiar with the structures and everything can help you. Yesterday he played Catalan with white, classical Catalan.
94, yeah.
I have never seen Shilov with black or with white play Catalan, and suddenly it's over 50. It's very difficult to adjust to new situation.
Change it.
I remember that because I was always an e4 player, and when I was like 25 years old, 30 years old, I was changing to d4, and even then it was difficult because e4 was I felt like this is my life. D4 is not my life, but over 4, it's 40, 50. It's he used to be d4 player in his youth. Yeah, he played F3 Nimzos, and he had some crazy games there and everything. But okay, chess has changed so much also inside d4.
Yeah, definitely. And Alexei is playing d4.
Yeah.
all the
Can we
time.
check
Yeah.
Yaga's game?
Yes, exactly.
Yes, let's
it
go.
looks like good advantage. He just
Yeah, what
So-
happened after Rook EF8 at all? Yeah, because
Yes,
that was our
so-
question.
This was the last moment that we checked the game, and knight f7. So he decided to go for the struggling position. And now rook e1.
Yeah, but it's a very sad, when you know that this is bad, but there is nothing else. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
Bishop b4. Already some threats. Or is there any threat of c2?
C2 is, yeah, of course, next move.
Bishop c3. And queen f3. Now stepping away, also introducing some.
C2 is idea bishop C3, yeah, isn't it? C2.
Yeah, he played c2 actually, and
I-
rook e6 to have rook takes a6 against bishop c3.
yeah, yeah.
So it goes here.
Yes.
Takes. So
So now black has to think a little bit.
Bishop C3 is no, but maybe some bishop. I don't know.
Stepping
Also
away.
knight f8. Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
just-
Knight
Oh.
f8. Just kick this rook.
Bishop
Rook-
B7 is also.
Yes. No, knight
rook
f8.
c6, bishop b7.
I mean, bishop B7 normal is black's next move.
So how do you stop rook e3? Stopping on this rank?
There are no more good answers to your question. No, it
Rook
is.
E5 anymore, yes. Just attack with tempo.
Uh-huh.
If not, I mean, looks
But
like.
yeah, queen b6.
Yeah, but
so-
what to do? He attack my rook.
Yes. Yes. No, it's just. It's a horrible feeling for Rustam. Yeah, that he knew that he had a good position. Okay, it was very sharp, crazy
Yeah.
position, but that with 1 hour 40 minutes on the clock, thinking only 8 minutes and missing rook af8, this is unforgivable
Yes.
because he will be kicking himself so much.
Yeah, he loves to play against ex-world champion, seems like.
Yes, it seems like he's very effective.
Recently.
Yes, and congratulations, Shakriar. It's
Thank you.
Yes.
so nice to see this development. And when I see Yagi's games, I see you there in the games. Yeah,
Thank you.
that he's ready to play so many different openings. That now against Topalov, he was willing to enter the bishop g5 Moscow anti-Moscow jungle at the age of 14 against Topalov. That already showed to me like, okay, he has grown as a player fantastically.
Yeah.
And wishing the very best
Thank you.
for the
Thank you,
future.
Thank you.
Yes.
I also said that, I don't like all these records, youngest grandmaster, this, because these are strange things. You cannot compare with other people what happened 20 years ago. Ratings are changing. But what is clear that Yagi is with 14 years old, plays Vaikanze in the A group, finishes in plus score with fantastic play. And he's coming, I thought, forget about what happens if today he wins or loses, because he has such an incredible future.
Yeah,
And
of
this is an absolute record, that you with 14 years old leave this 2700 and you keep on going forward. This is what matters for the future. It's amazing.
He's absolute
Thank you.
world-class player already, fighting. So, so what else do we have on the board? Actually, when I was...
So many things.
Yeah, so many things. Also, when I was there checking how everything was going, shortly talked to Vichy as well.
And Jordan won already.
Oh, Jordan's
Yes.
won. Because the thing was, I couldn't really understand because I was trying to update the score. Okay, now finally there is a victory there. Because I saw Jordan running outside of the opening hole and just running down the stairs, and I didn't understand. Is he going, I don't know, maybe like out to breathe air or to smoke, or I don't know what he was going to. When I checked result, there was no result. I don't know. But okay, now we see it. First victory.
Yeah,
Very
first
good.
victory. And it's also great for him because yesterday he had a very unpleasant
Yeah,
game.
yeah.
He lost. So it always gives such a good feeling when you bounce back immediately, then you forget what happened yesterday.
Yes.
If you don't win immediately, then it will always be in your mind. Yeah,
It
that
will always haunt you, so
Yes.
to say. Okay, so we have now 6 more games ongoing on the top match. Do we want to
let's
see?
also take it Amin Bassem,
Okay.
because he's such a legend and he has done so much for Viernheim, that
Very good.
I think that
Worst,
he's probably not worse, but he has won so many important games for the club.
Yeah, absolutely. Including yesterday also. Let's start from the beginning probably and see. Okay, knight f3.
Yeah, probably it was a slow kind of game.
Yeah.
It's interesting. Recently, Bassem is not playing his King's Indian attack or defense as much as before. I don't know. Like at least last.
Times are changing, yeah.
Yes, you're saying. Yeah, you have to change from d4 to e4. You have to change
it's,
this and that.
and it's never easy. Yeah, changing is never easy.
But he changed for, every 5 years he plays same openings, but changed for himself. I mean, 5 years e4, 5 years knight f3, 5 e4. He don't play a new thing. I mean, just same lines, but
Yeah, Yeah, but again, interesting. Starting with knight f3 and then e4. Okay. Okay, e4.
Yeah, this.
Yeah, this is all kind of standard,
Yes,
yeah,
yes.
anti-Sicilian.
Now bishop a2, stepping back. So there is no d5 with a tempo, or
Yeah, yeah.
what's the idea?
yes,
Mhm.
sure, yeah.
I only feel that maybe practically exactly against Alexander Jonchenko, who also very much loves this kind of games. Maybe strategically it's not the best decision to play type of, but this again, if Amin wins the game, we will say that it was the great decision. If things are not, it's of course, but just that Alexander also likes this type of play.
Yeah, so it's also to his preferences as well. Knight f1, now remaneuvering the knight and opening the bishop.
Yes, it's almost like Spanish, yeah.
Yes, but without the pawn on e5.
Exactly.
And it makes, of course, a big difference. You know, the d5 square is now also, because in the Spanish, usually white has the opportunity to go with a d4, but here also black has a d5 idea.
Yes, but also now we'll be seeing a very thematic h3, h6, and bishop d2, knight e5 is very natural in this line. Because if you take knight e5, d5, then suddenly this pawn structure is very good for black. Yes, there is this weakness. And if you don't trade, then actually with this knight e5, bishop a6, I think this maybe computer says it's not good, but it was probably missed by Amin, and it had some psychological effect on him.
And now bishop e1, he has to defend, the only way to defend the pawn. And now bishop f8, stepping away. So what's the idea? Bishop f8 just to make
just,
square with
wait.
Normal.
just to wait. Yeah?
Prophylactic,
Okay,
good prophylactic. Knight
Knight
h2.
h2.
Yeah, I just missed d5. Yeah.
Oh.
And e5, knight e4, this beautiful move was missed.
Oh.
Oi, 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 oi.
Yeah. He just missed this. He think knight d7, knight f3 back. He will play this line. Just knight f3 or something like this.
And he missed knight e4. Or
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a game changer.
Wow.
Nice.
And now knight f3 comes back, but okay, knight
Yeah, now
e2
without the bishop
No bishop, yes.
and
bishop.
d4.
and bishop b7. Yeah. And the bishop on a2 is
Yeah,
dead.
this one is bad position.
This is very bad position. But okay, you are already leading 1-0. You have
Yeah,
also many other good positions.
Yes, we already. I finish. If I have points. Yeah, okay. His match is going well. And this match is okay.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's okay. Sorry, I.
Yes, of course. Yeah.
Thank you very
so
much.
much for
See you.
joining,
See you.
yeah.
Thank
later, yeah.
you.
Okay,
Thank you.
see you.
Goodbye.
Okay, so what we can say here? So okay, we see a relation bar showing us clearly better for
And
Alexander.
also this position, we can understand that black is clearly better. Yeah, so I'm in trouble. Let's also check out the last board, because I think that there is very little said about Dennis Wagner and also about Bennett Hagner.
The young German generation.
Yes, I mean Bennett Hagner I think is like 17 or 18 years old, and I'm very happy that Baden-Baden gives him the chance to show his skills, and I think he has been extremely successful. He has played a brilliant season last year, I believe, and also this season he was scoring so many points, and it takes some courage, yeah, that to put a youngster with lower rating
To risk
into
a
the
bit in
lineup,
some
yeah,
way, yeah.
into a team like Baden-Baden, yeah, that is fighting for the title. But actually, when you look at the results, he's the most successful player of the team. Yeah, let's actually take a look.
We check, and
Well,
we lost
last-
only one game.
Yeah, last year was of course the much better season, but also this one is kind of nice.
Yes, pretty nice. I mean, some victories, like only one loss, basically, and won yesterday, by the way. Let's not forget about it. And yeah, I mean, very, very strong uprising chess German player. And here we have open Sicilian.
Yeah, this was a Sicilian Sveshnikov. I think it's maybe not even so necessary to go move per move.
Yes, so maybe just.
Yeah, click through a
Just
typical
going
line
through,
that
yes.
finally takes.
And then there is a safe f6 double pawns.
Yeah, and then black will break in the center. Yeah,
It's
it's
happening.
all the logical stuff. White is very
Right.
solid.
There are 2 against 1, so potentially for white could be some
Yeah,
advantage.
and the knight on c2 is beautiful because it blocks on b4. Yeah, white has this lovely outpost on b4. So this
Very
is
nice.
ideal setup. That's why white is hoping for something, but black will probably counter it with some very strong, quick counterplay in the center. So
and here
let's
rook
see.
d8, offering a trade. And knight b4, yes, it's very, very beautiful output.
Yes, and then king g7, f5, king f6, and this is how you
just
create
pushing.
enough. Yes, you create enough counterplay.
Trading the rooks, and it's almost the same position that we have at the end. So rook d6 trying to activate, and now h4, getting rid of this weakness on the h file.
Exactly, bishop d3, and yeah, we see the Avial bar saying like equal, but there's still a lot to play for both sides. Yeah, it's a very dynamic. It's not a dry equality.
It's not a balanced position because there are some, pawns on the queen side, on the king side. You have to make sure that you defend the pawn b5.
Yes. Yeah, it will be interesting to keep an eye on the game. Also, Dennis is behind on the clock, so there is some tension here, but it's also not the most dramatic or exciting of the position. Probably let's check out the Parham game. That what happened in this crazy battle. What was the move after rook d8 at all?
So rook d8 played.
Parham find the best move, queen b3. Yeah, we analyzed with Shakhriyar. Queen b3 and rook e8, queen d3. So he's basically offering a repetition of moves.
Okay.
Parham is fighting for his life. He knows that draw would be actually like a victory in this position because
It
he's
was like
under...
yesterday, actually.
Yes, but here he ran into some very unpleasant preparation, and Nikita has played brilliantly so far. But the big question is, does he have anything better than to repeat? Because Black has sacrificed the piece for the initiative. White now with queen d3 protects the bishop on e2 and wants to play knight c3 and knight d5. Once the knight enters the game, White can potentially win the game. Yeah, so there is pressure on Black. That's why there's this temptation that with rook d8 I can force a repetition and I have draw in pocket. But he's also up on the team situation, up on the clock. And we also see here on our camera that Nikita is very focused. He's very much looking forward to finding some way to continue.
And look at Parham's face expression. He's like trying to calculate, a little bit confused. Yes, look at him. He's jumping on the chair behind.
Yes. Ever since this rook e8 possibility, he's
jumping.
super excited. Yeah, he just cannot
hold his emotions.
Hold his emotions. Yes.
Okay. So what would you suggest if not repeating? How could Black continue from here?
Yeah, well, one move that one has to consider is knight e3. Yeah, it's clearly the move that Black would love to play because bishop f5 is coming, hitting with the tempo, and then Black wins. But if this move would be possible, it would have already been played, and I think that here now maybe knight e5 check is like a very important point. That's my feeling. Yeah, knight takes d5 and then queen takes e3. And with rook on d8, this idea was not working because of knight d3 check. But now that the rook moved away from the d file, White can then capture on d3 without problem.
So basically, if we
if you go back, no, just put back rook to d8. It was the last move.
Sorry,
yes, because here I was asking that if Black plays knight e3,
now it's
then knight e5 doesn't work.
Yes, knight e5. Yes.
Because now knight e5, queen e3, there is knight d3 check, and the rook
is defending the knight.
guarding the knight on d3. Yes. So this is the point. Now after rook e8, queen d3. Now he does not need to be afraid of knight e3. This is super important for Parham.
Yes,
and rook d8.
Queen d3. Rook d8 has been played.
Has been played. Yes. Yes, has been played.
Yes, it's current position. No, wait a second. And
yes,
queen d3 is
played.
already replied. Probably we have some small
delay.
Delay. Because 1343. Yes. Sorry, it's here. It was not shown before. Yes.
But they already, so rook d8, queen b3, Parham moves back to b3, the correct move. He's saving time.
So basically he lets Vitugov decide what will be the result. We'll go for a draw. But of course, at the same time, Nikita understands that the situation in the team is not ideal. Also looking at the board which is close to him, the board of Yais.
But honestly, I haven't really seen Nikita walking around. Okay, I haven't really been seeing too much this camera angle at all. But my feeling was like Nikita was so focused on this game that he's playing his game. He's playing this position because it is so complicated, so complex with Shakhriyar and Ilya. We were trying to understand, we were analyzing and the evil bar were jumping back and forth. We find brilliant ideas for both sides. It turned out that the good or bad we did not know at all, and the players had to navigate over the board without evil bar, without anything.
Super tough.
And
Oh.
Parham find this queen b3 move, the only move.
And now he's repeating. So which move is already? So it all started from here. Rook d8. So this is the first time,
Yes.
second time, and
Yeah.
basically
Well, okay,
Still.
White doesn't have any other alternative, so he does not even need to claim. He just, okay, rook e8, I play queen d3, and then, okay, you go back rook d8, and then it's threefold repetition. But clearly Nikita wants to find an alternative.
But we were discussing, okay, here knight e3, that this knight e5 wouldn't work, but probably something else is working.
And you know what? Yeah, because knight e3, knight e5 is not working, but yeah, White has different moves, very complicated position. And then Shakriya said, but wait a second, actually, maybe White doesn't have a useful waiting move here, because knight c3 runs into knight d4. So White doesn't have a threat. And Shakriya said, maybe a5. And Ilya put a5, computer said, yeah, best move, good.
Oh, wow.
Can you imagine? So, and
A5.
another suggestion from Shakriya, another brilliant move was that he said, wait a second, maybe I can even play king g8 here. And also confirmed by the computer that it's good, yeah?
Incredible.
And that, you know what, when you think about Shakriya Mamedyalov as a world-class player, one of the absolute best, these are the positions that he's so incredibly good, yeah? He senses these dynamics, all this, and then he said that he was not happy with his today's game at all, that he got this dry position, nothing is happening, yeah, maybe perfect accuracy, but no action, yeah?
Yeah,
There
he
is-
wants action.
Of course, he wants action, yeah, he wants dynamic positions like this, and then he can play, he can show his genius
But
that is inside him.
It's absolutely incredible that in this position, what Nikita has to realize that actually White doesn't have this opportunity to wait, and basically this rook e8 is the only opportunity for him to make the square on d3 vacant for the queen. So basically that's what he doesn't have to do. And I think it's also difficult to find and realize as black pieces.
Of course, okay, you have piece, you sacrifice the piece, yeah, for initiative. You feel like you are under some pressure to prove your point, right? So thinking about this, that, and in my mind, if the next move from black would be connected somehow activating that bishop from c8, that would be very natural human that, of course, yeah, my initiative is going. But when you make a so-called no move, yeah, just, okay, king g8 or a5, that is so difficult to convince yourself that you have the right to do that.
And is there opportunity to jump with a knight on d4? Does he consider it? Maybe also to remove the...
Yeah,
the
but then white trades everything, and that will help white. And white just takes and probably develops with the knight to c3.
And now
And
castle.
gets ready to castle. Yeah, this is not in black's interest at all. So keeping the tension is vital, but the body language from Nikita does not tell me that he is really excited about some new alternative. Yeah, I somehow feel like if he would have and the clock situation, look at this, equals out, that he would have played that other move already earlier. Yeah, so my feeling is that the game very likely will end in a repetition, but of course we never know. Maybe suddenly Nikita gets this spark that, wait a second, no, but I can afford to do this or that. Objectively speaking, the computer is showing more or less equal. Yeah, so
Yes,
it's not
yes.
like black has some winning continuation with something. It was just that I'm super happy that we here in the studio and all our viewers got the chance to experience this, what Shakriya was showing with his intuition. Maybe a5, maybe king g8, two brilliant moves without having access to any engine whatsoever.
Yeah, this shows how incredibly strong, I mean, he still is, and yeah, always, of course, fighting these ideas. Incredibly creative mind,
Yes.
which also passed on, I think, to Yais, looking at his absolutely creative idea, which, as you were saying, like probably is objectively not good, but truly incredible. And we see also Rustam there is just trying to drink some water, trying to get
Well, according to the
yeah.
computer, there were some more moves, some more repetitions happened. And there you see, yeah, they just made a move. I think
Okay.
rook e8, queen d3, very likely it will end up in So now if black stops the clock and invites the arbiter that I want to play rook d8, then it's a draw automatically, but he doesn't have to do it because white has to play only moves, yeah? So no reason at all to call the arbiter.
Is there any move that black can play here? Is there also a5 in this position? Because
No.
only in the position of the...
Yes, because now after rook e8, queen d3, white got much more stable position. Yeah, the queen on d3 protects the bishop on e2. Probably the knight c3, knight d5 idea is already much closer to realization. That rook d8, queen b3, that against knight c3, there is knight d4 tempo. Yeah, that was super important. That is now out of the position already.
But my idea was that if you play something like a5 and then you want to go rook d8. And
But
then
okay, knight c3, knight d5. I already jumped. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so just to highlight that there is no time for it
No
anymore.
time, yes. And the body language tells it all. Nikita comes to terms that, yeah, actually I played a brilliant idea. I had chances. And the computer confirms that after rook d8 it is threefold repetition. So in online chess game, the game would end immediately. But this is over the board, so the players will have to deal with the situation.
I'm sorry to jump to another game because there is already official result. We are 15 minutes behind. So Alexei Sarana won against Alexei Shiro, already confirmed. The game is still, as we see right now, still ongoing. So it's 2 points now for Viernheim.
Yeah, and Parham stops the clock. He invites the arbiter that it is threefold repetition. This is one more great news for Viernheim. But I believe that one cannot fault Nikita at all. He played a brilliant game, and Parham found all the best moves. And that the game finally ends in this repetition, it's the logical outcome, I believe. Ilya, nice to have you back. What are your feelings? Have you been in the playing hall?
Yes, I've been to the playing hall. I've also been interviewed by the chess-based guys, so that's where I'm coming from right now. Before that, I was observing Parham and Nikita having a friendly chat after the game. They both didn't seem entirely unhappy, so it was an exciting game, of course. Maybe Nikita had hopes to surprise Parham with a defeat.
I'm really sorry, but what happened to Yai's game? It shows in result that it's a draw.
Really?
I mean, that's possible. I kind of liked what Rustam had done. He offered the exchange back, yeah, after rook e2. Yeah, I don't know. Might be a glitch, but it could happen.
Because now it's on official results.
Yeah, a little bit surprising, because yeah, is a well-known fighter, and he, of course, he wants to win every game, especially if he has such a good position. But yeah,
there we have seen the handshake by the players. Yeah, that officially, because yes, you guys are now 50 minutes ahead, but we are here 50 minutes behind. Yeah, we have to slow down the action, I guess. And yeah, we don't know yet how the game progressed, so I cannot say at all that. Maybe actually, just like Yagis before was able to create confusion for his opponent, maybe this is now exactly with this rook sacrifice, with this exchange sacrifice, rook e2, that's what Kasim has done. I'm always loving this. This is one of my favorite themes in chess. Yeah, that's how I fell in love with Tigran Petrosyan's games and everything. Yeah, when I studied his book, this chess lection, about the position exchange sacrifices. For me, it's one of the most fascinating things in chess, that how you can save and change the character of the position that is not going your way. The computer might say that it is not important, but in a practical game, it changes everything.
Absolutely. And now the offer is to sacrifice black, but then it will be still upper piece for black.
Yeah, but imagine that white plays rook c1 and picks up the pawn on c2. If we suddenly calculate, white has 3 pawns for a piece and the pair of bishops. Yeah, so of course it's isolated pawn on d4. And the big question, is black really able to defend this c2 pawn?
It's actually a big question. How do you stop it? Because rook c1, and you're just picking it up. Your knight is so far away. I mean, how do you even defend? And also bishop is on the dark square, so you cannot defend with the bishop. So it has to be rook c7 or something.
Yeah, rook c7, rook c1. And you don't have access to the c6 square.
And queen cannot defend.
Yes.
So this is the status quo. This was the status quo when I left the tournament hall, so I don't have any additional information. But I think there's a Jedi mind trick in order to coach yourself to be able to spot these long-term compensation exchange sacrifices. If you tell yourself that you're not actually sacrificing 2 pawn units, but 1, because the bishop pair in such an open position, okay, the pawn on d4 is a little bit obstructing this bishop's view, is worth 1 pawn. So you're actually just sacrificing 1 pawn, and then if you get this one back, then you have recuperated your investment. And this bishop, of course, is the MVP in on the whole board in position. And famously, 2 bishops roaming freely in an open position, which is not, but it could become, they're easily worth an exchange. What?
Yeah, no, this did not.
No. We have the move, and bishop e2 was played.
Yeah.
Yes.
So this was at least.
Yeah, the knights, they don't have anything to do,
Oh,
and they're
no.
loose in this open
Exactly.
position. Yeah.
Ah, no, I'm sorry. What is going on actually? Because there is some.
Some confusion, yeah.
Okay, probably yes. Some. No, I don't know if it's confused. No, probably they're trying to
it's,
rebuild the position.
Exactly,
that's
yeah.
Oh, they just finished. Did you see the video?
They just finished, yes.
Yes.
So let's try to find out. And now let's see the players.
Maybe they're analyzing the game, and that's why how
Yes,
these moves came in. Okay,
exactly.
this is typical. Yeah, actually, some.
You're not
some-
supposed to do that, guys.
Yes.
But
first
it
you
was
have
too
to-
exciting, yeah.
yeah.
Exciting
we-
game.
They're excused.
Of course, I mean, truly incredible, and this, the creative ideas and everything what we witness here, and also Rustam trying, to hold this very tough position, just trying to understand what they are analyzing.
But how
Which
can
position?
they agree to a draw? Was it a draw offer or what?
That was probably some.
Okay, yeah, this is still clearly not the game. So after rook e2, maybe rook e2 with a draw offer was played.
Look at this, even Alex comes and he was studying the score sheet, like what happened here?
Yes.
A draw offer. Probably it was a draw offer. Guys would normally not accept that.
In the Bundesliga, I think 20 moves.
20
Yes,
moves,
Shakri, I asked Shakri, but look at the body language of the players. Neither of the players seem to be very unhappy. Yeah, like probably Adams also feels like I had a rough opening, yeah, things got out of control, then I got lucky that I got the upper hand, but then my opponent finds good resources, they don't have access to the evil bar, they don't know that it was plus minus, and now maybe it was clear advantage for black. We have to also wait for the final moves in order to understand.
So that means we have 3 more games ongoing. The board 2 of Vincent against Aravin. We have.
Yeah, that will be a very interesting game to
Yes.
head to probably because it's heating up. It was a
Let's
slow
go.
strategical battle. That's why we kind of neglected it because we had all these crazy farm board positions. But now slowly it will be probably the main game.
Yes, and
And the
Probably.
body language, some excitement there.
definitely, and also the time is ticking, so it means, of course, less time for decisions, and have to get to the second time control, which is of course not so easy. Let's maybe change the game that we have.
Yeah, but the body language actually doesn't really signal me that Vincent is happy. He's not happy at all. And I'm not happy ever since Bishop H4 happened. I'm not happy. I just felt like strategically this is a very risky direction. And the clock situation, okay, Vincent is up on the clock, but black has this knight c5, knight f4, the established knights always will give him counterplay.
Yeah, that's for sure, because this bishop on h2, yeah,
It's out of the
It's
game,
out of
and
the
you can
game,
never
absolutely.
take on f4 because then ef opens up the long
other
diagonal.
bishop, oh.
Yeah, so you have to wait. You have to sit and wait.
Speaking of sitting and waiting, if you want to take a break, Peter, you can
Yes.
always take a break. I'm not kicking you out. Please don't misunderstand me, but you probably also have some
I
other needs.
actually need a little break.
Yeah.
Yes.
And there is also a very special guest joining you guys who has won a game that I don't want to yet reveal. So enjoy.
Thank
Yes,
you.
thank you. See you
Peter.
soon.
Okay, so we have
First
have a
winner
winner.
of the day,
Second.
Alexei. Second, oh, sorry.
After Jordan.
Oh yeah, he disappeared quickly.
Yeah, that's what
Alexei.
I also was wondering. Before I came here, I saw Jordan like running the stairs down without even saying anything, and I was like, I was not sure. Maybe he blundered something and it was a draw or what happened. But then I checked the result, he won. So it
Probably
was
he forgot
interesting.
about us.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he didn't want to go to the studio or had some other more important plans than joining us. Or also he doesn't want to participate in the competition of who is going to become, the player who is the most the most hours, the most minutes staying in the studio. But you are fighting with Bassem, I think. You and Bassem are in the top.
But Jordan also has some merits. He was a sole commentator in one stream, I remember. So he's the player who did the commentary on his own for the longest time.
Because his
Like
game
5
finished.
minutes.
His game finished before we even started the broadcast.
Okay, so first question, Alexei, before we get to your game, what do you think about the match?
I think we are winning the match. I'm not sure, but it looked like
We're leading.
two wins, and on other boards we are fine. Maybe somewhere we're worse, but
Look, you're both in the picture and in the picture.
oh, I'm still playing here.
Want to watch yourself play?
Oh,
But it's not only one Alexei, double Alexei.
Correct.
Just one Alexei with I and the other with Y.
Alexei squared.
Okay,
oh, there's
resign.
the resignation. He's having a very poor season, Alexei. Shirov. He lost yesterday, lost today. He also lost an important game when they only drew Dusseldorf. Do you feel like his magic is declining?
well, maybe it's harder with every year. Of course, you're not getting better usually at this age. So at some point, yeah.
Was there anything special that you considered during preparing against him, considering this result that he had, or like maybe some specific opening you wanted to go for? Or...
Yeah, he's still very strong player, and
Sorry, did he resign in just this position, or did the game continue?
I think little bit continue.
bit, okay.
Maybe right here, yeah. Maybe right here. Then. I think right here.
You were not surprised by his resignation.
Yeah, here.
That's why Alexei was at the board, yeah? He was waiting for it.
Yeah. Yeah, already it was quite clear somewhere here. Yes, opening was prepared, and I know he.
Let's just jump back because we're in the wrong scene. So okay, take it away.
He is not very strong with openings recently, so he play all his stuff which he played many years ago, and but
Not keeping up with
So
the
that's why I
Kardashians.
was thinking maybe you were trying to find something what he likes to play usually.
yeah,
yes,
but
like...
I think he mostly played e4, and recently he switched to d4, a bit more solid opening, and I decided to surprise him. Someone played this against him, but I found this opening quite interesting. It's not much worse for black, and it's very playable. So
It's like Ragozin, but not quite with the knight on d2 and black's. What's black's plan? To push for e5 or c5 eventually?
actually, to push pawn on a4 to fix this
The new idea of a5 and
a5,
knight d6, yeah.
bishop d7 and a4,
And knight a5 sometimes.
and play this structure.
Using the fact knight is not on c3, so it's very nice.
Do you know this idea from the Catalan?
Yeah, it's like from the Catalan, but
Yeah.
in this with g3 also there appears some new line with basically black put pieces on the absolutely same squares.
Just one more time, found the time for the advertisement. This a5 line in the Catalan, this in the chessable course we just came out.
What's not in the chessable course?
A black repertoire for ambitious chess improvers fighting 1d4 in sidelines. It means every other move other than e4, because we have in the first part there was e4 e5, and now in the second part d4. So basically, in the Catalan we go for this, and the idea that we don't go for close Catalan with the c6, we don't yet play the c6 move, and then this a5 idea was taking on c4 and this b5, with the queen takes bishop a6 is.
That's totally new, right? That has been around for like 2 or 3 years, or have I missed?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Yeah.
something like that. Yeah.
Something like this.
Yeah, the engines are showing it on like 0.3, and then interesting. You start analyzing.
Yeah, but this line almost very little players played. But
Yeah.
Let's
I
check
found-
explore just to see maybe.
I
the
think
position.
Mamedjarov played, and I checked his game. He
Mm.
did. So,
Boris
so
Gelfand
not so
against
many games,
Berkesh,
like 20 games, yeah.
Zubov.
And after bishop d3, the plan works quite well. So a4, the evaluation drops, so he played the right move.
As a 3 knight c6 in the French player, I've always had the feeling that the knight on c6 blocking the pawn on c7 is actually not that bad.
Yeah, here exactly. It's some concrete ideas, so somewhere it's jumping. But here, during the game, I realized it's a bit suspicious. So it's all theory
Oh,
that I
he
played.
played this,
Yeah, that was in the game. So
and so but he found this. He didn't know this.
yeah, but it's kind of logical.
Yeah.
So before, and probably he knew about move before, but then he started to think, and there. It's a bit suspicious. Everything very passive. But important pawn is not hanging. But and I want to play c6, and somewhere it is good for black.
A4?
Maybe a4, yeah. It's not clear everywhere because I have this pawn. But
But you
here,
have some nice light squares.
yeah, probably play like this. So that's kind of an idea. Okay, let's go back. So I very briefly already checked this position, so I thought it's unlikely. Okay, if it happened, we'll play playable position. And I think e4 was a move, or maybe queen b3, c6, b6, knight c8, e4, and some sacrifice. I know there are a lot of opportunities for white. He decided to play knight e5, kind of logical, and thinking there's c6, but I didn't want to give up bishop. Bishop 8 is natural. Castle c6. He played rook b1, which looks also logical. After cb knight b5, suddenly this pin is very dangerous, and he has no move after knight d5.
Oh,
So it's very unexpected. I played only
he
logical
missed
move.
this knight d5, or
Yeah, seems like he missed, and here he already see it,
But it was too late after rook b1.
but it was too late. So played this and play without pawn. It's sad. It's very
Yeah.
sad.
but
So
sometimes you have to do sad things not to get in the sadder things. Or I don't know.
yeah, you're right. So after knight d5, it's really bad. So he played queen c2 because everywhere I have this fork, and here he have this fork, but he still exchange down, and bishop is not active. My rooks will be very active, so it's just losing position. So he played queen c2, tried to sacrifice the queen, and I think, and somehow here calculated lines like this. But here the only move queen d3, and my knight c3 doesn't work because bishop d7.
Whoa.
He's not losing an exchange, so I calculated everything precisely. Okay, I should go for winning the queen. And here, I don't know, queen c7 looks logical. So bishop d3, knight, somehow I missed rook b2. I thought I play bishop a3, this, and I'm just winning, but
Oh, but the rook.
but then I realized that rook is hanging after knight e2. But here rook is hanging. But here apparently white is winning, or black is winning still. It's queen c4. Pieces are very awkward placed,
Knight g3 coming.
and yeah, after this knight d5, knight g3, important check, and black is winning. And usually queen is very strong against 3 pieces when they play on different sides. So here, 4 pieces.
Just queen a6 already picking up almost a piece, yeah.
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 But anyway,
Yeah.
So, and probably it was still winning. So here, it's
but you decided to play it safe.
yeah. But here we discussed after the game a bit. So here he was going to play this. And this, I don't know, maybe it's still a bit uncomfortable for me. So I decided some reason don't go for it, play bishop a4. But here he had moved bishop d2, which I didn't like. And after bishop takes a3, bishop c3, I was going for this line. And when I played, I was going for this line, but then I realized he has a move bishop b5. And here he almost finds. So of course I'm still pushing, but not so easy. So, and I always should understand that actually I'm pawn down here. He has 5 pawns against 3 and 1. So at some point I realized
Yes, that's
I
right.
thought I'm just pawn up or something, or equal pawn.
What? One
So
pawn down.
here, and from far I thought, okay, he has this, nothing works like this. I can basically go here, and it's winning. 2 knights are very bad against side
Just
pawn.
horrible coordination.
Yeah, but bishop b5 is important move, and position is still very unclear. But he was in time trouble. Also after bishop c3, we discussed a bit this line, and it could be normal for white because of this, of some tactical resources. So, but here maybe rook a8, still somewhat. There's still a lot of to blunder for white, but he thought bishop b5. I don't know, it's almost defense, so some other moves like here, bishop h3, and still.
There's also intermediate rook c1, right?
Maybe, yeah, rook c1, but rook c1, queen b6. So here apparently some move is normal for white. It's hard to say. Maybe even
A1?
bishop a3, because also rook a1 is a move. Well, actually, we discussed all this, so we also thought about rook a1, maybe rook c1, and but we decided that maybe black still pushing, but somehow white has a move here.
Yeah.
We will not find it. So.
You think?
Oh,
Bishop a3.
Easy move. We should have tried to find it.
Ah, no, there's bishop c6.
not. You didn't see, yeah? We
No,
turned
I
off
saw, unfortunately.
engine for
Oh,
1 second,
I
and
didn't
the
see.
move is d5.
Yes.
So the idea after rook a7, d6.
Wow.
Impossible. Although,
So
Maybe
yes.
just if you switch off the moves, if you click
Ah.
on 3 dots.
Three
Oh,
dots.
sorry, no, on the, close to analysis, 3 dots, yeah, and then engine lines you can
Engine.
remove, yes.
Ah,
Then we
yes.
don't have lines.
And bar this, no, don't disappear. Yeah, so yeah, and I probably would play just queen c3 and go for this, and it would be unclear. So bishop a4 was actually inaccuracy. After knight b5 and this line, I realized that pieces are very awkwardly placed for
Okay,
him.
I'm sorry to interrupt. There has been a draw. I don't know which draw, but it means that 4 points at least are scored. So it means officially we are the winners. We are the champions.
They
of
are,
the
yes, you are.
2025-26 season. Yay!
Great.
Congratulations.
Yay!
Thank you.
Okay, very nice. Actually, I'm interested who
But
played
now
the draw.
we want to beat them too.
Probably
Yeah.
Dennis, yeah? Probably Dennis played the draw.
Oh,
It's
in the
important
chat.
match. Sometimes even if I'm winning the match, for
Yes,
example,
Dennis draw. Dennis draw.
I'm playing the match against someone and I'm winning and I can fix a draw, but I'm totally winning. I sometimes prefer to win, not to agree for a draw.
Of course.
So that opponent would be scared of me more.
But
Next
no,
time.
unfortunately. Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's already
yeah.
what's the result? Yeah, okay, he's lost. Yeah, he lost actually. Yeah, just now.
So only Vincent and Aravind are playing, but I think
Okay.
Aravind is more than fine. I mean, at least
I would
fine.
like to maybe update the results in the other matches, and maybe if you see something interesting to go there, because there's relegation matches which are very important. So Hamburger
Wait,
Schachclub. Yes?
first Alexei needs to
Yeah.
finish his game.
Ah.
Have you finished it?
Yeah,
sorry.
I can finish. There's
Ah,
7
sorry,
moves,
sorry.
so I'll just show how I win the game.
Yeah.
So
A4 was very nice, fixing the weakness, yeah?
yeah, the weakness I have a queen, and actually queen is very strong in such positions because of awkwardly placed pieces.
There's
I
no
just-
fortress, there's no
For
defending
example,
all the pieces all the
And
time.
queen is can even defend pieces like this, so queen is very powerful. And in general, with my
Beautiful.
friend, I realized that queen usually is better than the rook. It's arguably, but in human practice, it's usually better when we play on different sides. So he played this, and I calculated everything precisely, and he resigned.
Yeah, that's a nice resource. I think we showed it before. That this pawn is not very yummy because of this line. Fantastic. Congratulations again
Super game.
Thank you.
on
Before,
everything. So much to celebrate today.
yeah, before letting you go, wanted to ask you: did you prepare also today by the website
Of
or app?
course,
Yes.
of course, I continue.
Are you getting paid?
No, no. But
Commission?
I'm trying to get on board to be like some kind of ambassador or something because okay, it's good to be ambassador of some good things.
Lucas was sitting 1 meter across of me yesterday at the dinner at the other table.
I saw him. Yeah.
So yeah, his plan is to become a millionaire with the app.
Did you talk with him about
Yeah,
it? But what was his inside? Like not inside.
Oh, we talked
but-
about all kinds of stuff, but also about the app. Yeah. So it's a family project, he told me.
But the question is, do they already like do advertisement or something? Because I've never
No, I
heard
don't
about
think
it. And
No, it's a family project, and
I-
he vibe coded everything, even though he's not a developer. But with the AI, he could. And that's what he told me. I don't know.
Wow,
Lucas
with
always-
AI, wow.
He always has a smirk in his, he always has a smile. So sometimes he's not serious, sometimes he's serious. But like that's our conversations. Like sometimes I don't know if he's serious, or he doesn't know if I'm serious. I don't know. You didn't hear it from me. It's
yeah,
not
but you
quotable.
know, yeah, that's some things which you can do with AI, and then, for example, check with an expert. Like there are also some legal things. Like okay,
Of
you
course.
do you go through you make AI do like all the dirty work, and then find some things, and then okay, you give to the lawyer. Okay, check if it's correct, and then if it's correct, then it spares so much work. And I think the same should be in programming and any other things. I think besides the chess preparation, that's the only thing where AI will not tell the truth. And I think when Magnus was playing against ChatGPT, ChatGPT said, Magnus asked, okay, so which rating do I have? Because he beat ChatGPT, like about 1800 something like. Not too bad, yeah.
Yeah, hopefully ChatGPT is not good in chess so
Yes.
far.
Then it
Yeah.
would be
Not
called
at all.
Chess GPT.
Chess.
This is a good
Yeah.
name for upcoming chess
Yeah.
AI app.
Yeah. No such thing, unfortunately, because large language models can't play chess well. It's a math, not language skill. Anyway, what do you think, Alexei? What are the odds here that Vincent will unleash some potential in this position and play for a win?
I think the chances for both sides are equal, so most likely it will end it in draw. So
But it's interesting that looking at the position, white should have some edge because of the space advantage, but actually it feels like more that black has space advantage on the king side because of this knight and the pawns. And this d5
Yeah.
pawn doesn't really mean so much.
yeah, d5, but this is also some space, so
Yes.
it's equal in this. I don't see why anyone should win here, but it's time trouble, so
We'll see.
but nothing is hanging, so just play a move.
Who wants
Where's the
trade
position?
queens here?
Trade queens?
It's a hard question. I think
Probably black?
better for you, better for white, because
Me
this
too.
this pawn can be a weakness, and that's the only problem. And
White
with,
king is more vulnerable maybe sometimes if the king,
yeah, true.
queen can come in.
White king is much more potentially vulnerable because their and pawn is weakness rather than strong. With queens, it has potential. So
Good
Well,
assessment.
I'm sure Aravind knows his objective, his mission, is
Yeah.
not to win at all expense. Although we are champion already, but it would be nice to beat Baden once again. Baden-Baden.
So it means only the draw is needed. Half a point.
yeah,
So let's have a look what happened at Bassam's game, because he's the only one who lost, and he's about to lose probably in these very moments. He seems to be hesitating a little bit there. Could have.
But already lost.
Realized,
Officially already lost.
Yeah, but we are reliving the
Okay.
moments.
Of course.
yeah.
So okay, there's already a knight on e4. So camera is a bit ahead. Yeah, somewhere here things could have gone finally wrong.
Okay. Maybe we can also do now exchange. Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably.
So I finished my game. I see. Yeah, I mean, here pawn down and two bishops are very strong, so probably after queen f6 he will lose another pawn. Or maybe queen f6 is the only last trap after knight e6. There are many other moves for black.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Okay.
So,
Thank you,
okay.
Alexei. Congrats one more time.
Thank you for having me.
And we have Peter back on the track.
Yes, back on the track, right from the playing hall. I don't want to reveal any big secrets. I can only tell you that the match is still on. Yeah, there is still fight happening in the playing hall. But
the only thing is clear.
yes, okay, but it was clear from the beginning already that Viernheim wins the match, and of course thanks to Alex Savana's important win, and also Jordan Van Forest win, Viernheim is in the lead. They are in a comfortable situation, but it's not over yet. Yeah, because Alexander is having great chances here, and also Bassam Amin is very low on the clock.
I already, unfortunately, I disclosed that.
You
Bassam
disclosed.
has already lost.
Okay.
Yes.
So yes.
And also we have results, yeah, so that's why, unfortunately.
Well, but the only game which is still on is the
Winston.
instant game, and this is still on, and it's still a big fight. So it is not over yet. This was the finish, yeah?
No.
Or could have been, yeah?
Yeah, I was just wondering what happens after bishop e6.
So I just wanted to update the scores of the other matches if we want to go to some other match to see, like, because there are probably
there
some
is
big
so much.
relegation.
Yes.
So we have Hamburger Chess Club against Bayern München, 2.5, still playing strong. Then Deggendorf is 3-2 against San Pauli.
But I think these teams are safe,
Yes.
actually. But I would be very happy to check out on Frederick Svane's game against Fedoseev, for example, because this is an incredible clash on the top board. But yeah, go ahead.
Yes,
tell the
just
results.
so Dresden is 3-2 against Werder Bremen.
Wow.
So this is big. Okay, and 2.5 for Berlin against Kirchweihe, 1.5 for Kirchweihe. So there was one win, and Schachro Deitzel 1.5 against Düsseldorf. Tamas Banus won again on the fifth board.
Yeah,
on the
my
sixth
good
board.
friend,
Yeah,
teammate, playing
yeah.
for Hungary. Yes.
And Zugzwang against Ollingen so far equal 1.5. And
Yes, I think let's just mention that Zugzwang, I think, is in danger, and Berlin is in danger. They are fighting very much, and Dresden, I think, cannot already make it. They are on the last position. This is my feeling. This is the information I'm getting from players
Yes, so there is like
Although-
14 points.
Although wait, next season Wolfhagen will not participate.
Yeah, so only the last two
last
renegade.
two.
Mhm.
So it means
but-
there is this fight between Dresden, Berlin, and Zugzwang.
Exactly.
So Dresden could outpace Berlin and Zugzwang if they win today and tomorrow.
Yes, there are 3 points difference.
Yes, but the problem is that the other teams are now also scoring. Yeah, Berlin is ahead. They're also fighting for their lives. It's incredible, yeah, because we talked about it that here many teams who are so-called underrated, but they have young players, youngsters fighting, local players fighting for their club. They have the chemistry, they have this fighting spirit. Can especially when you are fighting for staying in the league, yeah, when you really have to give everything, and you are burning for your club.
And survival.
Exactly. I mean,
the same like,
Berlin.
like for example, some tiger is reaching,
Peter.
the deer.
I think you're overestimating everybody's team spirit. Now you are clearly a very team spirit, team oriented player, but it's not the case for everyone. There's players who just it's important to them what their result is first and foremost. Nothing wrong with that. Just people are different. You're clearly a very team oriented player, but I don't think everybody is. Oh, that's my impression. at
Well,
least,
you know, actually, I played because during my professional chess career, I felt like I don't want to have the Bundesliga distraction. Yeah, so despite having received offer even from Baden-Baden back in the day, I refused it in order to focus on my my individual career. And then suddenly in 2016, I was hired for basically for this one match against Viernheim to fight for. Let's see, this is some incredible clash. So that was very emotional. And then the work with Vincent started. Vincent joined 1 year later in the first Bundesliga. That was also the concept behind that, is also that the team gets all the young players. And it was really an incredible pleasure to be playing with Alex Donchenko, with Georg Mayer, then Dimitri Kolars, Matthias Bluam. They all came to our team. Gatakamsky was there. Incredible chemistry, really true pleasure. And can you imagine that I almost remember, and I played from 2016 till 2019 almost non-stop. I remember all of our matches, kind of all of the emotions that I felt with the team, how you are fevering with the team and so on. And I have these emotions, and I lost to Markus Rager, a game where I was better, I was putting pressure and like this, and I couldn't believe that I could not convert the game, and I lost that game by overpressing and then in time trouble blundering something away. I still haven't recovered from that game. That was
dramatic.
That was in December 2019, because I wanted to have, a clean. I was doing so well for the team, beating Fabiano Cadden in 2019, this legendary match where Gatakamsky beat MVL, and but nevertheless we finally lost to Baden-Baden 4.5, 3.5. It was also here in Berlin.
Yes.
Some incredible experiences. So yes, my heart is, because I know that for the team chiefs, it means so much. They put tremendous amount of efforts to making this happen. Yeah, that what we are seeing there, that they have all these players, they have to find the finances. We all know that today it's not that easy, and they are doing this. So I feel like as a player, yeah, then you want to show your absolute best, and this is what we are now seeing in Viernheim. Yeah, and I'm very happy because I'm not connected to Viernheim at all. Yeah, but I share this moment from where they came from, how many difficulties they had, and people are always, rooting for the winners and like this. But I like when somebody from down coming and then with persistence and with very hard work reaches the top.
Yeah, I think also the team is full of this players who have also this very huge team spirit. Like
Exactly. That's why we're beating Baden-Baden all the time. Shak is sitting here, one match day after the other, says, okay, I wanted to play this exciting move, but then I thought maybe for the team in this situation. Every time. He's like, at one point, I think last weekend, I felt like it smelled like team spirit when he was sitting next to me, like Nirvana, but with team spirit, not team spirit. And that is very characteristic of Viernheim. So I think you just share the values. But from my experience, some players are more driven through their own results, and some players are, when like the career is kind of already at like stalling a little bit, then it becomes a little bit more important to focus on the team.
Yeah, but I also remember Baden-Baden, because during we were many times traveling partners and so on. Yeah, there
Yeah.
was this system, and we traveled, we had meals together and so on. And all my friends, all my colleagues were playing for Baden-Baden. Yeah, it was like very
Yes.
fun. Yes, I'm having the young German team. Yeah, friends there, but my colleagues are there, and we had these dinners, and I could see that they also had tremendous, you know, these teams where they were so happy seeing each other and so on. But their problem is now that the generation is changing. Yes, that this golden generation, all these players who were so incredibly useful for Baden-Baden, they are now going down. At the same time, I also have tremendous respect for Baden-Baden's kind of approach that, you know, that they want to fight for the first, they are fighting for the first place, but they are also very grateful for players like Shirov, for Bakrov, for many of the other players who had been with the team together. Yeah, so
Through decades.
yes, through decades, yeah, winning so many championships. Yeah, so clearly after having this disappointing season, I'm sure that knowing Sven Noppers, of course, he will be thinking, he's the mastermind, that yeah, what he should be doing in order to be more competitive now with Viernheim, after now Viernheim has taken over basically, which was before Baden-Baden's territory. Yeah, and now already it's not one title, but the whole tendency is shifting towards Viernheim, and this means in my mind that the next couple of 2-3 seasons will be super interesting, where it continues. Yeah, this continuous evolvement, because evolving the teams, because both teams are motivating the other to get better and better.
Yeah, this shift is happening, and yeah, also of course in Viernheim there are many youngsters. There are many also the players who started playing for Viernheim and then became very really good. Like Jois, for example, is on the team for some time, and he's just a world-class player at this moment already. And what we see some repetition, by the way, on the board, reaching move 40.
Yeah,
Okay,
reaching
but now
40.
Vincent is
Vincent is,
pushing.
yes, this is the position that I last saw in the playing core. I think the time travel slowly here finished. Yeah, it's one more move before time control. And Vincent is fight, of course, for example, who completely identifies himself with Baden-Baden. This is Vincent, yeah, because for him, Grenka means so much, yeah, because he had been his sponsor, was supporting him throughout the young years and like this. So despite knowing that he had this online event, he was willing to come here, to have this unknown, not sure, not being sure exactly what happened. I was in the playing hall when GC happened.
Yeah, so yeah, let's talk about it. So Queen C8 was played, and here G3.
Yes, GC
So what
happened.
happened?
And you know, my feeling was, because Vincent had, I don't know, like 10 minutes, he spent quite some time and then played GC, and Aravind had less than a minute. And I thought like, wow, if GC works out, then White has the potential to take over, and it would be great. But the question is, will it be justified? I had no engine, nothing, so I was just relying on my feelings, and I was thinking like, what happens? I couldn't exactly see the absolute refutation, but I was a little bit worried of something.
What is the threat?
You guys analyze
This is the threat. No, not at all.
No,
Yeah, no,
This is the
that's
threat, yeah.
We haven't really looked at this game because Alexei was here sharing about his game, so we didn't
Yes,
see this
Stage
moment.
5. Yeah, so G4 was
And
played.
also because it was 15 minutes ago. So while we were talking now, these moves came in.
But you know, the point was that Vincent's body language was like he's pushing. Yeah, it was not, I don't know if it was connected to the position or because of the clock situation. Yeah, but his feeling was that he played G3 with some confidence. And if Aravind has 10 minutes on the clock,
Yes.
then he might be able to, you know, but with so little time on the clock, creating practical problems to your opponent means also so much. And yeah, he played G4 in order to be solid, to sit tight, which also signals that he was not thinking that he can play for advantage, because he played G4. Vincent took knight take G4.
Is there bishop b5 in this position? Because the idea of knight f5 and then knight on c4 would be...
Wow, that's not something you'd expect.
Yeah, I haven't seen that coming at all, this bishop b5, but
Yeah, apparently not that bad, but
Yeah, not
still
bad.
something. Or queen a6, but then it would return with the queen to a6.
Okay, but now the circumstances have changed.
Okay, queen a6 then.
Well
okay,
done.
same idea, but different piece.
Yeah, you don't think about that, right?
yeah,
Just,
because the knight is
everything's happening
trapped.
here.
Yes.
Thinking this. Wow,
You just told me a threat and I was thinking about solution, so...
absolutely.
Well, actually, I think Vincent would have fallen from his chair after Queen A6 because it looked like the body language, and Vincent had this game against Sarana in Grenke in the event in the penultimate round. If Vincent wins that game, it's already tournament is over. He won the event, and he was completely winning. And then Sarana suddenly from nowhere find the move which Alexei told me he hadn't seen at all. We missed it with Alex as commentators. And then suddenly it turned out that wow, it saves the day.
Wow.
And we all believed. In fact, it was a completely losing move. Yeah, but because when and Alexei told me also that when he suddenly spotted it, he felt like wow, he saves the game.
Wow.
And then there is this chemistry around the
Yes.
players. Yeah, that the mutual blindness is created. And here I believe also that Aravin simply believed in Vincent that G3 King G2 is very smart. And now I have to play smart with G4 to bring the knight back, and I'm solid. Yeah, if he would have known that after G5 wars, he would maybe have looked for alternatives, but he felt like I'm solid enough.
I still don't understand what happens if white just retreats the knight, still threatening knight f5. I mean, at this point it must become concrete. Maybe now h5, then g4.
Or now G4, no?
Well, knight
Okay.
G4 is different because the knight on AC is so bad.
Yes,
When you
yes.
go back knight G5, it will be difficult to protect the E4 pawn because that strategically it's very tempting. But I just realized no, it was not Alex because Alex already left. It was the last day, so it was with Mikhail Marin. We commentated the game, and actually Mikhail has spotted the win for Vincent just at the moment when Vincent made the move with which he missed the win. Yeah,
Wow.
it was dramatic.
So what about now instead of
Let's look at the position for a moment after time control. That's what they've reached, and we can also see them on camera.
On camera, yeah.
This is the position, and yeah, Vincent has some time. Move 40 has been played.
maybe just to move a bit?
Yeah.
Oh, and now Vincent is moving. Okay, so we cannot keep it.
He doesn't want
Okay,
the
he
board.
doesn't want the board. Yeah, but okay, for now here.
Leave me alone, yes? I think there was this video of Hikar with the pineapple, no? At some moment, I remember in Madrid Candidates or something that they made this meme video like he's looking back and forth.
Yes, like
but-
boomerang.
Yes, it's very interesting because I think we should go back 2 moves in order to understand that what happened here because it was a strategical battle and Vincent stabilized.
And
Yeah.
again, Vincent is.
Yes, but he will be moving back forward again.
So
Don't
G4,
worry.
very logical move. You're
Exactly.
saving the knight, but apparently strategically it's not ideal.
Because now you have to give up your light square bishop. Vincent has only one knight now fighting for the f5 square, so this is the ideal scenario. Now with queen e2, he protected the pawn. Now queen a6 was played automatic in order to pin the queen. But now Vincent finally could move his bishop. Bishop g1 played, knight falls back to d7, now bishop to d3, kicking the queen away, so the pin is resolved, the queen falls back, now knight e3. So Vincent finally regroups, his knight is heading to f5.
Black just lost a lot of time here with this operation. They didn't achieve anything.
Yes, but the good news for Aravind was, I think, that after knight f6, knight f5, bishop f8, he exactly moved forward. Vincent had to make a very critical decision, and he intuitively played bishop e3 because it actually feels correct. And he sacrificed the pawn on e4. And now the big question is, was he able to outcalculate already? Yeah, now he's taking bishop takes e4, knight takes e4, bishop h6.
Wow.
Because the players were both finally down to their seconds, I believe. Or Vincent still has time? It's confusing. Maybe he still has some time.
But they should get extra 30 minutes. no?
30 minutes now, yes.
He was not, it seems he was not under that much pressure to play bishop e3 quickly. He spent 2.5 minutes, but I think he even had a cushion there.
Yes, but he felt like it is the principal move, yeah, because if I don't hit black, maybe black will get king to h. I don't know exactly, because king h7, bishop e3 taking on e4 would be impossible.
Maybe he was
Due to
trying
the pin.
to put Aravind under pressure because it's also a decisive moment for him.
Yes, please decide. You are ready
Yes.
to take with 30 seconds on clock?
Yeah, also a big decision, of course, for Aravind. Yeah, does it work? Does it not work? How it's going to continue? And Here we see they all went for it, and bishop h6.
So some mating patterns there on g7 arising. Bishop h6, knight h6, or queen e4. Oh, or knight e7, also good. So
Everything is possible.
yeah, bishop h6 just loses.
Yes, so the
you
big
have to do
question
something
is,
with a knight.
okay,
Here,
knight probably,
here.
yeah, where is this knight going? Because if you go to c5 would be lovely, but then queen e3, queen g5 might just
Exactly.
deliver checkmate.
That's just losing, right?
That should be losing, yes. No, not queen e3, wow.
Why?
Queen d2, because
Why?
Yeah, it's a good question why, but crazy. Crazy. How come knight d5, queen g5 check is not made, king h7, and there is no mate? What a construction this is. It's crazy. Normally we would
Wait a
think
second.
queen g5 and game over, but
Oh,
where is the mate?
I just take.
Yes,
Just
queen
take.
g5, king h7, and queen h5, king g8 back. Yeah, or you take queen takes and protects h6 and g7, and queen h5 you
Wow.
just go back king to g8. It's crazy.
Yeah. Well, should be findable for them. Maybe not
Yes.
for me,
but
but
okay,
for
still
them.
this. I mean, like just one square away, and such a huge difference. Okay, queen d2 of course makes also sense to defend, but at the same time, queen d2 allows knight jumping back to e4. So
Yeah, but terribly unpleasant for black. Yeah, when you have this shaky king and there is this monster knight on f5,
This seems logical because of the
knight
reasons that you're
f5,
giving.
knight
me.
f6. Yeah.
yeah. And now there is at least
kidding.
more defender the square.
Yeah. So actually, after knight f6, there is a big question like.
Did you know? Yeah.
Like what's happening that because intuitively if I don't give checkmate I don't want to trade those bishops, but if I retreat the bishop then the pawn on d5 is hanging. Yeah, so bishop g5, knight takes d5, c4 is very dangerous. Yeah, because then the knight will have to move away, but there will be some queen b7 coming as a counterplay. Very complex. That's why bishop takes f8 would be the changing move.
What about just this? Trying to
Just
get in
queen
somewhere?
d2.
Not sure, no idea.
Yeah, possible, but
What's the defensive idea? Knight h... No. There's knight e8.
well, that is your knight h7 that you wanted to say. It seems reasonable.
Then knight h7 maybe really bishop g7.
But he played knight c5. What is this? What on earth? So
What?
quickly after the time
Maybe
control.
toilet move maybe.
No, but he's sitting at the board. But no, Vincent is
That's
completely
why.
shocked. What is
Oh,
this knight
yeah.
c5? Because
He just looked at it and it was completely
yeah, look
shocked.
at this. Vincent body language changed completely. Like what happened? I thought like I'm pushing, but it will be very hard. But I thought like knight c5 is not possible. Look at the body language.
Yes, he's trying to figure out, okay, what's...
So actually,
So
we
let's-
have to jump to
Let's,
that
let's
position.
jump,
Yes.
yes.
What happened to good old poker face? Everybody's wearing their emotions on their sleeves
Okay,
in
knight
modern
c5.
chess.
Well, especially Vincent for sure.
And
Yeah,
now, yeah,
Kasparov style.
he's raising the eyebrows all the time.
yeah, he's completely surprised that this is possible. This move is possible.
Is
and
it?
now comes
Yes.
his famous stare, yeah, when he always stares at the opponents.
And I don't think he had a concrete refutation. It's not like he saw a line from the distance and he knew that knight c5 is not working. He just thinks it's wrong. It's
Yeah.
morally wrong. But the Indians, they don't care. They
They-
just calculate like
Yeah.
crazy, yeah?
They are like computers. Yeah, they are machines and absolutely fearless. Basically, probably Aravind felt like if I go back knight f6, I will be tortured. It does not change the character of the game to my favor. And also the Indians and especially Aravind, he also said in an interview that Vincent is such a great technician that basically doesn't want to give a technically better position because he assumes that Vincent will squeeze it out. So with knight c5, he makes sure that if I survive, I'm not getting mated, then actually the knight on c5 will give me benefit.
Positionally, it's super sound, but king safety wise, what's going on here? So I'm trying queen e3, but at zeros apparently.
Well,
Wait, if he just takes on h6 and goes queen f8, how does white crush through?
that's a big question. It was already the question before, but now I'm looking at Vincent and
Maybe it's repetition then.
he's coming to terms like, wait a second, this is possible.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like why is this not losing?
Yeah.
But in fact, if it's not losing, then maybe white should retreat the bishop to e3 and try to keep the bishop. Yeah, in order to to hope for a long game.
So, oh, wait.
No,
still,
there is.
Ah,
still,
still.
yeah. So, but then what's the threat, right? There's no threat. Again, only this can be a threat. So maybe just queen d8.
Yeah, queen d8. Looks
Computer says
reasonable,
no.
but it's not good, yeah. Crazy. Okay, he also has an f6 move. I don't know how bad is f6.
Oh, it looks so ugly.
It weakens, but for example, if you have
But
time
there-
for queen d7, then it's not so bad, yeah.
Yeah, and then also the thing is that you don't have queen easily accessing this light squares, which are weak.
Yeah, with a knight on c5.
Yeah. Maybe that's something that he missed.
But okay, if I just return with the bishop to e3,
Mm-hmm.
then you will play queen b7. That is the intermezzo that is important.
Or a8.
But like
wanna-
this, you have the b file,
Yeah.
queen b7, yeah, because now you hit this, and if c4, then already you will start counterplay on the
Mhm.
on the b file
Maybe
somewhere.
a3.
But again, now
Then
bishop
bishop
takes
c5.
c5 is a threat, yes.
Wait, bishop takes c5, queen b2 intermezzo.
Basically, Vincent body language
Great,
tells
great
the
check.
whole story.
So let's do a3.
Yeah, let's play.
So
Then
apparently all
takes.
moves we do equal.
Yeah, but forget
Okay,
and
queen
then
f3,
king
king f3.
f2 or whatever, and then dc, and it's a positional draw according to computer, yeah, because
Maybe.
Wow.
you are like packed here.
But okay, the players can also go through this position and see, okay, maybe there are some chances for black with this a pawn.
Yeah, it's dangerous.
Well, it is a very big decision for Vincent. Yeah, he also knows that he needs to win the game in order to save the team, and
They're fighting for the third spot now, second spot now.
they are fighting for second spot. Plus, they are fighting for their honor. Yeah, this
Of
is
course.
also it should not be, because finally, I think it's also like natural that if your concurrent is winning the championship and he has this record of winning all the matches, then you want to be the one who stops them. Yeah, at least that you say that yes, they won the championship, but
Yes.
they did not beat us in
You-
the direct encounter.
You want to
Yeah,
be the Weltpokalsieger, Besieger.
Düsseldorf last year, yeah. Yes, exactly.
Yes, because there was this weekend at the beginning of the season when there was a
This
the
London tournament.
Yes, the Global Chess League, if I'm not mistaken,
Yes.
where everyone was playing, and that's why Viernheim was not so strong with the players, and then some points were lost there. So it was, yeah.
So if Vincent actually wins, since we are in the German capital right now, I was wondering who would win the match according to Berliner Wertung then? Because then Baden-Baden would have won on board number 2, then 5 and 6 would have been won by Viernheim, and 7 would have been won by Baden-Baden again.
It should
Should be
support
Baden-Baden,
Baden-Baden,
yeah.
but this doesn't. We are not in the German Pokal, no. in German Cup, yeah. This
No Berliner Wertung in Berlin.
yes.
So he knows what he has to do. Play for a win.
Yeah, he is of course playing for a win. Vincent is always fighting for a win, and also I'm pretty sure that the public is so happy that Vincent's game is basically maybe the last one that will finish. Yeah, because it is always people are rooting for him. They also don't see him too often. Yeah, here in
Yes.
Berlin, so it is a very special occasion, and it's also a match which has so much prestige. Yes, that he is trying to save the honor of his team, Baden-Baden.
Yes, and definitely very important.
What do we know about Wolfhagen? How did their match go?
It's still ongoing, still ongoing. 1 second
What's the
here.
score?
So 2.5, 2.5. So all draws so
Wow.
far, 5 draws. The match is still ongoing.
I have to give credit to this team, yeah, this Heimbach, because
Yes.
it's just incredible what they are doing. No, I mean, yesterday they drew with Baden-Baden, and another day, normally one could say that okay, there is an upset, they got lucky, they survived, they played match of their lives, and then next day against another very strong team, they're also so competitive.
Yes, super nice team. And also yesterday, Leon going for this 1d6 against the 5-time world champion.
Best marketing for his course.
Exactly.
To withstand.
Yes. I was
By the way, Wolfhagen cannot be demoted down from third place. They have it secured, right? Because Bayern before today was on 15 points, Wolfhagen on 20. So
So
they
basi-
have they have a podium. They have already clinched that,
so basically
and they will be
tomorrow,
retreating from the first league with a medal.
Yeah.
and tomorrow there'll be a match for the second place with Baden-Baden.
Yes.
Wolfhagen,
Yeah, that
Baden-Baden.
will be another shocker.
So, would you like to check some of the teams, because now I think Vincent is taking quite some time to think.
Yeah, he's taking his time. I think the Frederick game against Fedosea we promised, because
Yes.
that is an incredible
Let's
clash.
check.
And also it's Hamburg versus Bayern Munich, yeah, two traditional big clubs, not just in football, but also in chess. But this
No
is
mystery here.
this gonna end in a draw,
Maybe also put our camera.
and
We are visible.
Sorry.
I was just checking out.
and also Rasmus on second board still fighting against Santos Latasa.
Yes. Okay, also another endgame, but here is an extra pawn.
Extra pawn for the Rasmus.
Yes, he likes this, but okay, as people say, yeah, rook endgames have this big doge tendency, and black has all this potential of going g4 or activate the king. But the b pawn is more tricky than the a pawn. Yeah, this
Yes.
is kind of the
How do you
common
play this
knowledge.
for a win? The rook is so active.
Yes, it is, and you are trying to also get this king f6, king e5, king e4 counterplay. That's why I was thinking about potentially putting g4. Whose move is it?
This is
Black.
black's
It's black's, yeah. So it is a big decision.
move. To go g4 or not to go.
This should
Yes.
be easily drawing, no?
It should be, yeah.
Like, okay, it's draw obviously, but it should be
Theoretically,
easily draw.
Yeah, but what a matchup, yeah? So Fedosiev against Fredrik Svanne, Santos Latasa against Rasmus, Idani against Luke Mendonça,
Draw.
Ellen Pichot against Niklas Huschenbeet, and Louis Engel, another very talented German player who has given up his chess career, but he's playing time to time. Okay, he's basically regularly playing in the Bundesliga, but nothing else, and always plays well. Yeah, he just shows his.
No losses.
Look at his performance. Yeah,
Unbeaten. And plus 15,
He
almost
might
plus 16.
overcome 2600 at the end of the season, perhaps. Not sure about
by
it.
not being professional, because he went to school. Yeah, for
Yeah,
law
it's
school.
law school, yeah.
Law
Yes,
school.
yes.
Yes.
Just like
But-
Jan Christian Schroeder, same
Very talented.
career, very
But
talented,
something
but went
happened.
into law in Hamburg.
Just now, I don't know, or maybe it was not just now, but evaluation bar shifted for some reason here.
Okay, here black will win. Yeah, this is clear. Black will win this. So okay, basically, what else? Schachfreunde Berlin. We are in Berlin. We should be
Yes.
checking out. They are fighting for their lives. It's a very sympathetic team with many local players.
Schachfreunde Berlin here. They are.
Wait, what? Saric Miranda was a draw?
What happened there? You were
There's-
expecting?
Oh, I did not expect this to end in a repetition.
Wow, that was a perpetual. Huh?
Okay, I saw a slightly different position. Yeah,
You
wow.
saw on the board, yeah? In the
Yeah, I
playing
was
board.
Wow,
Right.
what a construction. Yeah.
Wow.
Wow. Yeah, I was paying attention to the body language, and it told, like, it seemed like Saric is saying, "Why are we continuing? I'm escaping the perpetual easily." But maybe I misread the body language then.
But look what's going on. Dresden, who is on the last place, what they are doing, because. Oh wait, sorry, it's another match here. Dresden.
Against
Here.
Bremen.
Your fellow
And look
countryman just
what's happening on the last boards. They won 2 of the matches.
Wow, who won?
Dresden
Jens
against Bremen.
Maywald beat Luca. No, he
the other way
lost.
around.
No, other way around. Lucas van Forest won.
But it's
Maximian Ninef, he won. No, it is tied. It is
no,
tied.
I think it's some wrong result. It's a result on this board and this probably, because for me it shows on the official results of the Bundesliga that last 2 boards won. So it means board 7 and 8.
Because Light Tishbirek won. Yes, that
Yes,
is another
yes.
story.
Raj from India.
Yeah.
Incredible. Yesterday there was this this game of Ilya Schneider against White Tischbeck, and we have been covering it with Robert Rabega for the local chess fans doing the commentary. It was some incredible tactic mess, and Rai in big time table was defending like crazy, but finally he lost that game anyway. It was very special, and I was very impressed by his level of defense and way of play, and today he won a super important game for his team.
Very important, because now they have 4 points, and it means that we still have one more game ongoing on the board one for Matheus Bartel, so he has to not to lose the game in
Well,
order to
and
get,
he is
and he's winning.
pushing. He's certainly can go with that. Wait a second, can you just sacrifice Queen F1, Rook A1? No, but there is Knight A5. It's not so simple to give checkmate.
But there should be something.
Yeah, it's kind of funny that this Rook E8 is met by Knight A5, so you cannot do this. But with this bishop on E4, this monster bishop, it feels very shaky. We don't know where did this rook come from. Where was White's rook?
On C1,
On C1.
you see there is a square highlighted, so
Ah, okay.
Wait, is F4 a thing?
F4.
Queen F4, Rook F8, Knight E7, King H7.
Okay, he's taking.
Wow.
Okay, so idea now Rook F8, Rook F3 entering. Or is what's the idea now? Rook F3, Rook F.
Just grab a
Rook
pawn
F8?
for now.
Yeah, and it's a very bad position. No?
Okay, yeah.
And I wonder that if White plays the move Knight E5, which he would like to make, can we then sacrifice Queen F1 because there is no Knight E5? Let's just show this line, because this, if this is relevant, this could be, yes, now it's working, because there is no
Very
more,
nice.
there is no more Knight A5 defense. Checkmate is coming. And this means that if Knight E5 is impossible to be played, then it's a horrible position for White.
It's good checkmating. Yeah, just take. No, wait.
Rook D3,
would-
yeah, you are fighting.
So if they manage to win this one, as we can see that Bartel is being, better, clearly better in the position. So at least a draw we can expect from it.
Yes,
If they
for
win,
sure.
they're getting 6 points, 1 point behind of Berlin and Zugzwang, and then of course we have to follow their matches.
Yes,
Just this.
absolutely insane, yeah.
Yeah.
This is big fight for the survival on the last
Nice.
words.
Incredibly beautiful. yeah?
Wow, checkmate.
Incredibly
Beautiful
beautiful,
rook.
yes.
Beautiful rooks.
Okay, this is Bundesliga, yeah, it's every single match, and 95 played. We might be seeing some spectacle, and Bartel, of course, is also known to be a brilliant tactician and a great attacking player. So I'm actually expecting Queen takes F1 to happen, but it was clear that there is only one move for White 95, otherwise nothing makes sense. He's just losing. So he had to play this. Wow.
Now it'll take a couple of minutes to make sure that there's no hole in his calculations, but likely he's going to find it.
But can Black only also just play a normal rook E to A8 move and then threaten again to take?
But then
Queen
look,
takes-
CC1, yeah, for example, no? I mean,
Oh, yeah,
just
yeah.
to protect against the sacrifice. And then the knight on E5 is cemento, yeah? So basically, in long terms, White has chances to survive. But let's just finish with Queen takes F1. Yeah, that's... now that it happened, I think yeah, maybe show it one more time in slow motion
Yes,
for our
let's do it
audience. Because
slowly.
look at this, Angelica. Yeah, Queen
Yeah.
sacrifice takes...
Sacrifice
Sorry,
the
slow
queen.
motion.
Yeah, that is...
Oh no, my queen, what to do?
Yes, takes, and then this check in order to avoid.
Very slow.
Yeah. Yes, King E2, and there is
Rook
no
E2.
Knight A5, and then Ilya came up with this great defense with Rook D3, sacrificing the rook for that bishop, and suddenly was like the shock. Where is the mate and like this, and then please show
Just
one
takes.
more time, yeah, what you find. It's
So
incredible.
the knight cannot take because
Of
the
check
other
on the
rook
second,
coming,
yeah. And now this one little touch.
Final touch, and there is no checks. Queen on G3 is meaningless. Oh,
Wow, so
so
this can easily happen.
beautiful. And he's taking time.
Do you think he will have missed Queen F1 entirely, or
No, he cannot
or
miss
he
Queen
was
F1.
he was relying on Rook D3?
No, I'm completely shocked because Queen F1 was, you remember the first thing that we looked at the position, and then we notice that there's this knight a5 defense. And then now he removes that defender.
Right.
That's why immediately I saw that, wait a second, now queen f1, isn't it winning? So I don't know what he missed. Because if he had seen queen f1, which I assumed, and he relied on knight a5, then how could he move the knight?
Wow.
That's a good point.
Wait, this was, but it's move 41, rook f1, so it cannot even...
43,
43.
43, yeah, I mean, it's after time
Yeah.
control.
Like one of the most, I mean, the critical part is move 40, but
Yeah.
the most critical is what
And-
comes after that.
Yeah, and look at the evil bar. Basically, it says that it's a very big fight. Yeah, it's everybody's game. The computer even prefers white, but okay, let's forget about it. It's a mess. And then after time control to be so careless. I don't know. It's how
This
how is it
looks a little
possible?
bit like this Sethraman gambit.
Mm.
You know?
Shahraman. Mm.
No, unfortunately not. Wait, it's called Sethraman gambit. No,
This one, yes.
no, what's it called? Or
And
is it
knight
Adiban?
actually
No,
e4,
it's Adiban gambit.
knight g5 c6. Yeah.
Yeah, it looked a little like this because of the pawn structure. This is, I mean, better take the other knight, but it doesn't matter. And then I was kind of reminded of this pawn structure.
Yes. Yeah, this line was
This would be the, what do they do? Knight c6.
very fashionable at some moment during the pandemic. Yeah.
Ah,
But that's pawn structure.
yeah.
It's not.
The big update, Berlin won the match. 4.5.
He
Just
played it.
now,
He found it.
Maxim-
He played
After
it.
340.
Oh,
Well
queen
done.
f1.
Double exclamation mark.
Wow. We have big fireworks happening. So Maxim Vavulin just won the game. So it means that Berlin has 4.5 to 1.5 against Kirchweiler and scoring 2 points, getting now 9 points. If we're going to check the table of the Bundesliga, now Berlin has 9 points
Yes.
together with Heimbach, but Heimbach is still playing. Still didn't
But
get
yeah, Heimbach is safe,
Yes,
I think. Yeah.
Heimbach is very safe. So now basically Dresden, actually Dresden also won the game with 5 points. So now Dresden has 6 points after this match. Big question: what will happen to Zugzwang?
Zugzwang.
And they're
Actually,
facing
Zugzwang is-
Solingen, by the way.
Yeah, but now they are playing against. They play against Solingen, yes.
If I'm not mistaken.
Exactly. Yeah, because I shook hands with the players coming in.
Here, yes.
Yes.
Yes. And some matches. Yeah, David Shengelia won against Alexander Krasny, but at the same time, Lok van Veli won against Vitaly Kunin. So it's everyone's match. And seventh and sorry, the board number 6 and 8 are still being played. Maybe we could take a look at that one, or you want to first finish looking at this one? Okay, this was already played.
I don't know. It might finish soon.
Yes. Okay, if we would have a camera feed, we could zoom in and it would be
Yeah.
very nice.
I think this is our goal also with this stream to kind of initiate that. Okay, Bundesliga has to have more of this footage, because many times when we're at the Bundesliga weekends, many times we don't even have this video footage. So this is what we have right now. It's big luxury. Yeah, we have a few cameras, and we have them
Here
there.
is the playing hall.
Yes, the playing hall.
And we have seen Marty Rosyan with poker face walking around like, this is not checkmate, my friend.
Yes.
I have a defense.
That's actually live. This
That's
is
live.
real time, so they're still sitting there.
Wow.
Wow.
This is,
And we
this
can,
is
I
Vincent,
think we
right?
can keep live because it doesn't.
But no, this is the main playing hall. And they are playing downstairs.
No?
Marty Rosyan.
Oh,
Martin,
yeah.
Yes. So
But we
this
mean
is-
that Vincent is still fighting with.
Yeah, of
Arabic.
course.
No,
No,
they're
they are
talking.
discussing.
They're talking now,
They
yeah.
are discussing. Wow, actually, this probably means that it was a draw.
If it's over, we can go to live here, right?
Yes.
The
you think
arbiter
we
won't
can?
mind. Yeah, because the game is
Click on
over.
the live. Click on live on the left.
Yeah, but I want to see the moment when they
Yeah,
agree.
and what happened also? Bishop takes f8 played. Queen e4 check, so it's
Let's
going
go.
about
Let's go full.
full screen. Yeah. Is this perpetual? Where is the perpetual?
Yeah, seems to be perpetual.
King g1.
Just e1, e2, and f1, right?
Incredible yeah, and there is the Handshake, wow. And yeah, Vincent cannot believe it.
Draw. Was agreed. They're discussing. He cannot.
You missed something. Can't believe it.
Wow, guys, very
Nice
big
fight.
congratulations for winning another big match.
It's not like we had a big influence, but thank you.
But it's your team, no?
Oh yeah, sure.
The Define team.
But what's the contribution?
Define.
Yeah.
Define.
Define.
Yeah, and Aravind is also pretty happy. They're trying to recall some moments in the game. Maybe this G3 also they discuss. But probably, both of them trusted this G3 move, so they...
Yeah, they don't know
They
that
don't know,
this was a
yes,
mistake. Yeah, no, they don't know at all. Because there were so many strategical finesses in the game, yeah, that
Yeah. Tough fight. Very rich game.
Fight.
Very subtle at times. All the games. There was no quick draw. I don't recall today. Was there?
There was one quick draw. I mean, in our match,
In our
this
match,
one, no.
no, it was amazing match actually with some incredible games and really amazing,
The
fantastic,
fastest, yeah.
fantastic advertisement for the Bundesliga.
Probably the flattest game was Dennis's game.
But it finished one of the last ones, so it was not even so quick
It was
finishing.
98.6 versus 99% accuracy.
Yeah. This
Which
is
of
also,
course doesn't mean much, but
yeah, this is also what I find really pity because the strongest league in the world and basically the whole Bundesliga, which the only commentary is being made is I think ours with Ilya for Viernheim and maybe a few others, but also from time to time. And it's quite a pity to have this because so many top players are playing and
Yeah,
there
it
is
deserves so much more, yes.
so much
because-
more
yes.
attention.
Yeah, it's incredible.
on the one hand, we do deserve so much. On the other hand, it's a market. So if there's a demand, there's going to be a supply. Maybe the demand is not that big. Some people want to hear us in German. Some people want to hear us in English. But altogether, I think we average about, I don't know, like 80 viewers at any given moment in our live streams. Today, of course, not so much. Today, more like
Today,
200.
200, yeah.
I wonder why.
Yes. Because of the Peter, of course.
I don't know. Maybe I'm not sure how big the demand is, but of course, if St. Louis Chess Club was producing this professionally, then probably a couple thousand people would be watching easily at every given moment.
Yes, and I think also people have to get used to it.
Yes.
Yeah, that if they know, yeah, because people know the main tournament, they know the online tournaments, yeah, they are informed, everything.
You have to infect them.
Yes,
Virus.
and also I think that Schachbundesliga, for example, that they only have Schachbundesliga.de as a website, only in German. I think also one should be thinking about this, yeah, to try to
make it-
expand.
To make it more accessible for others.
International, yes, that people understand what is happening. Yeah, you have tremendous fights, crazy fights. Now the decision has been made. Viernheim is champion, but we don't know at all who will keep the league.
Yes,
Yeah, there is
exactly.
still so much battle going on.
And also there is this new invention. This already has been 3 seasons. This global chess league, which is being played, in this faster formats. But this is literally like a global chess league, also like in Germany. It's German Bundesliga with all these top players who are also playing there, but who are also playing in the Bundesliga in the classical format, which also should be much more. Of course, faster controls are exciting, but this one is so exciting because players put in so much time and quality into these games. And I think also the change of the time format is also contributing to that because there was a much longer time control
Longer time
early,
control,
like
yes.
2 hours or something.
And then 50 minutes with 30 seconds
Yes.
into that, which actually I like very
You
much.
like-
Yes, I think
You can really
it's-
get into the depth of things.
yes, that after move 40, you have the time and luxury to get again into the game. Yeah, it does not speed up so quickly immediately. But of course, we also have to say that many teams are traveling after the Sunday game, for example, and then it is very important for them to be able to depart. It's it has its own challenges all the time, but that's why the people in Germany care so much. One thing about the viewership, I think also one little problem is that those who would be watching they are actually playing themselves, no, on the weekend, yeah, because there are many other leagues happening, yeah, and also we have live viewership here at the venue, so it could be already more automatically, but I think it will increase, and I think this should be the main purpose, and Schach Bundesliga should be also thinking about this, that yeah, what we can do, because it has to become more global.
Yeah, it has to, definitely.
And you guys
Support it.
actually doing great job. Yeah, it's
Thank you.
lovely to feel this passion, everything. Yeah, it's nice, and okay, Viernheim being so successful, and having a great team with this fantastic players, these fighters, and everything. It's very impressive.
You know, the stream just started to give me something to do because I was getting way too weak to play in the team myself, but they didn't want to entirely get rid of me, so they did an Arbeitsbeschaffungsmaßnahme, you know, and they put me in front of the camera, and then the stream was reasonably popular, and then Angelika joined the team, and now you are going to return, as I understand, every time, or maybe not.
Central rounds at least.
Yeah, well, if
do
there is
discussions.
something, yes, if there is some very big match, yeah, it's with pleasure, because actually, like today, we have witnessed some incredible games, yeah, really amazing games, and people should be following them.
Just to let you know, still Zugzwang against Solingen 3-3. The match is going, so still a big question how Zugzwang will continue. But so far, Dresden, I mean, the teams from the bottom, they are scoring today so far. So Dresden on the last place scored the victory, as well as Berlin. So the fight on the last boards is still not over. And depends also on tomorrow's round, how they are going to continue.
Exactly.
That's actually what makes it, yeah, very very interesting. That I mean, at the same time it's interesting. At the same time, it's a big pity that Wolfhagen is going to relegate from the Bundesliga on their own decision. That's another story. I think a couple of days ago there was a big article on this. That the teams in the Bundesliga should be more like kind of reliable, that they are staying for longer period of time, because when something like this happens, as 3 teams have to go down, suddenly someone announces, okay, we leave, then you know, less teams leave the Bundesliga, but the one team which would deserve to continue playing, like Wolfhagen, is leaving and, you know, qualifying for Bundesliga and then having such a beautiful run this season.
Yeah, when you look at their lineup, yeah, they are all incredible players. Yeah, Volokitin, Ponomaryov, fantastic guys. That's why I suddenly felt like, wait a second, this tomorrow's match, if people already think like Viernheim has won the championship, it would not be the right way to go. And then we have also witnessed, it was a very tough battle, no? It was also 4.5, 3.5, with Parham saving in the last moment. Yeah, maybe Ed almost had a chance before, yeah, he was better, I think.
At dinner he said, "What do you mean? Congratulations! I was pushing the whole game." Remember?
Okay, we looked
But yeah,
at
he
it from the
considered-
point of the
yeah.
team, and
Yes.
he was looking, of course, personally.
And both is correct, I think.
Yeah.
And look at this, we see that Andrei Volokitin on board 1 is pushing against Leon Livajic, who yesterday held a draw to the former world champion.
And probably he will succeed, yeah. It looks like
Wow.
practically they should be winning for white. And that means that Wolfhagen wins their match, then they will tie with Baden-Baden on the second place,
Oh,
no?
exciting!
they will officially win because 3.5 points already on one of the last boards. Ethan Rosen won his match against Lukas Winterberg. So if this will be won, this first board, then it will be already a win. And also there is third board, which is
Look at the
still
opening, guys. He's
Yes.
playing it again.
Yeah, but now not with EV4. He knew that that's not a surprise anymore.
No open Philidor. I don't remember. I think yesterday he went into it in this move order. Yeah.
No, E4 D6.
No, this
Oh,
always
he must
Angelika
play
played,
D6.
yeah, he
always
played
this
D6,
thing.
yeah.
Okay.
Always.
Because if you go via the e5 move order, you basically have no choice. The hand variation doesn't work out because of early bishop c4.
Of course, but then you
Problem
allow
is-
all kind of the bishop's opening or whatever. Like he's not forced to go.
Okay, so he just goes for the hand ham.
Yeah, so this was the classical Philidor, yeah.
Very principled, but under pressure.
Yes, so okay, Voloki team will win. That will be then tomorrow crazy battle between these two teams for second place, which I believe in one hand will motivate Wolfhagen maybe more, right? Because Baden-Baden is much more disappointed being 2nd. The Wolfhagen has the chance suddenly to, they even know that the whole team will collapse, then they are even more motivated.
It's their last
probably to-
chance.
exactly, to do right history. It's
And they
something
are
that-
basically the Ukrainian international team.
Yes,
Just like, for example, I believe Kirchweihe is the Balkan United.
they have a lot of Croatian players, I
Yes.
think.
Yes. But also, I read we have some comments in the chat about the consequences of the relegation. Is that it's also the problem for the next teams, because Wolfhagen's second team should have been going up in the second Bundesliga, but because the first team goes down, they're not going up from the other team, but the second place is going up. So it's kind of course, happy situation for another team, but the system is being,
Then also some licensing issues and so on normally happen, no, in Germany. If you withdraw, then you get punished, or this was just happening in handball. I remember in Hamburg.
They play in the end, and they simply don't take the right to continue, so they are not. There will be no sanctions at all.
Ah, then it's all okay.
It was different
Just
story with
normally going
Kiel.
down.
I think Kiel stopped at
They
after the first weekend.
He
or something.
retracted
Ah,
after the campaign had already started.
But Wolfgang will have no sanctions at all
no
for
sanctions.
that, because they did everything correct,
Yes,
and nobody is forced to stay in first league.
yes, okay. And after all, okay, they are taking a medal
Yes.
in the Bundesliga, yes. Yeah,
Yeah,
Incredible.
like Düsseldorf last year, they won the title and then said goodbye. Or at least they're still in the league, but they said goodbye from title aspirations. How are they faring? They secured the class rather comfortably.
They are losing right now to Deitzau, by the way. We could check some games which are still ongoing if you would like to.
yeah, that is my team.
yes.
What happened there? So Gatakamsky drew. Gladula Benjamin is playing. Can we actually check out Benji?
Lower a bit? Yeah. Düsseldorf, yeah.
Yes, Benji in action
Dmitry.
against Kasper Chopin. Oof. And it's not looking good. Yeah, 2 pawns, but open position and the pawns are vulnerable. Oy,
Yeah,
oy,
H3
oy.
might just drop soon.
Yes. Oy, 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 oy. Yeah, white plays king e2. Slowly, step by step, activates the rook. Benji needs a miracle. Needs a miracle. Aha, but this means that still then it will be tied. And then we have to check out Dimitri Kollar's game against Bologan. Yeah, let's
I think
see
he
then.
was better there. Something, at least like evaluation bar was showing that he was better. Let's see in position.
Here he's exchange up. Here Dimitri's exchange up.
So what
Yeah.
does it mean? So basically, everything is also depending on the last
On
board.
the last board, yes. So this more or less equals out, and this is very much a drawish
Yeah.
kind of position.
At least Deitzau cannot lose.
Exactly. Okay, so if Dimitri wins, it's all over. But Bologan is also a very big fighter.
Yes.
For me, it's so funny to that I'm here as a commentator and I'm seeing Bologan play. It's so funny, yeah, because he started getting involved with FIDE already for a very long time, and then he stopped his playing career, and I was still playing, and he was coming to tournaments, and we were shaking hands and everything, and then suddenly like 10
Now
years
she-
passed, and I'm the one who is coming here as a commentator and as a spectator, and then suddenly he's still playing. Very funny feeling.
So funny.
He was so incredibly strong and always a very big optimist. Always very big optimist. He always believed in his chances. And he saved so many bad positions with his fighting spirit.
Yeah. And also he's author of books, coach. So he's
Yes.
has a remarkable career.
A fantastic player, yes. Incredible. So what does it mean? You guys have more experience
So-
with how to cover these final stages of the
Well,
event.
normally we just close the stream once Viernheim has won,
But not
or
this
finish their
weekend.
match, which is a synonym. But this time we're covering the whole match day. So yeah, I don't know, wherever it's most exciting, we'll go there. Maybe the camera will guide the way.
Yeah,
to
or
some
if the
degree.
chat helps us out, that where is
Yes.
the biggest action, what you want to cover, where you want to go.
Yeah, that's also a
Okay.
very good idea. Chat, help us out.
Because it's impossible for us to have an eye on everything. We are trying to.
Okay, they are discussing all this, what we were discussing about Wolfhagen. They're like, so not really much, but okay, please, dear viewers, just write in the chat where you would like to go, where is the most exciting.
Action.
So I haven't figured out. Dresden is not relegated yet. They will still have a chance tomorrow if they win. And
Well, we have to wait, yeah, because
Yes.
what will Zugzwang do
The
against
problem is
Solingen?
Zugzwang.
Because already Schachwan, Berlin has 9 points, so Dresden cannot reach to them. But Zugzwang is on 7 points and still fighting against Solingen. Let's check out those
Yes.
games in
So-
progress. Very important one.
So here we have Valentin is still playing.
But Alexander Neumann has a winning position for Solingen.
So it
And
means
then-
Marcus is fighting. for-
President himself,
Oh.
Marcus is playing
okay.
today.
he might also be
Winning.
winning, yeah.
Well, in any case, he's under control, which means then Zugzwang will lose, and then Dresden. But wait a second, they have to catch up to
Berlin.
Schachwan and Berlin.
But they
so-
are
That-
winning,
Yeah, but Berlin
But
is
Ber-
kind of safe then.
Berlin is safe with,
Berlin
with
is
9
safe.
points.
right? So they're just
So-
playing for the last and the penultimate spot.
So
Yeah,
basically, what
Dresden
it
is
means-
finished. Dresden is out. Then it's basically
And
Dresden is
Zugzwang
out.
also.
Well, Zugzwang, what
they
is the
have some
tie-break
chance.
scenario? Yeah, what is the tie-break between?
Zugzwang.
There might be a second
Re-
team leading.
Zugzwang.
One team,
One team.
meaning only one will go down for that reason. So it can be one.
Do you know which team?
Wow.
But there are some rumors in the Flurfunk.
No names, only
Okay.
the fact.
Mhm.
So there might
But
be
it's
only
not being
one
disclosed
team.
which team.
So
Even Wolfhagen is not legally confirmed.
Okay.
But there might be another team, so it might be important not to be the last.
I think that
So that Dresden is fighting against Zugzwang, then okay, that will be
Okay,
a hell of a match
interesting.
tomorrow, guys.
but Dresden is going to face Kirchweihe, and Zugzwang is going to play against Düsseldorf.
Oh,
So this will be 2 matches which tomorrow will also decide a lot of things.
but
and-
this means that the local chess fans, the Berlin
Berlin.
chess fans, are super happy.
Yeah.
They are celebrating. I'm hearing some noise, some party, everything is going outside. They are securing.
But if they win, if they lose tomorrow and Zugzwang wins, there will be a tie with 9 points. So,
Yes.
I mean, still you cannot really be for sure. Like you cannot say for sure. Also board points. Look at this 49-48.
Yes,
So
it
it's
is
very
crazy,
close.
very close, absolutely insane.
And by the way, if we look at some next, I don't know if it's Buchholz points, probably the sum of all the points against whom they played. No, against whom they won,
Against whom they played, probably.
probably. But then it will be the same.
No, it's
because
board points, no?
This is board points,
I think it's board
and
points.
this one.
This
Because
one, yeah.
this one, for some reason, is much higher for Zugzwang than for Berlin.
Wow.
But if it feels like it's board points of the opponents, because if it is the board points of the opponents, Heimbach will play the next game, and then Berlin will play the next game against higher play and then get the same. I'm not sure what
Yeah,
the
it's-
next
Yeah, it's getting too complicated.
and between them. So it was a draw, by the way, between them. So it will be not direct encounter for sure.
Yeah, we
So
don't know the rules, but yeah, it's incredible. Yeah, that till the very last moment there is a big fight happening there, and basically,
And I'm so sorry, but Heimbach will play tomorrow against Viernheim. So, and Heimbach has now 9 points. So still fight between Wolfhagen. So kind of we cannot actually say much now at this stage.
yeah,
No?
Yeah, they are fighting, but
They're
in
fighting,
general,
yeah.
it looks good for Berlin and for
Heimbach.
Heimbach. It looks much better because also when you're under pressure to win at all cost,
Uh-huh.
it is very tough. And yeah, there is still some suspense there at the bottom of the table, but let's not forget to mention one more time this one-man show of Viernheim in this season. Really
Yeah, absolutely.
very impressive.
Dominating the whole field, and somehow even like yesterday when at the beginnings it was thought that okay, maybe things will not work out, they worked out at the end, and huge save from some of the players. Also recalling this a couple of seasons ago, this game against this game of Anton Korobov against Bogdan Daniel Diak in the match against Baden-Baden.
Oh, yeah, that Lucan game, or what was it?
Incredible
Oh.
save. And also at the same time, I think it was Rustam Kasemjanov facing David Anton Gujarat. Yeah, and there was like extra pawn, but okay, it was theoretically draw position, but he managed to push and he managed to win. So it was very important that both Anton draws and the victory for David
Yeah,
Anton.
that was very heartbreaking for Baden-Baden. I
Absolutely.
remember, yeah, that was absolutely crazy. That was the first title for Viernheim, and then this year they made it look much more easy.
And convincing.
That was
So
not the title year.
That was not the time. The title was before.
ah,
Yeah, last year it was dominated by Düsseldorf. Yeah.
Düsseldorf.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, it was actually incredible to have Düsseldorf, the team of Düsseldorf that was participating, Baden-Baden and Viernheim. Yeah, two mega teams fighting it out. It's pity that it ended, and it ended. But yeah, it was incredible.
Incredible season also. And also one more time to highlight, we just watched this match of Heimbach against Wolfhagen, just to highlight the point that Heimbach looks like losing today, so we'll
Yes.
still have this 9 points.
Exactly. There you have. Yeah, let's
So-
get to that game between Volokitin and Livaic, if already we have them on camera. It seems like Andre is not exactly sure how to convert it. He step by step making the progress.
Trading the knights would be nice.
Yeah, he
Under
wants
favorable
some.
circumstances.
Yeah, c5, knight d4, somehow slowly, step by step. But I'm a little surprised that Black's king was allowed to get to e6. It looked even better before, but maybe Andre just has a very clear vision. Clock is ticking down to 3 minutes. He better finds a clear way, otherwise it can get messy.
Yeah. Okay, not much time, but okay, winning position. And still, okay, there is this protected passer on the g5, which is also making things a little bit more complex. And the bishop, yeah, which is also easily defending so many squares.
Yeah,
So
that was a bad bishop at some moment, and now it became a very useful bishop. Yes, you are highlighting beautifully this knight f2, knight g4. I was a couple of moves ago when we first saw it, I was expecting to see that to happen, and it did not. I think it was
because-
95 check king e8 on move 46. Look at this. If we compare this position with what we see, at least the illusion is like black made progress. On the other hand, he regrouped the knight to f5. So he may be slowly setting up that idea.
All the squares have been covered on the square. The king is being on the last rank, yeah. But yeah, definitely it's an improvement for the knights.
The engine bar is happier in this
Yes.
position.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, of course.
Strangely.
Yeah. Probably he wants this c5, knight d4.
Is that a
business.
problem? Some kind of problem here? But h6 is a very important pawn. Very quick. Yeah,
I
so
think
if he
black-
achieves this, I think it's resigns.
Yeah, black cannot allow moving the bishop from f8 because it has to constantly defend the pawn. We have a move. King
King
f6.
That's inviting knight f2 a bit. Is he planning to go g4, king g5?
Well, then also knight e5 is a possibility, but yeah, this g4, king g, because one thing we should mention, yeah, when there are two knights, there is this potential danger of ending with two knights versus the bare king, and this is one of the most unfair things in chess, no? That yeah, two is done and then it's over. And there was a very funny episode during the freestyle event last year, I think in Weissenhaus, there was a game between Abdusatov and Gukesh. And we were doing the commentary with Judith together, and finally they reached two knights versus king. And Judith, I was completely shocked. She said that, come on, but why do you play? This is no, it should be draw immediately, yeah? And I think it was Abdusatov or it was Gukesh, but in any case, the player with the two knights were very motivated, was still playing, and then Judith even said that, and then I told Judith that, no, but actually it's nice for our audience that they get the chance to see how it's played out, and then Judith said, well, hopefully we see this for the last time. It was so sweet. I was just so in love with this quote. It was just amazing. And of course the game was drawn in a couple of moves, but yeah, two knights versus bear king.
I'm still trying out, of course.
Maybe
It's
we'll
not
get
hurting.
this position with only these pieces on the board. That will also be very instructive.
Oh,
With one pawn remaining, of course, it can be winning sometimes. This should be winning, I think, but it's very complicated. Yeah. Another unfair position, I think, is the bishop and the rook pawn, that they're not winning. Of course, two knights are 6 pawn units, but
Yes.
I mean, it's the bishop and the pawn is 4 pawn units, but the pawn has the potential of becoming a queen, except it never becomes one.
Meanwhile, board 3 played a draw. So Ihor Samonenko held a draw against Martin Kremer, which means this is the last board which is being played right now between these two teams.
Interesting, yeah. So what else? Is there something more spectacular than this endgame
Check
torture?
the chat, Angelika, please. Maybe we have some good ideas from our viewers where we should go.
Well, look at this. Knight f2 had been played, and
no!
computer hates it,
Oh,
and the bar drops.
Okay, either g4 or 95 or bishop c5.
Yes, 3 moves. But I just wonder
33% chance.
that how on earth did Andre chose exactly this way where he gives so many possibilities?
okay, check. And then maybe take and then g4, or
Yeah, you can maybe take and g4. Also. No, but then you take knight h6 and knight g4.
Yeah.
That should be winning.
Is there this? No.
No, and then takes knight g4.
Is there this? Knight e5.
Knight e5. And no,
And now
c5, knight d3 check. That's a problem.
King e5. I don't know.
Yeah, g4, knight h6, king g5, knight h g4. That feels like
Oh.
it should be lost. Is
Oh,
this a
nice.
miracle? Is there a miracle? I just cannot imagine.
95 here.
95. That's what he missed.
Ooh,
Oh,
but
but
then-
it's so easy to miss this.
And then it
and
could
then
be a
king
draw
is
like
being
this.
so close.
That's a draw, yeah.
Wow. Poor Andre, if he really runs into this,
And that's danger if you have 1.5 minutes on the clock.
yes. And Levi still has over 20. This is a great chance.
But the big problem is that the Wolfhagen needs just half a point to secure a win in the
okay,
match
then
because they're
it's-
4-3 already.
Then it's not so tragic
Well,
for them.
Not that easy to play for a win with Black here, so I think he will be happy.
He will be super happy if he saves this. Yeah, so king g5
Any
is a big
other
threat.
attempts, something like this? Probably not.
Yeah.
No, yeah, that might be how the match ends.
Wow, knight a6, knight e5 with little time on the clock. It's so easy to miss, and there
Let's
was
see,
a
did
move.
he play it? Did he
I
play the
think
move?
there was a move.
There was a move.
I
let's see.
know. Was it?
But yes, there was play the move. Let's see.
And there we see.
Are you in
I-
such a rush? Yeah, okay.
But we can update. Yeah.
Yes, bishop
Bishop
c5
e5,
Yeah,
check.
he
yes.
spotted it very quickly.
Let's maybe even zoom on the players. We will be
yeah.
seeing the board, and
Good
we
idea.
have already known the lines. So king e2 played.
And Leon yesterday was also in the lost position against Vichy, and that long prepared line that he had, which of course was not easy to play on.
Not at all. But yeah, he played a brilliant game there.
It looks like Leon is realizing Leon is realizing that he has some opportunity. There's a chance.
No, of course. That's why I'm so critical of Andres' handling of the situation. Yeah, because if you are done on the clock, you certainly want to avoid going to some very complicated lines where something can happen. Yeah, you should rely on some technical way of converting the advantage rather than going for crazy calculation.
Okay.
Wow. This is tense. The good news for Andre and for his team is that basically it doesn't matter at all for the team. Yeah, because
Yes.
as an individual you can forgive yourself if you just poured yourself a couple of rating points, but if you, because of your stupidity the team suffers. Yeah, no, that is crazy.
So people are asking if they can see some of the Zugzwang games. That's what I see from the chat, because they're fighting for the relegation.
Uh-huh. Okay, but
We
this is
checked,
not
I think,
this is not
yeah.
very dramatic. Yeah,
Actually,
we have
It's also
to.
important for the relegation. This match.
Yes, but this is a golden moment. Yeah, if basically Black misses this chance, then we will move on immediately. Then let them continue. But
But also
How
Leon
can
has
you
a lot
go
of
wrong
time.
here? You
Yeah?
can do this or this. Yeah.
And Leon has also 18 minutes on the clock, so of course he'll spend some time.
he will spend some time. Yes. Yeah, G4 is the other option, and you are also here.
It's actually a draw.
Okay, knight takes G4, king G5, knight takes H6. But is it an easy draw or computer draw? The knights are
Where's the
bad.
knight coming? Where's the knight going? Yeah.
Yes, and we might be seeing this two knights versus king. And Judith
Yeah, you sacrifice one piece for one pawn and the other for the other.
Judith said she doesn't want to see that it played again. Wow.
And this is losing. Even that is a draw.
This will
Anything's a draw.
transpose. No, you can take on F2 and play G4.
Yes.
Ah,
If
yes,
you
the
don't
same
do that, then it
situation.
should be bad. No, if you take, I give a check. This should be
Yeah.
lost.
Yeah,
I thought
no.
knight F2 to G4.
Yeah, so you
And
have
then
to.
that knight jumps back to F5.
Ah, like this.
This should
even
be
better,
winning,
yeah.
yes.
So
So
you
you
can do this, and then
G-
what do we say? Takes and G4.
Takes and G4, and we
G4,
transpose to
yeah.
this fairy tale kind of defense.
Wow. Incredible, yeah, and everything is on perfect locations. If the pawn on C would be on the B file, it would be all already winning, but everything is perfectly located.
And everything is in the range of that black knight.
Yes,
That
exactly.
knight on E5.
But if pawn on the E file would be on the D file, would be completely different story. And then two pawns are marching forward, so
Clearly.
perfect.
Okay, he's taking his time. There's not only one way to draw, but several. But I think it's likely that he'll find it. And that would mean
Yeah, we can have
Maybe-
them anyway on camera, and then we can check out on some other game while we are
Yeah, maybe
waiting.
Zugzwang, yeah, like our audience
Yeah,
is
which
asking.
game is that?
There are two games ongoing. Shefa that we were discussing and Naumann are playing.
Ah, yes, but actually those were pretty clear that
yeah.
Zollingen is in complete control. There is no intrigue here because actually Alexander Naumann just
Oh.
wins the game, and then White needs to win the losing of bad position.
You probably wouldn't accept a 1.5 to half offer here, Solingen.
No, the captain go for a walk and have his tea, coffee, whatever. No surprises can happen here.
2-0 or nothing. Yeah, so looking not great for Zugzwang.
Yeah, which means that tomorrow's match will be super important for them.
Yes.
They have Pavel Ayanov playing on the first board, who had an incredible. Can we just check out his record? I think he has +5 or
That was a
something.
quick game.
Yeah, but
this
his
famous.
record is some. Let's count: 1, 2,
wow.
3, 4, 5. +5 on the
Wow.
first board. 27.83 performance. Yeah, that's Pavel Ayanov.
That's huge. That's huge. Plus 18.7 rating points in the season. Looking great. Wow.
Yeah, so good to see Pavel in his element because he's such an incredible player. And yeah, we are not getting younger, but still, when I'm seeing that this brilliant player's rating is dropping, my heart is aching. Yeah, and then suddenly I saw he has +5 on the
Yeah.
first board, and we had a chance to have a nice chat after the Granke event at the lobby. It was already like 3 a.m. Everybody said goodbye, and we wanted to say goodbye to Pavel. We stood up and we stood in front of the exit door. And this exit door is like automatic, that it feels you that you are there. And then we thought like we'll only talk for like 2 minutes and say goodbye, and we talked like for 45 minutes, till 4 a.m. and the receptionist guy was asking us after like 20 minutes that please move away from that automatic door because it keeps on opening and closing. But it was just so nice to catch up with Pavel, and he's
So
playing
great.
so well.
So great.
Yeah, so
Okay.
no drama here. Then all the drama is in this Livekommentierung game against Volokitin.
But that's
Yeah.
only for personal drama. Maybe if the team results are all kind of clear,
Yeah, let's
Let's
get-
show
slowly
them.
but
Yeah.
surely.
Yeah.
You can, if you want, you can also open the team results if you can, but
I'll
I'll
do
also read them out.
Team
from the
results.
best. Yes.
Yeah, there's no better way to show them other than here, right?
Um,
I mean, I could go to Ergebnisdienst.
yes, maybe. Because it's pretty, it's very nice.
Yeah, I
to
think
show,
for our
yeah.
viewers it's nice to see. Yeah, we visualize
You click on
everything.
the round, yeah. Okay. So we have Hamburger Chess Club against Bayern München. Still one game is ongoing there. So Bayern München is leading 4-3. Needs just a draw to secure a victory there. Deggendorf won against St. Pauli 5-3. Viernheim, as we know, won against Baden-Baden 4.5, 3.5, and with that winning the title this season. Wolfhagen is pushing 4-3, as we saw in the game. Only draw is needed there, and looks like the draw will be get. So we are expecting Wolfhagen to win as well. 5-3. Dresden wins from the last spot against Werder Bremen and getting 2 more points. So now they have 6 team points, still in the range distance of getting the team with the 7 points, Zugzwang. And also there is a Berlin there with 9 points. Then we have Berlin winning today.
What a
5
blowout
and-
defeat. 5.5
Wow.
as the underdog, judged by the
Wow.
ratings.
Against
Wow.
1.5, and still one
Under
game is
pressure.
ongoing. One game is still
That
being
will also
played.
help for the tiebreak. Yeah.
Yes, truly incredible. Now they have 9 points. Daizersau is leading 3-2 against Düsseldorf.
Yeah, but it was not over. Yeah,
Not over. Still 3 games are being
yeah,
played.
because Gladula Benjamin had a tough position, probably a bad one, and Dimitri Kolas had a good position against Viktor Bologan. One needs to see how all those actions conclude.
And we also concluded that last board will be at least a draw
was
for...
a drawish, yes.
Yes. And...
Actually, Naumann just won.
Ah,
Oh, okay. And yeah, Zugzwang is having 3 points against Zollingen 4, and as we saw,
Yeah,
the last
it's a
board
losing-
also going to lose.
that is a losing match. Yeah, it's hopeless.
So I mean, okay, still on the last points in the table, we see that some fight can be, because again, like Heimbach will play against Viernheim tomorrow, and losing today with 9 points, and we have Berlin with 9 points, who will be playing the St. Pauli. And by the way, maybe we can check the last game of Berlin, which is being played right now. Okay, first let's see the table, of course.
Because it's who is playing at that game?
So Berlin will play against St. Pauli, and Heimbach will play against Viernheim tomorrow.
Yes.
And with losing today's game, there is, of course, a chance that Heimbach will also not score even a single point tomorrow. Of course, there is a chance always, but theoretically, yeah, if Heimbach scores as all the rest of the field, then Berlin suddenly can score more and get higher.
Yeah, because one could argue also that, okay, now what is the motivation for the Viernheim team? They have done it all. Yeah, they won
Yes.
it, they won. But when you are so close of winning everything, then that will certainly give you the tremendous motivation that, first of all, these are top professionals. They have high rating. They want to show that they are the best to win, but also with the team to write history.
Yeah, absolutely.
This
30
is-
out of 30, yeah.
In Bundesliga, I remember because I'm a handball fan, and there was a season when THW Kiel in 2012 won all the matches 68-0. That's absolutely legendary, incredible kind of record. And now Viernheim can write the same
Yeah.
Baden-Baden did it several times
several times. Yes.
in the older days.
Can we still break some record, like with board points or something?
Yeah,
Ah, wow.
By
This-
doing what? 8-0 necessary or what?
I'm not sure about this.
We'll
Ah,
have to
poor
check.
Heimbach.
Ah.
Okay, be careful, guys. Be careful,
So there is
guys.
still motivation, yeah.
Yes.
on the line. But I would like to go and check
Yes.
maybe the last game.
Ah, wait a
of
second. Yes, also here there was
Yeah,
action.
let's go. Let's go.
Let's do full screen
1 second. Okay, full screen.
because and he takes on f2
And then has to go g4.
and knight e5 has already been played. Yes, so king takes f2 and
Wait, there's
g4.
knight? No.
No, king f2 and the knight is already on e5 and knight g5,
So we have
g4.
our dream position.
Well,
Magic position.
yes, the dream for us and the nightmare of Volokitin, because this is the move, this g4 or the knight e5 from both move orders that was certainly missed. And yeah, there is g4 coming in. Leon is about to play g4, and believe me, the heart is jumping out from Volokitin.
He must have spotted it until.
And he's
until now.
touching the pawn.
Yes.
If he touches the pawn, it's the only move he can play. And g4 is on the board. Ooh.
Yeah, I
What's
think king g3,
Volokitin's reaction?
last chance.
King g3.
Wait,
What's the
the knight
problem?
f5, just knight c4.
Yeah, and okay, you have this king g5, access to the g5 square.
Yeah,
And
after
Leon knows it. Look at this. He's completely relaxed. Wow, I
Yeah,
survived
no.
this.
So what after king g3? You have to play king g5 or you have to take the pawn? Oh,
you play king g5.
King g5,
king
yeah.
g5, yeah.
And knight g4, and c5, knight e5
Ah.
back. You control, you sit on the squares and enjoy. Let's just show this here. King g5, knight g4. Okay.
Knight g4 does,
Yeah, takes c5 and then just knight e5. Make sure
Very
that nothing moves. And actually after king h5, king f4, there will be a knight d4.
Wait, is this mutual Zugzwang? Probably not.
Yeah, you can just take on h6.
Yeah.
And knight d3 check.
Yeah. Oh, probably anything.
Yeah, any move,
Knight
but yeah.
d3, yes.
Let's just collect.
Yeah, just collect the last pawns. Wow.
But wait a second. Andre will have to make a move with force. He's under total shock.
Don't
Yeah. and
don't
he
lose on the
pushes-
clock.
He pushes
King plays
c5.
Yes. Okay, it's another way that we can get to the same position. So now king g5,
Yeah, he will retrieve the knight.
knight g5, knight g8,
Or knight f5.
oh, knight f5. Yeah.
Oh, it's a check.
It's a check.
It's a check.
Yeah, and then that's a draw.
And then the king is coming back. And black is
And
just way too active.
And in this position, knight e7, maybe.
Yes, knight e7, you will have to. But knight d3 check is a threat at the moment. So we have to react.
That's the problem. Okay, so king has
King
to move
e3.
king 3.
Yes, and then already. But then you can never move the knight because of g3. Yeah, so it's very unfortunate.
We
Yeah,
have king g5 on the board.
on the board.
Okay. So yeah, they're calculating all of it coming through their minds, this position. And Volokitin 15 seconds on the clock. Has to play a move.
This is Wolfhagen's biggest danger now, that he forgets to make a move in time.
That happened to
It has
Daitsesau.
happened before
Wait, sorry,
to
to
all of us.
Daitsesau, to Viernheim.
Knight f5.
Hmm.
Maybe taking on h5 is not even the only move. Knight d3 could also work.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, this should be. But somehow I'm tempted to take on h5. This
Yeah.
g pawn is very nice, and then that we can just come back with the king to g5.
Yeah,
And
because
sit.
the h6 is a threat. If you go knight d3, knight c5, then h6.
Yeah, it probably doesn't do too much, but I don't even want to get into that line.
King g3, right?
No, king e3, king e3.
Mm-hmm.
h6, and okay, and then king f4. Yeah, there is, of course, you have g3, so it is a draw. But I like the other one just to sit tight
Yes.
and enjoy the knight on e5.
Yeah, because this pawn is not being supported by anything right now, so we shouldn't be worried.
Not at all, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that of course, if in case Volokitin will not play a move on time, that will change the standing, the leaderboard, so. But looks like it will not happen.
Then what does it mean? We know the top three, yeah, that Baden-Baden and Wolfhagen will have the clash tomorrow, so you guys will have a spectacular show there. Viernheim will fight to write history.
We did it before. Before we played.
Already. So now you are trying to break the record with the
By
board
the board
points.
points.
No, we can't.
You can't.
So we just want to win.
Yeah.
Just on the win.
Just enjoy, play chess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good enough. And Bayern München had a lovely season. Now I'm actually very happy for Bayern München doing good because I think they had some rough seasons and they always had a good team. I did not understand why they haven't. Zolingen is a team that I think everybody always roots for them. They are a traditional club. Yeah, and normally all this traditional club has a lot of support from
Yeah.
chess fans.
A lot of hooligans, a lot of supporters. Actually, why don't we switch to Deutsch für die letzten Momente?
Ja,
Ich
gerne.
glaube, nicht alle unsere Zuschauer wissen, was für exzellentes Deutsch du sprichst, Peter. Würdest du sagen, dein Deutsch oder dein Englisch ist besser?
Ich denke, mein Deutsch ist besser. Und mit meiner Frau sprechen wir auch Deutsch zu Hause.
Okay.
Ah,
Ja,
okay.
super.
Ja.
Sehr schön.
Ja, also, das meiste ist entschieden. Einige Partien laufen noch. Wir berichten hier aus Berlin, aus dem Willy-Brandt-Haus der SPD-Parteizentrale. Die letzten Entscheidungen werden jetzt fallen, aber natürlich nicht die letzten Entscheidungen in der Liga, sondern nur des heutigen Spieltages. Und morgen geht es dann um alles, was noch da ist, um die
Und
Wurst.
schon um 10 Uhr morgens, richtig?
Das ist
Ja.
richtig.
Das
Ja.
ist die Sonntagabend. Ja, ich denke für alle Schachspieler 10 Uhr morgens. Mamma mia.
Unsere Lieblingsrunde, ja, morgens am Sonntag. Aber die Frauen spielen noch eine Stunde früher.
Noch
9.
früher, um 9.
Ja.
Wow.
Deswegen, die Männer sollen noch froh sein, dass wir sie um 10 Uhr spielen.
Ich denke, die beste war in der zweiten Bundesliga. Es war um 11 Uhr oder so.
Oh.
Ich erinnere, es war pure Luxus. Ich klagte sogar, was ist das schon, 11 Uhr zu spielen, aber das war fantastisch. Ja.
Ja, sehr schön.
Und sogar nur ein Spiel Sonntag, also man hat die Möglichkeit, sich ausgeruht zu der Party zu kommen. Aha, also Leon goes for this line, the forcing line.
Yes, knight takes c5. And now, okay, we'll have this probably h6. And who's trying to break the door?
Yeah, this is going to end in a few moves or a few minutes.
Yeah. Then after king f4, we expect the g3, right? So that's-
Yes, G3 is the
That's possible.
cleaner, yeah. Just
or even knight e4 and g3.
Doesn't work.
Doesn't work.
Knight
then
e4,
king
king
f3. Yes,
Yeah.
then king f3. Don't play
The
for the
knight-
gallery.
The knight on f5 is invisibly
You cannot
defended.
take it.
Yes.
Ay, ay, ay.
That's the construction.
Okay.
Wow.
We have
Okay,
moved
do
knight
we trust
g3.
Leon?
Knight g3 he played.
Ah.
We trust. We trust
In
Leon.
Leon we trust.
Yes, in Leon we trust, but I actually prefer the other one. Andre is still interested about opening up the new score sheet on move 61. This is
Oh my God.
always a psychologically critical moment, yeah, because personally I think we all hate to start a new score sheet. Yeah, it's just horrible because also the score sheets are never ready, yeah, so for move
Yes,
61
yes,
you
yes.
have to start writing with your
Oh.
own hands and so on.
I'm really sorry to spoil it, but there was already a draw. Agreed.
Here.
Yes. Indeed.
Not
But
in this
because
position.
it's
Update,
it
yeah.
still means that they made some more moves.
Yes.
Of
Yes,
course, it
yes,
had
yes.
to be a draw, but then it's a waste to start a new score sheet.
Yeah, but okay, a few more.
Let's
moves
go
later.
green. Let's go green.
Let's
Let's
go.
agree on move 60 draw. It's a drawish position.
Yes, yes.
Für
For
die
the
Umwelt.
environment, yeah,
Yeah,
the
yeah.
environment is big here in Berlin.
Let's not make more trees being.
Okay, I think we are past the culmination point of this stream at this point.
Yes,
A
everyone.
couple of games still going on, but nothing war decisive. So people are hungry, people are waiting for us.
Daitisa will win, it looks like, because
Also
the
that.
one game is going to finish in a draw. 4.5 and 3.5 is expected result. Other than that, also Bayern München is trying to fight for a victory with James Santos Latasa playing against Rasmus Svane. So draw. That's also what we saw a few moments earlier, that the draw is expected. And other than that, all games have finished. So
Great. So, Angelika, if you will, do the honors, do the outro,
of course.
and then we can yeah, pack it up slowly but steadily.
Absolutely. So it was amazing round, definitely, with so many top clashes, especially Viernheim against Baden-Baden. Top players have been played against each other. We still have not so clear and the big intrigue, I think, in the down part of the leaderboard. Who will relegate? Who will not relegate? Still a big question now, and tomorrow will also show a lot for us. It was a huge pleasure to commentate alongside Ilya, you as always, and Peter. Thank you so much for joining. It brought such a huge fresh air to our commentary today, and a lot of nice histories that you shared with us. It was really incredible to have you here, and thank you so much for joining.
Yeah, thank you very much, Angelika, and thank you, Ilya. Yeah, it was amazing. It was not only like that was this incredible clash between Viernheim and Baden-Baden, but what a clash it was. Yeah, what games we have witnessed. Just if we think about that Parha Maxodlu Vityugov start of the game. Yeah, the first 6-7 moves already created that magic. Opened that magic box, and so many other games fantastic, that up and down struggle between Kasimdzhanov and Adomos and so on. But finally I think it was also a fitting 4.5, 3.5. It just shows that what a season Viernheim has played, yeah, and they are winning match after match. They have knocked out Baden-Baden. Clearly this will probably mean that Baden-Baden will be super motivated for next year, which is fantastic for chess fans, for everybody who is loving the chess Bundesliga, Schach Bundesliga. Follow the action, because you are missing out on so much if you don't.
And we also hope to have you, Peter, for the next season of the Bundesliga, hopefully for the for the final rounds of the Bundesliga, central rounds, hopefully.
Or even in between, you're welcome anytime.
Thank you very
Definitely.
much. Thank you, and keep on, guys, doing this amazing job. Yeah, because I know and I have already noticed that you guys put the heart into it, and this is, I think, always one of the most important things when, as a chess fan, you watch something, you follow something, when the commentators are really caring about what they are doing. It's not a job; it's a passion. Yeah, this is very important, and I think when we also entering the playing hall, we also feel there the passion of the people. Yeah, that it means so much for Germany, this Schach Bundesliga, and hope that in the future it will this passion will get more and more abroad as well. That the whole chess community will follow, and we grow together.
Let's hope so. Okay, thank you very much also to our viewers. Yes, the captain is applauding. Also for the organizers and the captains, everyone involved. The campaign has not ended yet. Tomorrow we'll continue our stream at 10 o'clock in the morning. Peter will be probably doing some touristy stuff in Berlin or something else. Unfortunately, he won't join us tomorrow, but maybe next season, who knows. So thank you everyone, like, subscribe, and see you tomorrow at 10 o'clock in the morning. Goodbye.
Bye-bye. Oh my God, cool.